very successful stints on Team Liquid here. And bit of a funny story that I, for some reason, just thought of now.
Okay, what do you got?
Okay, we should be in.
So
Let me just post the notification on
I remember his
Discord.
first game back against Team Liquid in the spring split. I was there on Team Liquid. He went like 0-4 in laning phase because everyone on TL just wanted to kill him over and over again. But then he won the game. So it was such classic impact because he scaled on Gnar.
All right,
and managed
notification
to out-teamfight,
is
making
there.
up the plays. It was when he was on EG. Alfari was just destroying him on Camille, but then everyone tunnel visioned really hard on
Stream should
killing
be
Impact
up
over
on
and over again
both Twitch
through the
and
game. So I wonder if
YouTube.
we're gonna see a
Hopefully
similar
there's no
story.
delay.
How much, with how close at least
I'm not
Yon
muted.
and
Okay,
Poro
good.
were with Impact and how long they've played together, if there's going to be that
All right, let me
extra
run ads
rush to
right
try and
now,
really beat
so
Impact,
we don't
then
get them in
Impact might
game
have the
one.
last lap.
Where you can just absorb all of the pressure. Sure, you can play the weak side. Go for it. Scale up. Win the game anyway. I'm excited to see where we get on this one. Sentinels, of course, bringing themselves up to 1-1 after starting off with the loss here earlier just a couple weeks ago. Team Liquid also, you know, they kicked off the split in the TL versus C9 head-to-head. That one, a lot of us, myself included, were very excited.
Can't wait for the 2v2 for side selection. So fucking true.
They were the ones that had the extra stage practice. C9 ultimately came out victorious in that, as we all know. But then Team Liquid able to bounce back again this past weekend, bringing themselves to 1-1. So just want to keep the momentum going, I think, if you're on either side. Team Liquid obviously has a lot to redeem themselves for, I think, after last year's performance where they kind of crashed out, missed worlds, didn't really have the performance that an org with all these titles you would expect them to have. And
I skipped breakfast for the CWO match, so I haven't eaten breakfast yet, so I have a bowl of cereal in front of me. Which is starting to become pretty commonplace for my co-streams.
That is not what Team Liquid is shooting
Me
for.
making some kind of meal, speedrunning some kind of meal like 3 minutes before the co-stream starts. What kind of cereal? I have Cinnamon Life.
But they also ended up bringing over 3 of the players from DSG who actually did, weirdly enough, finish better than Team Liquid last year. So a lot of unknowns.
Cringe? Well, how about you shut the fuck up? Alright, Rumble is here, Orianna, Cassante. Is this 26.3? Are we playing 16.3? Because Jace got nerfed a bit. His accelerated shock blast is weaker, but his hammer form is stronger, and he got his monster damage nerfed a bit as well. So if we're on 16.3, then Jace probably will not be cryoed. So, did Darius also get... I think Darius also got nerfed this patch, right? Let me check. I might be slightly outdated on my drafts here, because I'm used to the 26-2 drafts. The wiki's saying patch to be determined, so I have no idea. But let me check the patch notes.
I like the respect here from TF.
I like it as well. Mid lane bans are traded.
And that's a first pick. Okay, interesting. Oh shit, wait, literally yesterday somebody had Morgan on their fantasy team, and they asked me what champion I should tell them to pick, and I told them Investo, so that's 5 head.
Huge historic stats on, but I do imagine it's something he's probably a demon on.
I got them
Gonna want to track that as the series progresses if they end up letting that through.
I got them times 1.7 points.
Because that's set up by the Cassante ban for Team Liquid.
Yep, gonna go ahead and pick that one up there for Morgan. Meanwhile, back over to Sentinels, still plenty of OPs left to go. The Varus is going to be the instant lock-in here. A lot of times throughout the history of League of Legends, Varus goes one place and one place only. He lanes bot as the marksman.
Okay, so Varus is still being picked.
Times, including recent history, where he can be flexed to the top lane here too. I feel like playing into Ambessa could be very dangerous. Ambessa also could be in the jungle, so there's flex potential for that here as well, as the second pick for Sentinels is the Pantheon.
It would be so wild if Impact's first game since leaving Team Liquid a second time is Varus top.
Yeah, I would be completely surprised.
He's like, the Team Liquid chains are off. I've been
I thought
play range tops this entire
I thought that my
time.
team would carry over from week to
I
week.
think it's the AD carry Varus.
Most likely as well, but I had to at least bring it up in case.
But apparently
we do
not,
get the 1%
so I don't have a
chance.
team.
In case we do, we're going to get Rise locked in here on the side of Team Liquid, most likely for Quid. Excited to see
I'll make a
how
team
that
on
one
second
works
monitor
out.
real
The
quick, but
champ
before
is
I do
very
that,
powerful, with mana stacking being as strong as it's ever been, with the of Actualizer to the game. Now, what do we want
Varus
here? We're hovering it
nerfs,
back and forth with a
armor
couple of
growth
different
down,
junglers. Obviously,
blighted
one of those
quiver,
lock, it's 100% tell.
lower
The
AP
Ambessa
ratio
is
by
going to the top
10%,
lane there for Morgan.
Max health, damage, AP nerf. Yeah, so Varus is still going to be pretty high prio because Varus bot is still strong, but there's a chance that there might be some teams who don't want to play Jace at all.
Do we want a little bit more team fight or a little bit more early game? Do we want the Xin or the Wukong? And he's just going to end up going with Wukong, which I like for him because him, Jose, and Quid have just been extremely good at creating
I guess I can't
together.
do fantasy this week, unfortunate.
Wukong is another good combo where they can go to work.
Well, maybe I just won't do fantasy ever then.
Pantheon Talia, just a staple combo, simple point and click, secure yourselves the kill.
We missed 1 week. That means that I can never do it again. Just do it next split? Yeah, you're right. I'll do it next split. But like my week 1 picks carried over to week 2, so I don't know why my week 2 picks didn't carry over to week 3. That's so weird.
Make plays happen, not just at Drake, because actually if you have a team with a lot of globals like this, you do actually pay a power cost for that. So if you just end up grouping,
like I had my 5 picks on week 1, and then when I checked back for week 2, I still had the same 5 picks. And then so I swapped out like 2 players to 2 new players. And then so I figured it'd be the same thing. I thought that for week 3 I would just have those same 5 players. I don't know why it like just deleted all of my picks.
Sivir can be something that would synergize very well with that, so they want to remove that additional move speed.
Doomed game with the point redeem.
Gwen is going to be the ban for Team Liquid. They do want to try to prevent that from being picked top lane into the Ambessa as Ezreal.
Next split will be the Psychopathic Poro League for fantasy. Yeah, this split.
I mentioned the Talia and the Pantheon being able to combo out a carry and find that pick. As long as Ezreal
this split, I'm in the Bunnies Buster League,
you can just arcane shift out of the way
where I'm nowhere close to winning because I had Saint on my team for the first 2 weeks, which is unlucky.
They've gotten rid of the spell shield Sivir, they've gotten rid of the safe Ezreal. They have a lot of damage in both Ryze, Wukong, and Bessa, so just getting more utility from the AD carry would make sense. That's if Team Liquid is down.
Please, Impact have the Varus. Impact is not going to have the Varus. The more that I'm looking at these drafts, the more I think this is patch 26.3. This doesn't look like 26.2 to me.
We'll see, obviously. They might have something cooking. And it's Sentinel's pick right now, which is still something we're adjusting to. They're on the left side, but they're second pick, so they're actually the ones picking after the second ban phase. But Impact's likely picking his champion now since he's up against Ambessa.
Okay, he's going to go ahead and lock the Aatrox here. This is one of those standard, just like it's a solid laner. It can contribute to team fights.
Interesting lock-in.
Threat on its own in a side lane.
Usually Aatrox is not perceived as having a great time against Ambessa, but you can be fine in the lane, and the rest of TL is pretty short range, so I can see the value.
Solo queue, but also sometimes if you have a top laner who's really willing to put the pressure on you, if they opt to take the Ignite instead of the teleport, Drain Tank champions can seriously have a lot of their points of strength.
And then what are we going here? Lucian Nami?
LYON doesn't want to play Jhin.
Lucian Sona. Yeah, Lucian Nami. Okay.
Let's go.
Unironically, you could go Karma this game.
Because every lane on Team Liquid wants to push.
I'm a big Karma on 5 person here for Sentinels. I'm also just a big Karma person in general.
It can be dangerous. Oftentimes, you want to have the lanes that you're specifically playing around and the lanes that you're specifically playing weak side with. But now, the Lucian Nami is going to be going.
Sona was playing LCK earlier. Yeah, I can understand that.
And Ambessa, Aatrox is another one where any type of jungle attention can swing the matchup. So a very aggressive pick there by.
I don't really know if I understand the rel too much. I think if I was going to go in engage support, I would go Nautilus. It's a better lane. You have more kill threat on the Nami in lane, and then later on you have way more consistent ability to get on top of Lucian. The rel pick doesn't really make too much sense to me. So yeah, I would have gone Karma on 5 first for the hard winning lane, but if I'm not going to do that, if I really want setup for the rest of the comp, which you kind of do, then I would go Nautilus.
That they are very happy to have you run into.
I would not have gone Alistar. I don't think.
Grab spooks or spawn and ask why they're doing Lucian Nami. It's probably because they've just been destroying people with it in scrims all week. So if it's ever up, it's just a combo they should pick because it's good in the game. Because I'd want to ask, like, why not Jhin Rakan? Like, that to me, with all the damage they have in the top side,
I think it's better than Rel. I mean, I think the lane is a little bit better on Rel.
Go for it, but we'll see. If they're super confident, they're going to just try and run this game and blow Sentinels out early.
I'm ready to see it. Can Team Liquid bring the fire and look strong heading into the bracket stage? Or are we going to see a Sentinels that, like you already touched on earlier, continues to sharpen and refine themselves? I think the week 1 loss to Disguise,
I mean,
certainly not what anybody would want to see as a new
I like
org
TL's
entering
comp
the
better,
league, but then at least being
but
able to
I don't
back
think I
in
should
that
have
one,
liked
too. Here's your real
TL's
test
comp
now,
better, if
right?
that makes
Because
sense.
you've already had to play against Disguise, you've already had to play against Dig. I can tell you right now that at least out of all of us here on the LCS team, those were the 2 that we had rated the lowest in terms of our tier lists, our predictions, whatever you want to call it, for this this first tournament, first quote-unquote split leading up to first stand. So now that you've fought the 2
some
lowest
Pagoda
ones
egg rolls
on the
would hit
ladder,
right now.
let's see how you stack up against the higher-rated teams. And I think Team
Just
Liquid
kidding,
is
I'm more of a
certainly
spring
one of
roll
those
person.
squads.
Wait, my ads didn't run. What the fuck? I clicked run ads and they didn't run. Okay, whatever.
They need to be able to show
That's kind of tilting.
Yeah, they need to show it on stage. A little bit of banter happening in all chat between the 2 teams because Impact has paused. There is
like I clicked run ads before draft started, and Twitch just didn't run the ads.
Champ select, so they need to investigate this because if it's player error, they don't let you remake champ select. If it ends up being client bug, which they're going to check with the shadow play, then they'd end up doing the remake.
Right.
Impact, if you've been following the LCS
Hi,
on
Yuma.
TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram, Impact has not had a good go the last 2 weeks. Have you been following?
No, I'm not on TikTok or Instagram.
Yeah, well, YouTube Shorts?
Why are they saying that Impact
I'm barely on social media, bro.
It's true. It's true.
hasn't been great in the last 2 weeks?
So they had week 1, they had Impact
In their
do a
series
map
loss against whoever it was,
in Canada,
Disguised, I think. I thought he was the best player on his team.
In American, but it's essentially just like what order of operations do you do that in?
Oh, the PIMDOS, yeah. Parentheses, exponents, multiplication,
Sure.
Oh, they're talking about that. No, they're not talking about his gameplay. They're talking about the there was a math problem on a whiteboard and everybody was able to solve it except for Impact. Impact was like struggling with a basic math problem for like
with a couple players
10
from
minutes.
his team and like 6 or so, and he also finished last. So he's just not, and then now he messed up his runes. Like, come on, man.
Well, let's see, because I think, if I remember right, week number 1, we had a similar problem to this, and when they investigated, the problem did actually come from the client trolled the player, and the runes weren't, like, the guy picked the right thing, and then the client
unhydrate.
back to what it was.
So listen, it would be dishonest if I said the client never has
now you
bugs.
can't eat
In
your
fact,
cereal.
the
Yeah.
client in which I'm
See, that's really annoying because now my cereal's gonna get soggy.
So I am also
So that
not
kind of pisses me
expecting,
off.
but
That's
they're not
sad.
gonna remake for me. We're gonna remake for Impact. Let's see. Cassante runes, support
Cassante. No, I changed 100%. Impact, tough it out. WTHJ. Let's
Observers,
check.
show me Impact's actual runes, if you can. The chat is amazing, but I wanted to see the players lined up. They're having some good
bad
banter.
is
How
it,
bad
right?
is it exactly?
Morgan or Impact isn't better for. Oh, Morgan for sure.
Conqueror, because then it's like that's still good. You're just going
I'm just saying that
scale
Impact
versus
hasn't been
laning.
bad.
Or is it like I wanted to take Grasp and now I have Airy?
Exactly. Does he Airy
Hi,
Aatrox?
Dame.
Is it just completely GG here?
Are you off work or are you
Oh no, they might be
peeping
telling
the
them that
coach stream
he
while
just
you're
has
at
the
work?
wrong runes if they're checking the shadow play.
Oh, it has just been confirmed.
You were gonna
in
hydrate,
our
but it
ear
doesn't
that
do
this
it.
is
Yep.
Player error for Impact. So whatever these runes end up being, we will show you guys as soon as we have the graphic prepared. That is.
Oh man, Impact just screwed up his runes by accident. What has he got?
I almost want to have like Scout's Honor. Hey Morgan, let me remake please. And if like everyone
Watching
in
streams
the
at work
game
at home now?
agrees,
Okay.
we just like old school, like just let him do it sort of thing.
Just like back in the days
Like you're
when
in
it
the
was
schoolyard,
like the
you're like-
ladder tournaments and stuff. Yeah, it's just like, okay, so I brought the wrong thing.
I don't want to dishonorably beat you in the first game back because you messed up your runes. Like I want to beat you because I'm better.
Beat the real you.
Yeah, but that's not how this works.
No.
So I need to see what he has. You can see there's the life.
Oh,
drained
he
out
has
of him.
Guardian
Oh,
Aatrox. Oh.
So I imagine everything is right except the Guardian. He probably was clicking his no, Demolish as well.
Yeah.
I never see people bring Demolish.
Yeah, at least he does
That's
have
tough.
Revitalize. He's got second wind, but
Yeah.
and then he has free boots and he has.
Oh, and this lane's already not even good. Like
So
I was
Demolish
saying
is
that
what
the
we're
Aatrox
paying
lane isn't
attention.
even
Second
supposed to
one
be
is
good
real.
into
The
Mbessa.
Guardian's gonna
So
be
now
rough.
maybe it's just bad.
Yeah, that does nothing.
All right, well, if I didn't
for
like
the
TL's
actual
comp more
play, for the
before, I
actual
really like it more
trades.
now.
Grasp also taken for Morgan's Ambessa, so you have the actual good laning green rune.
Yeah, of all things to have in his first game back against Team Liquid for the second time, He has had such an incredible history.
He really has.
Which is why he really wants to win this game. Look at this, 374 games on Team Liquid, an unbelievable amount. 5 titles. In fact, Team Liquid doesn't win titles.
See, here's the thing.
Without Impact. And one
if Impact really wanted to win, he would have just clicked the right runes. What are the thoughts on APA? I think he's been the best mid laner in the region so far. We're only 2 weeks in, so that's not saying much. But in the first 2 weeks, I thought he was the best mid laner in the region.
Last year, he's looked really good at the start of this year. He's had good counter matchups. His KDA's improved.
That said, I still wish Cloud9 were able to hang on to Loki somehow, which it wasn't possible. So it is what it is. But it would have been nice, I think.
Solo kills. So the early signs of this year in Impact, notwithstanding taking Guardian Aatrox, have been really good.
You know what I'm going to be really impressed by? If that 2 in solo kills goes up to a 3 while piloting Guardian Aatrox.
Bro, if you get
Right, I can't eat my cereal yet. Still got 2 minutes to go. No.
That's going to mental boom you more than Grasp Aatrox.
Maybe that's what he's playing for the entire time. Mental warfare from the veteran.
Yeah, for Hellvarus on your team.
Over a decade of
Yeah, there was somebody who asked me on my LCP co-stream, like earlier today, what champion they should put for Morgan, and I said Mbessa, so feeling good about that.
It legit just doesn't do
I'll take
anything in this lane.
Dark Harvest, Fleet, I'll press the attack.
All of that stuff at least does something. As bottom lane, hold on now, Core JJ might be in a little bit of trouble. And yes, he is. He's out of there.
That was really dry. Not bad. Hambach skipped a camp to do that. He did 5 camps and skipped Krugs for the early gank, so I can respect it.
How much more Hambach can get accomplished now that he's further accelerated.
I love it. Hambach skips Krugs, goes for an early gank. Team Liquid was so heavily prioritizing the lane, they used their wards in the lane. They didn't ward the river, so he gets an easy ramp around and gets first blood.
That is the correct play to make if Sentinel or if TL use their wards in bushes, which I didn't get to see.
Quid ghosted Darkwings, barely gets away on that one. But yeah, what you mentioned back in draft, talking about the Lucian and Nami, I'd love to ask the coaches because all 3 lanes always want to push and that could be dangerous. Well, Hambach says,
they're only picking his matches for Hell. That's a scary pick because Rahel
for sure.
had
pros have said Hambach's one of the more difficult
a pretty suspicious first 2 weeks, I would say.
Makes it happen on stage here.
I think Rahel's good, but he did not do himself any favors.
Really gave his bottom lane that big of an advantage. You can see the gold for both.
Have you been watching LEC highlights?
Only give Hambach that slight goal lead over Jose.
Exactly. That's why I was a little bit surprised to see the fact that they wanted to give the kill.
I've watched maybe like 10 to 12 LEC games total.
But no, they wanted to give it to the Pantheon. Hambach's going to be the one with the extra money in his pocket. The 400 gold from First Blood just means
like all split
for Pantheon, most likely an extra longsword. So, what can 10AD accomplish?
Actually, I can just tell you exactly how many LEC games I watched. I watched.
So, according to Lolalytics, in Emerald plus solo queue on this patch, no one has taken Guardian. Even
11. I've watched 11 games. 11 LEC games.
0 games with Guardian currently reported on the new patch. So, that's something.
That's pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Breaking new ground here.
Yeah, he's a trendsetter. He's continually forging new opportunities up here in the top lane with the Guardian Aatrox. 20 seconds on the clock until the first dragon spawns in this game. We'll see who has the bot lane control to be able to lead the charge on that one. Morgan up about 300 gold up here in the top lane.
Jet is best for Sleeper AD pick. Yeah, but the problem is that they're playing as LYON. So is it actually worth it? Is it actually good?
Does seek to invade the jungle now with Jose Diodo.
Yeah, trying to make something happen, get some early control over this Drake, and I wonder if they're going to have the same type of Drake prowl they had last week. So really interestingly, I mentioned how Sentinels didn't know what they were doing week 1, but was really coordinated in week 2.
Even in their losses? Yeah, but Disguise hasn't played anyone.
Drake. Specifically look in game 1, after they took that first Drake was only live for 19 seconds.
They lost to Shopify and Fly, so none of the perceived top 3 teams. They haven't played any top 3 teams yet.
Slower Drakes, they still got a pre-26-minute soul.
How has Big Doke's been looking? He's been looking okay. I think a lot of people have been overreacting and saying that he looks bad, but I genuinely think he's been completely fine in pretty much all of their games. And the issues have been elsewhere.
When Team Liquid is constantly trying to push both of these lanes, but you can see Hambach still trying to set things up, just not really able to get it because Rahel and Huhi are getting pushed in.
We're also just like Doklet lasers here, so I like pay extra attention to Doklet to see what he's doing in the in-between moments, and then if he does something really good for the the team that I always bring it up. That I always point it out.
Just for the dragon control that you're talking about, that Sentinels was able to express in their previous series. But as long as Jose was ready to be here, in case there was a 3v2 that would need to be turned into a 3v3, LYON and Core will crash the wave.
Yeah, and last thing on the Drake control, I think bot lane's really important in that as well.
Like in Lion's series versus C9, when Dokla was on the Rumble, and he managed to, like, all 3 of Lion's lanes were fucked up for the Drake setup,
and Impact's still going.
And the rest of his team was on Drake, or like doing like the Drake standoff, and he fixed all 3 of their lanes in a row. He fixed all 3 lanes and then teleported the dragon or something like that. And I was like, damn, that's the Dokla difference right there. Whose comp do you like more? I like TL's comp more. I wasn't a massive fan of how they drafted, but when the dust settled, I liked their comp more.
As Morgan can now just back away, does have a 13 CS lead, so just about 2 waves. That is going to shrink a little bit as Impact farms up these extra minions that are still left alive. Morgan's going to take his recall, teleport back into lane now with Caulfield's Warhammer, pickaxe, and refillable, so a nice strong buy for the first recall.
Yeah, Morgan...
What's up with Impact's runes? Yeah, Impact's runes are player error. He fucked up his runes.
Might get the solo kill.
Yeah, this one's looking rough. Morgan comes
well, that's tough.
to lane and no
unlucky.
For the
we counterpicked ourselves, and we took the wrong runes. W Impact.
Right there with the fresh purchase of all the new damage. Solo kill Morgan.
Jeez, I'd love to see how he got the angle for that ultimate there. I feel like Impact was trying to hold the wave in front of his turret to actually play safe, but ended up getting surprised by Morgan ulting. Morgan has so much tempo now on.
Maybe he should go play Genshin Impact instead. Ah,
so he just
funny. Hashtag funny alert.
Impact was just trying to get 1 more CS before probably resetting. It's got to be tilting to take Guardian in the first place, but I felt like he was holding
no problem.
on pretty well.
Oh, let me sign out of the
league.
league.
That moment might push it over the top because that's going to accelerate Morgan towards Eclipse, and then that lane's going to be unplayable.
Towards Eclipse, he's got the EXP advantage now. 800 gold individual lead for Morgan over Impact because of that kill that he achieved. I guess it wasn't a true 100-0. Impact only had about 80%.
Now that Busio is gone, who's the best LCS support? See, you can say Cryogen for the hype moments and aura farming choice, but the answer is just Vulcan.
For sure. Like you said, it's just so frustrating to have to deal with that.
The answer is Vulcan, and it is currently not close. And maybe we'll find out tomorrow if that's not true, but it should just be Vulcan. Was that personal gameplay I saw true? Revoke my co-streaming rights immediately. Vulcan may have been better than Busio before anyways? Hell no. Now we're going too far. Vulcan was the second best support in the LCS for sure, but he was not on Busio's level.
Here's my problem with taking grubs from the Sentinel's perspective in a game like this.
Yeah, that had Busio. Yeah, I thought that Busio was a top 5 support in the world in Split 3.
Else to give you any sort of reward, and if you can't get pressure in the side lanes, it's much harder to get the payoff from the additional damage to the turrets.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at those plates, man. 5-5-5 all across.
And I had him as my 6th best support heading into 2026.
Aggressively on the bottom side since that first blood gank by Hambach, and they're going to continue to do that. So I understand. I think Hambach did what he could. You're not contesting Drake when mid and bot are pushed in, and your top laner is down teleport and also pressure in lane. So take what you can get. I think that's all that play was.
It's just sometimes
man, it's really bad that Mbessa's winning lane before she gets Eclipse. Like, this is going to be unplayable side lane, by the way.
Between both teams, yes, there's 0 taken by Sentinels so far, but on the other side, Team Liquid has taken 2 in the top lane and 1 in the bottom lane. The 2 from top side also occurring because Morgan got the solo kill. So just really low damage to turrets in the first 10 minutes overall.
Yeah, I am secretly hoping for some montage moment where Impact like flashes next to Rahel to proc Guardian and save his life in a crucial late game team fight, so we have a payoff for this tragic moment in Impact's game against Team Liquid when he brings the worst possible keystone onto Aatrox. I want to hear if chat can think of a worse rune for Aatrox to have. Because I currently...
I mean, the reason why Busio is not playing mage supports is because mage supports are fucking dog in this meta. Like, they're terrible.
Unsealed Spellbook is better.
Yeah,
First Strike is
like, we're in a meta where there's 4 champions that can hard win you 2v2 lanes that all have crazy value outside of lane.
Yeah, it just
Like,
doesn't
mages
seem
can
like
hard win you a 2v2 lane,
Dude, Aries
but
way
so
better.
can
damage.
Karma,
Yeah,
Bard,
tempo is
Seraphine,
better,
and
guys.
Nico.
Poke the guy
So
with Q1,
just go one of
Q2,
those
you can
four,
get
you know?
value out of Aerie.
Yeah. Yeah, so the chat is saying Aerie, Phase Rush, Lethal Tempo.
Uh-oh.
They are
Oh,
all
okay.
better.
Yeah, this all seems better, but right now, things could
Good
not
little
be
play
worse for
from
Quid
Sentinels.
here in the mid lane.
Hambach
The
is
gank
doing
squad
stuff. He's
shows
around the
up.
map. He's
Hambach,
making stuff happen.
Huhi, and Darkwings working together to grab the second
Games
kill of the
4
game
mages.
for
None of
Sentinels.
those are
Both still
mages.
equal despite the one
In
kill
pro
lead
play, at
for
least.
the
None of those
Sentinels
play
side,
like
and
mages.
we'll see what they can try to build after this. As CoreJJ just takes a
Nico
ton
is
of
an
damage.
engaged champion.
Huhi goes for the wombo combo, but CoreJJ with a nice
Karma's
tidal
an
wave.
enchanter.
Remember that the tidal wave comes
Seraphine's
out
an
right behind
enchanter.
Nami, so it was able
And
to
Bard is
interrupt
Bard.
the crash down animation of Huhi, prevent that extra bit of CC that could have spelled CoreJJ's demise the entire time, though, as Core and LYON are distracted with this jungle invade. Rahel has been able to get the wave crashed into the tier 1 turret bottom lane, and hey, the Grubs are paying some.
Well, Sentinels is playing pretty well on the bottom side of the map, despite the gaping hole top side because of Guardian Aatrox.
Starting with killing Quid and then using that pressure to also win.
Hambach
so
is doing stuff. He's trying to make the magic happen.
Gives them a gold lead in this game thanks to
He's trying to redeem me. When I said that I thought that Hambach was going to be a good jungler in the LCS, he's trying to redeem me from my week 1 and week 2 embarrassment.
That was a really nice sequence.
And honestly, the only gold advantage for TL now is the top lane. You can see here your MasterCard power spike for Hambach as he secures the Sundered Sky on that jungle Pantheon. Sundered Sky also secured in the top lane for impact on that Aatrox, give him a little bit of extra snappy trading power and healing. And we are hitting those first spikes, excuse me, pretty much across the board for both sides. Hambach gonna go ahead, continue clearing through the jungle here. And Jat, I am yet to see either the Weaver's Wall or the Grand Starfall come in to make a big play for the side of Sentinels. But considering we've got the next Drake here in about 90 seconds, maybe some playmaking, some setup before that, like you mentioned back in Champ Select, right? Make the fight unfair before it's
I mean, the main issue for Sentinels is that I just don't see how their side lanes can play at all. I don't feel like they can play on either side lane, except for like maybe Pantheon can salvage it for them, like Pantheon Talia. They can like do stuff, but in isolation they lose both side lanes. And Pantheon Talia don't really have a target in fights. Like Ryze will get to a point where he's really tanky, so it's hard to blow all of your shit on him, and then
it's what you were talking
LYON
about
has mobility plus
where the last
disengage tools from the Nami.
Team Liquid, they all just focus him furiously. He's not being focused by the players this time. It's the rune that's really got it out for him. But as long as he can hold on, he's
Mbessa can try to 1 versus 2 in lane. Unironically, yeah, if Mbessa gets good items, she can probably 1v2 a Pantheon and a Guardian Aatrox. That's actually true.
Players in the league who were like 3 years old when Impact was a world.
Rahel can 1v9 fights with the Guardian Shield from Impact.
So now that he doesn't really have one, that's normal for him.
Surely.
He's played years without Keystone.
Yeah, Lethality Varus will pump crazy damage in the front-to-back team fight.
The ones that have only ever bared themselves in Mark Merrill's mind's eye. This man is a League of Legends force of nature. So we'll see what he can accomplish with that rune, as now we do have everybody kind of squaring off, a bit of a stare down around the second Drake.
CoreJJ's got to be really careful with no flash. That's why we had Quid right behind him in case they jumped on top of Core to try and return the damage. Nice little quick cheeky bot lane push by the Lucian.
Okay, Hambach trading a little bit.
Okay, that was an ugly Wukong combo. It's fine. Maybe it's good. Looks good for TL. Don't worry, the Guardian's gonna come and clutch here.
He flashes over the wall, just barely stays alive. But Sentinels have lost their jungler, they've lost their AD carry, they've lost
Impact could 1v9 if he physically fought all of TL's players. Maybe?
They're going to take this Drake, and they are going to take control of the game here in the bot side river.
Oh man, I'd say Jose played this fight incredibly well.
Yeah, we can fight then. We can fight here. Yeah, we can fight here. It just cannot TP. It just cannot TP. TPing. Fight here first. Yeah, fight here first. We come in. Going.
Oh, Morgan missed his ult. Didn't end up mattering, but it's all good.
Okay. I'm coming. Anyone?
No flash, Talia.
I will chase. Good job. Well played, guys. Good TP.
Always very hectic comms for Team Liquid, I will say. There's always Core JJ is incredibly loud in team fights, but sometimes that can be very beneficial. In that fight, to me, Jose, both with the engage, but then later on, managing to reach Rahel as Morgan had the flank TP, really gave Sentinels no way to play that fight, and the game's kind of been blown.
There's some players that should just consider retiring. Impact was literally the MVP in 2024.
As Sentinels try to defend the entryway into their jungle, it's Team Liquid looking to make this map smaller for their opponents, placing down control wards.
That MVP is not fraudulent. Tapeworm, I know that you continue to say over and over again that the Impact MVP was fraudulent, but in 2024, I genuinely wanted him to get it. I thought he deserved it. So I don't know what you're smoking, but I remember thinking that there was no other option and that it was a good choice.
The biggest of which is the nearly 2,000 gold individual lead for Morgan Zambessa here in the top lane. Weaver's wall coming in.
Whoa,
Sentinels want to try to make the play. Yon gets caught
Like,
out.
ignoring the fact that Yon just died on mid right when Herald spawned. Or not right when Herald spawned, but when Herald was up. Impact was the best lane swapping top laner in the entire world. Straight up.
Managed to sneak through a hole in
Maybe you could say second if you want to put Keen first.
Really
but
aggressively holding the river with 3, but then they realized there were 4, and everyone just had to back away. Now they're looking to make a play on Impact, though. Goodbye.
Yeah, Impact, he at least heals.
Oh.
Yeah, he gets himself the passive auto attack, which gives you a massive spike of healing, especially when it procs in the same auto as Sundered Sky.
That's really, really hot. I don't think it's that hot of a take, because TL was, for a very good portion of the year, for a very solid portion of the year, TL was the best lane swapping team in the world. And they would lose their games from handicap, but they were the best lane swapping team in the world for a while. And most of the brunt of the lane swap meta was on how well the top laners could play it.
Don't over-index on it.
I mean, weirdly enough,
so Impact deserved his MVP.
The game feels a bit
in my
weird in
opinion.
some cases. Once you've died once or twice, you're worth very little gold that decelerates quickly. The patch notes made it so your bounty decreases not quite as much as last patch, but I believe you still devalue very quickly. So the next kill on Impact is going to be like 170 gold. Had a thought.
Okay.
I wonder if
Haven't seen LCS this year, but guess levels kind of dropped without fly. Probably, but I think there's a chance that C9 could be good, actually.
So they generally count as champions for every other interaction.
Definitely had a step ahead in the meta, but they only got tested in BO3s or BO1s. They played an extremely close series against T1 and MSI. Like, people who only look at scoreboards may not know, because it was 1-3, but that series was, like, ridiculously close.
If I see Guardian Wukong in the future, I'll know that
So
TL
were scrapping with the best teams.
If Impact cannot get banned for taking it in a pro match, then I'm definitely not getting banned for playing Guardian Wukong.
All right, fair enough.
He didn't take it intentionally.
Is Lucian Nami that good, or is it overrated? I think Lucian Nami is that good. I don't think it's amazing here.
Guardian Wukong into ranked. All right, back into the game. We've got
I mean, I think it ended up becoming really good here because Huhi went rel, but if Huhi had gone a more aggressive support, I think that maybe Lucian Nami wouldn't have been as good, but generally I think Lucian Nami is pretty solid.
Drake is spawning in less than 60 seconds here too, as Huhi walks up, goes for the Shattering Strike onto Quid, who's not really concerned about what Sentinels has to bring to bear against him. He's going to go ahead and take his recall. This will be Soul Point if Team Liquid grabs it, and going back to what you were talking about earlier, Sentinels looking good in week 2 with Dragon Control. Obviously, they have not been able to execute on that here in Game 1.
For sure, and then also a little bit large.
Yon's build is so yucky. Yeah, I don't like the Collector. I do like the Rapid Fire. I've been on record saying that I believe that Lucian is like the only champion in the game that I ever want to see Rapid Fire second on.
As Jose is looking for some damage, but specifically Yon and Morgan haven't been able to be as involved in the game.
But like Stormrazor RFC or Essence Reaver RFC, I think are both better builds.
With 1 kill participation of 5 so far.
Because it indexes more into that specific style. I also think that Yon is the wrong runes, by the way. Now that I'm looking more at his Lucian setup, you don't go press the attack with Nami. You go first strike with Nami. You go press the attack with every other support. Well, maybe you go first strike with Milio? I don't know, but every other support that's not Nami or maybe Milio, you go press the attack, but with those two, you go first strike.
So Herald's going to be summoned up in mid lane by Rahel. It gets the charge into the tier 1, but they critically won't even get the full structure by the time.
So yeah, first strike, Stormrazor, RFC, or
yeah, nice TP there by Morgan to hold the turret.
First strike, Essence Reaver, RFC.
Sentinels to not contest that Drake.
Those are the two builds that I think you can go. Or you can do the Masu build, and you can rush Kraken Slayer. Would unironically not be terrible either, but Collector first feels odd to me.
Really cheeky play there by Morgan, but Impact is able to sidestep the ultimate and get
PTA with Milio? Okay. Well, then it's only Nami you go first strike.
Sentinels just needs to get as close in gold as possible before the eventual.
I'll trust comp on that.
A puncher's chance in this game.
All right, so top left is a doomsday clock for Sentinels right now, counting down from 4.5 minutes or so. They've got to be ready. They've got to be.
Wonder what happened to Danny.
Despite the fact that we did get to see the one really.
We don't want to talk about what happened to Danny.
Back in the mid lane a few minutes ago, I still feel like I haven't been seeing enough of the Pantheon Talia macro playmaking to really want these picks on your team for this to be what
Danny?
In the game one.
Danny was supposed to be the future of the LCS. That's who.
One of the reason you could see the life leave Impact's eyes when they told him.
Imagine, okay, actually I can explain who Danny is. Imagine Kalist, but better in every conceivable way.
Mid laners like Twisted Fate, Galio, Talia.
But his career was cut short because he was abused by his org.
When you have volatile topsides, because they're already going to be trading, and it's the mid lane that actually gets to decide that matchup. But against an Eclipse, Grasp, Ambessa, and a Guardian Aatrox, even if you send a Talia or Pantheon up there, you might still be losing. So
Kalist, but better? Hell yeah. 100%. He has the exact same playstyle as Kalist. He has the same strengths, the same weaknesses, but he is just a better player.
Rahel's also out of the picture, and Team Liquid continues pressing forward. They've got themselves a 4v2. The fight is already won. It's just how much are they gonna win? And it's
Danny or Prince? Fuck, I'm taking Danny. Listen, I am taking Danny over Prince.
Trying to face check into the Tribe Rush.
Yeah, Team Liquid's going to be getting Baron during this replay. There's no way they can stop it. And again, it's Jose who actually pulls off the nice engage. I'd say LYON does keep getting focused in these fights. He's probably not super thrilled, but everyone else on the team is able to capitalize on the team.
Prince had 1 year where he was insane. Hey, let's be honest. He had like 1.2 years where he was insane.
Yeah, it's tough, man. Having the runes show up like
he was really good on Live Sandbox, and then he was really good for like a month or two in LCS, and then after that he was terrible.
Once in each team fight, and that's it.
Oh, we got to get rid of the Baron power play. 441 damage.
Okay.
Decent.
All right, sure. That tells me it's actually procced more than twice. Yeah, probably 3, maybe 4. Not 100% sure, but obviously not the same efficacy as something like a Conqueror or a Grasp of the
And then he went to the LPL, and he was so bad that he got replaced by Docdom.
Dragon control for the side of Team Liquid. Like we mentioned earlier, the clock is ticking down. You've got to have the map in the best possible state.
Did you see Speaker role swap? Yeah, he's a support now, right?
Good map state. Morgan's diving into all 3 players here on Sentinels. The follow-up from Jose, Core, and LYON as they all pile in.
Well, this game is turbo over. Docdom was good there. He was, but he wasn't supposed to be. Like, FPX Docdom was really good, but when at the time that they signed Docdom, people thought Docdom was bad. Because he had just come off of some suboptimal years in the LCK.
I don't think that's going to be the end of the game yet, just because the minion waves haven't arrived. But Team Liquid did a great job there playing fast. They kind of jumped ahead of the waves. So Sentinels was almost waiting to defend the turrets when the waves arrived. But Team Liquid was so fast in setting up that play, they killed everyone, and only now are the waves actually getting to the turret. So
I would love to see the stats on Impact's Guardian. Has he popped it a single time, do you think?
Game pretty unwinnable for Sentinels, but we're gonna have to wait until at least the next big team fight.
All right, tier 2 in that.
Now who's the future of ADC and LCS? Fucking nobody.
Oh, it does survive. Look at that, just barely hanging on. The one in mid lane also about.
Like, you can say Sajed if you want, but it's not the same. Like, Sajed, Masu, LYON, these players are not the same as Danny was. They just aren't. Like, you could argue that LYON is a better player right now than Danny was, but LYON does not have the potential that Danny had.
Probably not.
There's no Western ADC who has the potential that Danny had.
This year, with Baron only.
I think you're hyping Danny just a little. No, I'm not.
You do hear a lot of teams talk
Listen,
about how
I don't think Danny was the best ADC even when he played, because he had issues. But his issues were easily fixable issues.
2 Barons in this game as well. It's only 3 minutes until
And the
next
strengths
one.
that he had were
Team
like
Liquid's
innate
total
strengths
neutral.
that
Yep, and there's your Chem
like
Tech Soul.
only goats have.
Utterly uncontested by Sentinels. They know that they don't have a chance of fighting a 10,000 gold lead TL at a neutral objective, so instead they're just going to take, and this is another one of those handshakes where you feel really bad about it there with the top lane. You're handshaking Dragon Soul for a tier 1 turret with an objective bounty slapped onto it up in top lane.
Specifically, he was
So
bad
doesn't
at
feel great. It's a gold
2v2
lead back down
laning.
to four- no,
Well, bad as it
down
is
to
like maybe
5
a
digits here for Team Liquid, as Quid's gonna make sure
maybe
he
like an
builds even
exaggeration,
further,
but he
secures
was
the
not
last
he
hit
was
on
not
the
a good
bottom lane
2v2
tier
laner.
2, and TL is keeping the pressure on.
But he
They
was
really are.
like a
Jose has had a
generationally
great
phenomenal
game
team fighter.
100%.
Notwithstanding the top lane. The top lane has a bit to do with this game, and it did stop the way that Sentinels could really create
Which is why I
action.
compare him to
But Team
Kalist,
Liquid
because
still
I
did
view
a great
Kalist
job
as the same way.
themselves creating action through
Kalist's weakness
mid
is his
bot
2v2 lane phase,
in
but
controlling
his
these
strength is his
Drakes.
team fighting.
If you wanted to really ego on them,
Yeah.
Morgan takes Guardian in game 2.
Oh!
If you really want to
that
ego
is
on Impact,
diabolical.
I highly doubt it'll happen. But depending, like,
How long
if
till
you're
LCS
Impact
realizes
right
the
now,
CB
I
low
think
is more
your
talent
best
than NA?
chance is trying to
Well,
fake
I will
it.
say
would
this.
the only
I think that
reason
the
they
CB
won is
Lulz
because of
80
the
carry
room,
pool
that you would have won the matchup anyway,
is more
because,
impressive
you
than
know,
the LCS's 80 carry pool.
not a big enough
I
FC
would be
have
down to
Keystone.
say that.
Make Morgan
And I think
do it
that
too.
has been
I say
true
even the
on
field.
and off
I
over the
feel
course
like
of the last like 3-4
we are
years.
considering baiting the enemies into taking
But
a
the CB
route
LoL
that
has other
literally
issues.
does
Like the
nothing
CB
as
LoL
part of our
has
win con. Our win cons have been severely
jungle talent
compromised.
issues. They have top lane talent issues.
That's the thing. It's not a completely unrealistic ask.
And you could even say they have support issues as well. Like they have decent supports, but I think that the only roles that CB LoL has where you could say that like their domestic talent is better than NA's domestic talent would be AD carry and then like maybe mid.
Already down, Jose just into the back line yet again, going after Rahel. Jose Diodo very low, but he does get another Sundered Sky proc to keep him alive. Jose walks away from it, but Impact finally gets the kill. The Aatrox awarded with 1,000 gold shutdown, but it's only Darkwings and Impact still alive as LYON continues to get all those blessings from Core JJ. The bullets
Masu Loki
slow
looks
you
better
down
with
as
Cryo.
he shoots
Yeah,
you
Masu's
with
role
a
on that
run.
FlyQuest team was to
Team
play
Liquid
very
continue their push
independently.
towards the Nexus turrets. It is a 2v4 right now as Sentinels will scramble, but it ain't gonna matter. Darkwings is already down. Impact will be the next.
But like
to
if I was
die
building a
as John
team
and Morgan go forward, double kill for the Lucian.
from scratch,
And now
I would
as
rather
the
have
Lions arrive
Dudu
towards
over
the Nexus
Masu,
turrets,
for
Lilial,
example.
she wrote 18-5. Team Liquid commanding their leads, particularly through Morgan, particularly through the plays of Jose Diodo throughout this game. Hambach's gonna die again. Team Liquid just wants to pad the stats a little bit. Who he
Gonna love
retreats
Zyno
back
playing
into the
solo
fountain,
carried
and
Loud today. Yeah, didn't Loud
takes
2-0
game one.
VKS, is what I heard.
At the end of that game, 19 kills to 5, Dragon Soul secured, and the Lounge did predict.
Let's see what's happening on
another 2-0s.
YouTube. Will you
Did they
marry me?
factor in the Guardian is the real question.
And I think I agree with what you were saying all
Maybe.
game long. Jose Diodo's playmaking.
Didn't he get replaced by
was
Starry
the
or something?
big moment for me in
Oh wait, yeah,
so
Prince.
many
Sorry,
of
Prince
these
wasn't on
fights.
FPX. He was on WE, wasn't he?
Chat, who is
Yeah.
yours? Lounge. Who
Yeah,
is
not
yours?
FPX. Sorry, they're both red teams.
It may be Impact. And by the way,
So I got them mixed up because they're both mediocre red teams. What can you do?
Did I factor in Guardian? You might be surprised I did.
You did!
Maybe
You predicted
I
it!
picked Guardian for him.
Oh, I don't think you should admit to that live on broadcast,
Yeah,
Brad. I think that comes
Impact
into...
is then
the
gonna
plan
come in.
was-
Let's remember Rahel was for one LEC split the best ADC there. It was more than one split. Rahel and Luon were
Make the case that this
like
updated
a
not
top tier
losing the
LEC
game
bot lane for
because
longer than one split.
Guardian Aatrox.
Impact probably believes that.
Yeah. Yeah, tell that to Impact.
I do
Is
think
Morgan
it's
doing good in
appropriate,
LCS?
but
Morgan's
also
doing
we
fine in
saw
LCS,
exactly
yeah.
what you and I broke down
Yeah.
going into this game, right? Where, especially when it comes to mid
Here,
jungle,
let's see if
I
there's.
would have loved, even though Sentinels did get a few punches in, right? Like they had that mid lane gank onto Quid that was around 11 minutes that I
Yeah.
thought was good. We didn't see a lot of
All right, well,
playmaking
there
from
isn't like a
the
Danny
lead
highlights
combos
video,
that they
but
kind of picked.
I can pull up like some of the I can pull up some of his plays for people who weren't around at the time. This is probably the one that he's most famous for, but the other one is the one that I think is significantly more impressive. So this is the one that he's famous for.
2v5 is possible. I mean, you're not going to start the Baron, but you might get a team fight. He's going to shoot. You're kidding me. Centaurus fights early. Kill number 1. Here comes kill number 2. Danny's in for number 3. For 4. The king of Pentakill. Oh my God, you got
Okay, so that's the one that like he's the most known for. Which, to be fair, I actually remember watching this live.
And he's on his way. There's so many low health members, but Team Liquid.
And in this exact moment, I actually thought Danny was going to get a pentakill. Like, I actually was expecting Danny to penta here. It's still cool that he did, but like, I saw this play happening before it happened, so...
2v5 is possible. I mean, you're not going to start the Baron, but you might get a team fight. He's going to shoot. You're kidding me! Centaurus fights early.
But yeah, steal the Baron, pentakill. Dodges literally everything, pretty cool. In a literal 2v5, so like, yeah, it's cool. This is the play that I think is like really, really impressive. So let's see when this one starts. I don't know if this covers the full play.
Might die. It's EG forced to run. No, a damage done to Abadaga. Nearly kills him off. Contract's gonna be low. Gonna be dropped 1 for nothing. Push back now. No one's left alive. They've got
no, this isn't even the full play. This isn't the full play. Here, let me just pull up the game. EG versus 100 Thieves, game 4. What year was this? 2021. Dudu is the new Danny. Unironically, maybe.
So drops about a third off of impact. He's circling
But yeah, okay.
around on
Look at the game state, by the way. 100 Thieves is like hard winning the game.
around. He's very willing to go.
Just gonna
for
point
it.
that
He's
out.
circling around
3 Drakes, like 7k gold lead.
on Evo Geniuses as they have Dazuke coming teleport channeled as well for impact.
Dudu is the new Uzi. All right, come on. IU is the new Uzi. Dudu is the new ruler. Let's get it straight here.
Front line is here. Not going to find the barrel though. Impact is full health. Of course, has the ulti, has an abyssal mask for the.
But yeah, just watch this
15%
Danny
damage.
sequence. It's disgusting.
His team if he finds the stun. Hook right onto the Ornn little tiny tower there. Okay, here's the knockup, but only on a Huhi. Is that a good enough fight? Oh, he's almost deleted. Nearly down. Pops the shield. GPO buys a lot of space, and that means EG gonna walk back. Rocket Jump buys a bit of space, but still has to burn the stopwatch. Good barrel damage. The front line might die. It's EG forced to run. No, a damage done to Abadaga. Nearly kills him off. Contract's gonna be low. Gonna be dropped 1 for nothing. Push back now. No one's left alive. They've got to run. They've got to run. No, Danny steps up, and Danny shuts down 1. Mid laner is dead though, and it's gonna be another kill in. Danny is doing it all. Danny shuts down FBI. The rookie of the year puts his team on his back, but he's 1 versus 2. Someday in Abadaga can only watch him knock down the wave as they can't push the base without minions, and Danny single-handedly keeps EG in the upper bracket. It's Danny versus the world. It's Danny versus the 100 Thieves, and Danny's gonna get 1. Danny could get 2. Holy
Like,
God, he's so
fucking...
damn good.
Oh my god. Like, it's so disgusting. Like, he gets a double buffer on the Nautilus here, so watch the Nautilus. So he buffers the hook, and then Zonya's the ult. That's like, okay, already that's insane. Buffer hook, Zonya's the ult. So he like perfectly disengaged Nautilus's combo. Then his team is like giga behind, so they're just losing the team fight anyway, right? Then he gets the kill on Viego, immediately flashes the hook. Then watch his jumps in his auto attacks here. Ready? So he's rooted, auto attacks, short jump, so that way he can damage and slow FBI. 1 auto on the barrel, so that way someday can't proc it. Auto attacks the barrel. So that's disgusting also. Then he has the presence of mind to catch the wave. Lifesteal off the wave, make sure that they can't do anything. Then we have sidestep into the turret to dodge the barrel. Then W into the bush. Then he farsights the bush preemptively, just in case he feels like he's going to be in a situation where he has to backstep, where the enemy team's chasing him. He farsights the bush. Then he spaces out the Everfrost. And then, just, I mean, it's... Like, what the fuck, man? Like, I'm telling you, I'm not overhyping him. He was fucking special. He was a special player. And I don't blame Danny's mental at all. I 100% blame evil geniuses. So, yeah. All right, let me run ads. Why did he only play 3 years? He was mentally abused by his org. That's why. How? I mean, there's a bunch of videos about it. There's a lot of videos out on the whole entire controversy. Oh, let's hear the comms. Just kidding, there's no comms, it's just background music. Nice. How long have you been a LoL esports fan? The first time I watched was 2016, but the first time I ever like genuinely got invested in a team was in 2017. Is LCS just LCK dumping grounds now? You say now, but it's low-key been like that for the last like
Hello
10
guys,
years.
I'm Jose Dedo, jungler for Team Liquid, and I'm gonna show you some tips for the jungle this new season.
2017 World's underrated as
Since
fuck,
there
games
is
were
some new
tense.
champions in the jungle,
In
but I think
2017,
Malphite
the
is a
team
very
that I was
interesting one
a
because
super
he's a
fan of
jungler.
was GAM.
You can do a fast ulti if you ult
Oh
near the
wait,
wall.
yeah, Jose's about to show my favorite Malphite mechanic, by the way, the fast ult. If you ult halfway through a wall, he'll pop out on the other side
So
instantly.
you can do like a super fast
I
ulti
have a video about this. I posted a video
If you're
about this
in a-
combo.
that you can ult the big walls, but if it is a small wall, you can do like a super fast ulti. And the more range you like cut in, the faster it will be. So like this one is faster because you can ult like on the edges of the walls. So
He's not even
almost
doing
blind
it that
people and
fast.
they're not paying
He's
attention, and you just like a fast
you can do
rock
it even faster.
in their face. So it's a
Like
good way to kill
do I have a
noobs,
clip of it still lying around?
That's my favorite advice for when you're trying to climb in solo queue. The good way to kill noobs.
Yeah.
Because I never played pro, but I liked playing solo queue. And one of the best ladder techniques was always find the guy
Or
with
no,
the
it's a
most
YouTube video. I
vulnerable
posted it on
mental
YouTube.
and spam
Let me
gank,
see.
ulti on CD. And if you can do a hyper fast Malphite ulti to make that happen, hey, why not? Jose Deodo with some good advice.
Where is it? It's like Micro Madhouse Malphite or something like that. Here's why enemy Wukong does more damage. Yeah, we have the Micro Madhouse series. Who cares about draft? Nobody cares about draft, right? We have Micro Madhouse series. I had a Wukong video and a Malphite video.
Oh, actually, you know what? You're not ready for this shit. Everyone on stream, you better take notes. You're unironically going to learn a Malphite mechanic today. Actually. The champion that quote-unquote has no mechanics, you're about to learn a Malphite mechanic. Alright, here is your Malphite fun fact. So, my ult range goes this far, right? If I just press R, then I'll ult, right?
Ancient stream overlay,
Keep
yeah.
track of how quickly it takes me to ult from one side to the other. Now I'm gonna ult in the middle of the rock this time.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Like, do you see how fast that is? Like, that's crazy, no? Like, look at that ult. This is not sped up. That's just how fast the ult is. Bam. 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 Like, it's a funny mechanic. We like it. Oh, you know what else, though? Okay, well, we're in draft. We'll watch draft. But the other Micro Madhouse video I made on Wukong, that video, some pro players could still watch that today and find value out of it. I made that video like 2 years ago when Wukong started becoming meta, and I was pissed off that all the pro players couldn't do their Wukong combo correctly, so I made a video on it.
Teams. Yep. They're going to be in bracket stage as well. No matter We're going to have 3 1 and 2 teams. The best team of those 3, based on the tiebreaker rules, will also go through automatically. The other 1 and 2 teams will be playing a best-of-1 tiebreaker at the end of show tomorrow. Exactly.
Yeah, I'll pull up the video. I'll show it next time we get a chance.
And then obviously the 0-3 team is out.
Yeah, tomorrow we've got a really exciting schedule because it's the 0-2 teams playing in the elimination match for 0-3. Yeah. It's the 2-0 teams playing in the 3-0 match for who gets to be the first seed, like who's the best team in Swiss, and then it's the BO1 to determine the secondary elimination. So
are you going to co-stream first stand? I can't say.
Here today to see how that's going to shake out. So getting into the second game here,
who knows?
Have elected for first pick, and Team Liquid has chosen the blue side. TL banning out Cassante, Nocturne, and Rumble, so 2 out of
18 Swiss is giga lame. I don't mind it. Best of 3 Swiss. It's like a decent format. It would be fun to see Poro streaming a Los game live. That would be fun. Unfortunately, I can't.
To go with for the first pick, the Azir being up. I just feel like this champion is mid lane. He kind of fits
unless they
yeah, no. Like Orianna, where he can just fit into any comp and it'll have presence and pressure.
Alright, Azir first pick. This is all pretty normal. What's the trade-off, though? Because Rumble's banned and Jason Varus are out, so I'm not seeing what pick you can go that's, like, equivalent to Azir that makes this worth it. Are we going, like, Orianna Nocturne or something?
Orianna up, you're probably picking one of the 2. It's a little bit interesting because Team Liquid banned the
Renekton. What is this meta? What?
Wave combo is going to be nerfed, but Morgan,
TL? Hello?
Is up, picks Renekton.
Nocturne is banned. Okay, well, you go Orianna anyway.
Yeah, the Renekton's locked in here with the Cassante already banned away during this first phase.
Or you can go like a Yone comp or an Akali comp. What is the Renekton? Renekton Jarvan. Yeah, that's not worth it to trade for Azir.
To have here as Jarvan is selected here for the jungle for Team Liquid.
I really like it. I mentioned how most
what can Sentinels go here? So Sentinels could play Kennen and a tankier AD jungler. Like if they, yeah, Xin Zhao is fine.
They don't have to do it immediately, so instead they just power pick their
or you can handshake Sion. I guess Impact's not really a Kennen player.
Give Jose Jarvan, which
yeah, whatever. All right. Well, it's all good. I wonder if Impact could have played Gnar. Like, it's not as much of a counter, but like I feel like you can just go like Xin Zhao Kennen, and you'd be pretty happy.
Big presence in the team fight, but
like maybe you don't want to play Kennen into Jarvan, so you could go like you could also go like Xin Zhao Aurora. You go Aurora top if you wanted. That's also a hard counter.
To sit in his side lane and take plates and be the split pusher hero. He's the guy
but like blind Renekton is kind of crazy to me.
Elsewhere, and having an ultimate like Sion lets you do that more frequently and more effectively. Third pick of the draft here for Sentinels is the Nico.
And if Impact does well in lane, he can also start not having threat on.
But like you could go a higher damage top laner because you can always pick like an engage support and Jhin or something and then just like hover topside more. And you don't really care about Jin's lack of damage because you have an Azir. Is this Morgan just calling Impact old? There is a chance, yeah. That could be it. They just say blind Renekton Impact can't play the counters. That's reasonable.
Like as fun as it would be to beat him with Guardian in the second game.
Wait, Aurora's banned. Yeah, Aurora's banned, Gwen is banned.
The Sion,
you just never have any chance to kill him ever for any reason, right? Yeah. Like it's just not.
So the only counter is Kennen.
Exactly what you were predicting here for
like the only like hard counter is Kennen. You could soft counter with Gnar, but Gnar is more of like a skill matchup.
Can do anything useful with it after they already have Azir, so TL will be
and not really worth picking like super early. I don't think.
The bans start coming in, and with those bans surfacing,
because then you could give over like a Silas angle or something. So Quinn, ah yes, Impact will play Quinn.
Still have the 80 carry left to be selected for both teams.
And we will not lose the entire game.
Look at Core JJ's Bard.
I like it with
does Dusk and Dawn double proc ally Sejuani E? I don't know what you mean by ally Sejuani E, but Dusk and Dawn does give Sejuani instant passive.
But if they pick Nico early And
if
then
you
Ben
W
out the
auto
other
attack
supports
somebody,
often match Nico like
you
Barnes,
instantly
and
stag your
potentially
passive.
Even Alistair, then they would put Team Liquid in hopefully a disadvantageous spot with support.
And like you said at the
Or are
end,
you
like,
asking, like,
bright
if you have a
spot for
Sejuani
Sentinels in
and
game
she
number
auto
one,
attacks
didn't
somebody,
have a lot of
and
the
then you have
pop-up
Dusk and
pressure
Dawn,
for the
and then you
first
cast a
blood in the
spell
bottom
and you
lane.
auto attack, will
Clearly
it apply
they
2
want to
stacks
try
of
to
her
play through
passive?
bot. They
Maybe?
want to try to help these guys.
I don't know. I've never
Zinchao
seen that interaction
banned out
before.
here by Team
So I
Liquid.
wouldn't know.
That was one that we saw Hambach hover and draft both last game and in this game, I believe. So with that one taken off the table, that is going to reduce some of your early pressure. And there's the Nautilus ban from Sentinels.
So Core JJ down 1.
You still
engage
sleep deprived?
support,
Not right now,
but-
no.
So Alistair doesn't
I will be
necessarily
sleep
feel
deprived
I
if
see a lot of
you
people play
wait
Alistair into Nico because it won't get
6
burst
hours
later, and it can
or
also
7
reject
hours,
a lot of
or no,
pushes.
8 hours.
We'll see what Team Liquid decide to go with though, because they don't
Because
necessarily need to draft
LCS
certain
will happen,
combinations
and then
of
after
Core
LCS
non,
finishes, I'm gonna
but
go
it's
to
really
bed, and then
confident
after I go to
any
bed,
lane
I will
combo
wake
they
up
go
for LCP a few hours later, and I will be
Ron
sleep
loves to
deprived
do
for
a
all
lot
of
of different
LCP,
covers. I feel like there's so
and then
many
I will
different
go to
directions they
sleep
can go
after
here.
LCP, and then I will
Potentially
wake
Ezreal's a
up
little dangerous 'cause
with
they
only a
are
few hours
against
of
the
sleep for
Sion,
Prime
and
League, and I'll be
Orianna,
sleep deprived for Prime League.
Ezreal doesn't have a huge amount of sustain
And then
damage,
after
but it
Prime
does
League,
give
it's
them really good
LCS, and I'll be
range,
sleep
and it's
deprived for
good
that.
into
So
Nico.
just wait, just be
Let's
patient.
see how Sentinels want
And I will
to
be sleep
respond here.
deprived.
I need not just the AD carry, but the
Alternatively,
jungler right next to it. You know you're going up against Jose Dioto on the Jarvan.
I can
You know
skip
he's
the
going
second
to be
series of
looking
LCP
for
today,
some
which I'm
playmaking
probably
on
going to
that one.
do.
You know
Like, I'm
he's
probably
going to
only
be
going to watch one series of
already kind
LCP,
of
and then I'll
locked
just go
in
to
from
sleep.
The performance last game with all those great engages on the Wukong Jarvan.
So what you're
Gonna have a
saying is
similar
we want
threat in
two
this one, so
2-0s.
I
Yeah,
want
we
to see
always
what
want
Hambach can
two
respond with.
2-0s
We are going to get the Kai'Sa
if we care about my
here from the
sleep,
Sentinel side. So you've got Nico,
but
Kai'Sa, Azir, like even your carries are
if the series is a
happy to
banger, I'm
jump
still
into
down
the
for it to
fights
go the full
things like
distance,
the
you know?
Emperor's Divide, use the killer instinct. This feels very aggressive from Sentinels.
Yeah, I feel like last game they didn't feel like they could do much.
Like, I would be down,
So
like
they're
tomorrow, for example, I would be
stacking
down
engaged
for
tools here,
FlyQuest
and a
versus
late pick
C9
buy
to
as
go to
well.
3 games
So
somehow. I
this
think the
is
C9
classic
should
comp. If
2-0, but
Kai'Sa
like, I would
could
be
get
down, you know?
going, then Rahel would be in for a very strong game. But that's
Why did
what
we just
Team
pick
Liquid
Kai'Sa,
are
Nico,
trying
into
to
Ezreal
stop from
Karma?
happening.
This cannot be
Just
real, right?
picking really strong lanes, right? I feel like that's been the name of the game for a lot of these Team Liquid drafts early in the season. They pick for matchup, and they try
Once
to
again, I
match
don't
up.
really like TL's draft prios, but I like their comp more when the dust settles. So,
as long as they're landing Mystic
yeah,
Shots,
nice.
Inner Flames, your
Good job,
health bar is
TL.
constantly going
Drafting
to be taxed,
goats.
constantly under pressure for a shorter range marksman like Kai'Sa who wants to get in.
We need
finally
SOFM
get the
3
range
kills,
scrap
70
up
minutes.
close. Once you're low on health, that
Brother, you think
becomes seriously
SOFM
dangerous, seriously
is
quick.
playing
So we'll see
today?
how well Yon and Core can dial in that
Or
accuracy.
tomorrow, technically?
And
You
this is
think
really
SOFM
interesting
is
early
playing?
season draft trends
Hell
I've
no.
seen from Team Liquid with Core JJ.
Brother is
this
benched for the
series
rest of the
so
year.
far playing Nami
Is
and
it back to
Armor.
Guri? I have
And
no
he's
idea.
played a lot of Nami
But
and
I
a
would
lot
be
of range
shocked
support
if
because
SOFM plays
historically,
again after
Team Liquid has
what he
struggled
did.
when Core JJ isn't on a hard engaged
Earlier
champ,
this week.
because a lot of times they become reliant on his ability to find fights. But this speaks to the trust that they have in Jose Dioto, who played great last game on Wukong, is primary engaged once again on the Jarvan, and if they can continue to make this work with Jose actually being the one to primarily engage, it changes the dynamic of playing against Team Liquid.
And I do want to bring up, because I feel like we always have to add this asterisk onto these conversations, because we've had this convo about Core JJ
Fell asleep
a
10
lot
minutes
of
into the
times in
game one of
past.
SOFM.
It's not that Core
You
is
should have
bad
watched my
at
co-stream of
Enchantress,
it.
not by any means.
Correct.
Remember that when Core JJ became
We
a world
were
champion,
popping off
2017,
the
that
entire
was already
time.
Sensor meta, which is like the strongest that enchanters have ever been in the history of God.
Yeah.
Like that.
Also, no,
was
SOFM
the
never
enchanter
retired.
Meta, right?
He has
And so
been
Core JJ
unretired
is
the
not
entire
bad
time.
at
He's just
enchanters.
coin
It
flipped
feels
back
like
and forth between
traditionally
being a coach and a
he's
player.
the one, like you mentioned last game when we heard the comms from TL. Even if
But
he
I
was
don't think he
being
ever
hectic,
officially
he's a very
retired
loud
at
voice,
any
he's
point.
a powerful voice. He's not afraid to speak up.
Is he playing
So
bad?
when you have your big
He,
engager
yeah.
on someone who's also a
Yeah, he
shot
was
caller and a
bad
communicator,
against Secret
it
Whales.
feels more likely that you'll have success as
Yes.
a team in those
But go to
moments.
pause,
But having
baby.
a backup, like you're saying, with Jose Dioto, having somebody else you can trust to do that, that's just
What if you
nothing but an
fall
extra tool in
asleep
your
on a
team.
game?
For
Then I'll
sure,
miss the
and
game.
especially with the way that it
And
looks
it
like
is what it
Yon and
is.
Core want to play, where they're just trying to dominate every single laning phase. That's going to be range supports.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, hold on.
almost
As long as we're in a pause, let's look at the SOFM gameplay real quick. See what we got going on here.
Trường sinh. Trong khi đó thì
Not run a...
Just watch SOFM clears camps.
If SOFM wins this game, he will go to first stand. Oh yeah, that's the other thing, is Vikings have to win one series at some point. They have this series, and then they have another series against...
Was he a good coach? Yeah,
Ground
SOFM's
Zero.
pretty good at drafting, I would say.
And they have to win one of those series, or they're not qualifying to playoff. Ground Zero and Vikings both need to pick up a third win.
Alright,
One of them
watch
don't pick up a
SOFM,
third
he's
win,
the
they're not
Nocturne.
making it.
So basically, SOFM has to lock in. SOFM, why are you recalling right in front of the Scuttle Crab? SOFM! Oh! He's washed. So he goes to the Scuttle Crab, recalls right in front of it, and then runs out to his Raptors and sits there for 10 seconds. And then Xin Zhao is just sitting there. He's like, what the fuck is going on? Xin Zhao cannot believe his mind right now. Xin Zhao is like in shambles. He cannot believe that Nocturne just appeared in front of his face with 24 farm.
Do you think the team wants?
And so he takes a moment to recollect. And then he's like, oh, I could just double scuttle him.
He knows something.
And SOFM just double scuttles himself. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Have you ever seen a jungler in Tier 1 Pro Play double scuttle himself intentionally? That's crazy. That's fine. It's fine. Oh, and then he also had the game losing play. Wait. I can pull up the game losing play also. Just to really nail in how good SOFM is. Do you think here, at the smite. When very benefit of going in CFO, I think are the top 3, right? Yeah, and by pumping damage, I mean he's doing literally negative damage. Oh yeah, he had 2 funny plays. Yeah, look at this.
We scale, true.
Look at SOFM's damage in this fight.
It's a completely ill Baron start, by the way. There's no way this can be good. Volibear has.
Oh yeah. Just watch this entire sequence.
Gameplay I've ever seen in my life. My God, walk and get Drake. Yeah. I take it back. This is the best jungle gameplay I've ever seen in my life.
Just watch the sequence.
This is a completely ill Baron start, by the way. There's no way this can be good. Volibear has teleport. Volibear has teleport. We have no Nocturnal. I'm not so sure about this. Let's see it. I really think they should pull off of this. Alright, thank you. Wait, but Secret Whales can take it over. Ah, man. Vikings.
Nah, whatever. Alright, so they lose the entire game there. And then he has another funny ult where he... Oh, yeah. And then we come out of the replay, and then this is happening, right?
Damage into the Xin Zhao.
Was healing. Yeah, so, and then we get out of the replay, and he's just here.
Absolutely pumping damage into the Xin Zhao. And by pumping damage, I mean he's doing literally negative damage. He was doing less damage than Xin Zhao's passive was healing him.
Wait, SOFM, what are we doing? How did we get here? The LCS game started? Alright, no. I gotta speedrun this. You guys gotta see what he did. You have to see what he did. Look at the final play of the game. This is unbelievable. Look at the final play of this game. Ready?
Right, lock in.
Ready?
How did SOFM get into the red buff pit where they lost the entire game?
What the fuck are you doing, bro? Hello? Sir? Sir? No, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's a team gap. His team didn't follow up on the play. Then they lost the entire game off of that.
And you burst hard.
Yeah, accelerated shock blast is the same thing as...
all good.
And drag. Don't forget the second part of the combo.
All right, well, since Jose Diodo will not be enlightening us with any of these new age Jarvan builds today, he will be on the standard stuff, starting on the top side of the map, and you'll see in the mirror there, Hambach doing the same thing, as right now, LYON and Core are doing the exact...
Trust me, this Kai'Sa Nico lane will be playable.
You use your
Trust
range,
me.
you use your pressure early, and you just make these guys...
They will not go down 1k gold in lane phase. They
I
won't.
want to see if they do exactly what they did last game.
You should believe me.
Last game, they pushed up really hard, they used their wards in lane to control the bush, and then they got almost cheese ganked by Hambach, which gave Hambach a kill and didn't really hurt their lane. So I feel like they're not They're saying that was actually completely fine. We don't care if you gank us and get a kill, because they're not warding currently. Core does have a trinket. He may go and use
The lane has Nico.
soon.
Nico is
This
not
would be the
fucking
time
saving
that
this lane.
Hawk would do
Nico
it
is not
to
doing
Nico
shit
do.
in this lane.
But for the most part, this is what we saw from draft. Team Liquid said they're just going to try and push every wave, and you just have to pick the lane that you decide to gank.
Okay, let's see what they've got. I mean, LYON is Ezreal. You've got Flash built into the kit. Core JJ on Karma also has his tether and his shield for the extra evasiveness. Aggressive tether here, and who he absorbs
playable.
a lot of the damage there for Rahel, but absorbing it means it's still landing on somebody, and this Kai'Sa and Nico are struggling to find legs to stand
Don't
on.
worry, guys.
Here in the
Early
bottom
game
lane,
Vi will
2v2,
salvage this
you can see
lane.
the clone walked into the
On
bush
my
there.
soul,
DSG,
this lane is
Uncharted
playable.
moving through the bottom side river of Jose Dioto, so as long as they were paying attention, they got that brief flash of vision there. Hombach is going to take the top side crab because he knows bottom side crab is not contestable when your bottom lane
On
is
God, this lane is
Look at
playable
what
for
they're doing
Sentinels,
now.
trust me.
Jose, instead of recalling, is just helping to zone Rahel and Huhi off that wave. Really good ward, though, that is going to be able to interrupt this recall if they want. Core blocks it for him.
Perfect.
See, I love it when the support gives back to the jungler, because that could have completely ruined
If I
his
didn't path
tempo
bot, what is she gonna do?
as he was helping the bot lane.
Genuine
make that
question. If
move.
I pass bot, what
Core
is she
managed to
doing
save it
here?
with the nice
What
block on the
what will
Kai'Sa
she
W.
do?
Now he's right back for his Grand Prix spawn. Great.
Do you want her
first
to
3.5 minutes
sit there and
of
stare at them?
Yeah, you love to see it. We mentioned how last game the plate count was very low overall for both
Cover the
teams.
dive? She can't.
They've already got the first
She's
plate
Vi.
taken now
She's
by
pre
Team
6
Liquid in
Vi.
the bottom lane, forcing their opponents back away from that massive
She can
wave
sit
like
there
you
and stare at
mentioned.
them. That's all
Now,
she can
LYON
do.
does have to wait for Core to get back into the lane, so will not be able to exert the same amount of pressure that he had earlier.
Not the
Hombach
Sneeko
still not
Vi,
able
that's
to really
crazy.
find a lot of anything just yet. Obviously, Jose Dioto hasn't ganked, but I still feel like, you know, that's one of the differences that I still feel you're going to see a lot more of in Pro compared to solo queue is the junglers successfully being able to have a large impact on lanes that they don't truly gank.
Well,
as
that's
Rahel
cool.
and Huhi,
Now the wave is
again,
frozen
just
if they want to freeze
constantly
it.
on the receiving end of these trades.
Yeah, Core and LYON are landing all their skill shots. The way Core weave that Karma Q
As a support
around
player
the
for coach
clone
drafted Nico
directly
Kai'Sa into
into
Karma
Huhi,
Ezreal, I beat him up and refused to
making
play
them
it.
reset again.
See, can somebody tell my
The wave
jungler
was
this?
actually temporarily frozen, so they're going to deny a lot of golden experience. Is who Core
That was
almost gets a
close.
recall
Yeah.
as well.
My
Jose's
jungler
likely
and
gonna
I
look
are in
for a
constant
drop-in
flux
fake here. They've
over
already pre-warded it. They have the wave. They're going to slow push
how
and try and
OP
crash
Karma
it
is
at
in
the
lane.
turret. As the Kai'Sa's running
At
out
that point,
to
you
base,
just go
so
blitz and
maybe they're
pray.
gonna
But the
pull out.
problem is that they
So
picked
one
Kai'Sa.
thing
They
worth
had
noting, you
Kai'Sa
can see
Nico
Core on
first.
Core JJ's mantra for the
And then
R,
TL
was
last
still
picked
on
the Karma
cooldown
into the
when
Kai'Sa
Rahel
Nico.
was recalling on the Kai'Sa. I believe if you have the mantra
But what you have to
ready,
do is you have to
shoot
just
the
say,
shield
we
early
can't
enough
go
to
Nico
fill
here.
up the Kai'Sa recall there.
It's
Jumping
Kai'Sa's best
at
pairing.
50
It works with our
HP,
comp,
Squid
but we
putting
can't
the
do it
pressure
or we'll
on the
lose the
mid
entire
lane,
game.
making sure that it's not just LYON
We
and
just
Core
have to go
JJ
like Nautilus or some
running their
shit.
lane matchup in this early game, and now 5 minutes on the clock. Jose Dioto feels empowered.
You can't
to
blind
just
pick
go
Nico
for a
on this
solo
spot. It's
dragon.
terrible.
Up in the top lane, Morgan is proxy farming against Impact, who goes for the ulti to stun him up here near the wall. Morgan about to die. into
Okay.
first blood.
Good job,
Impact
Morgan?
gets a solo
Question mark?
kill when he has the right runes. Morgan might have overplayed his hand just a little bit here, trying to keep up with his mid and bot lane dominance, but that dominance does continue as Jose secures the first Drake of the game for TL, who he's got to be careful about getting any closer right here. He's already down to half HP. Hombach hanging around nearby, but it does not matter because Team Liquid still maintains control over the neutrals. They will still secure the Drake and the Crab.
Flowers,
Yes.
Team Liquid is playing so unbelievably aggressive right now.
Oh, yeah.
They are kind of pseudo turret diving all 3 lanes at once. I imagine Morgan probably took a turret shot or 2, but the crazy thing is, after getting solo killed with first blood bonus gold,
He's still ahead.
he's still ahead. That's how much he was pushing the tempo in that lane. Knew the jungler was bottom, tried to proxy, messed it up. Potentially that could really hurt because now, like, what are you really going to do against a Bramble Vest, Chain Vest, Scion? I think he's really going to have a hard time getting an advantage now. But yeah, let's watch this. I mean, Impact just... Morgan, what are you doing, bro? Yeah, he doesn't even take a turret shot, but I think getting hit by that Q...
It was a full decimating smash.
And then the second Q. It doesn't matter if you get the empowered Q on the minions. Yeah, getting hit by 2 full charge Qs, not ideal.
Eternal swagger from Impact.
Should already be up this much gold?
He's
Yes.
back where he belongs. He's
If the
got
lane
his
is
runes.
completely
He's ready to
isolated,
go. Solo kills.
100% isolated levels 1 through 5, Ori should be up this much, yes. Maybe not this much, but she should be up a significant amount. Normally, if you draft Azir into Ori, you have to protect the Azir levels 1 through 5 somehow, which you can't really do because you have a fucking Vi. Well played.
This is only
Good draft.
game number 6 or 7 for Impact because they played 3 games in the first week. So, hey, still got it. He's going to be really hard for Renekton to do anything against him now that he's built those brick items.
And that's also something that I think if you're Team Liquid, remember that last year felt like for so much of the year, the story was FlyQuest are the protagonist of the LCS, right? Yeah. But on the path to first stand, it was TL, like you said, who represented us there. They went over and they placed 5th of 5, right?
Yes.
It was, again, not the performance that Team Liquid, an organization that builds to win trophies, that wants to be a competitor, would be happy with. So I think you've got all the more motivation to try to get back to
Liquid
first
cleans
stand
this?
and say,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
that's not what Team Liquid is made
I mean,
of.
Hanbok actually has a good angle right now. Wait, this is like actually really smart. He like queued
I just wonder if who
on a good spot to dodge all the vision. This might not even be a play though. Let's see who he's trying to sneak in. Let's see if Team Liquid can count. Okay. Let's see. Ezreal is everything. Oh, he didn't buffer or flash anything. Okay, yeah, good play from Hanbok. That's really good. That's exactly what he needs to do. It's really well played. That actually like extremely helps the lane. That really helps the lane.
Because now they get to deny him this entire wave. It lowers the threat. It allows Rahel to get that plate. Actually gives him an advantage in gold.
Hanbok is the GOAT. He's the best jungler of all time. And he dropped Grubs for this.
Not to mention he's gone Cull. LYON hasn't.
Because Grubs are useless. Please, my jungler, please.
So Sentinels, despite getting really blitzed,
please stop prioing Grubs so high, please.
Is set up completely fine as we approach the mid game.
And, you know, we've talked about the top lane because there was a kill there. We just talked about the bottom lane because of the pressure and the kill down there. But back over in mid, that's quietly
Are they really that useless? I think so.
Individual gold lead so far in this game. Quid nearly
so who kills Sion?
Darkwings earlier, not quite having enough damage to make it happen. Now Core JJ tries to go in for the pressure onto Darkwings.
Wait, are Team Liquid fucking throwing the game?
The opportunity to instantly turn the play around with his bot lane roaming up.
By the way, I have this opinion, and I know that some people disagree with this opinion. But I have this opinion, and I've sworn on it for years. Ezreal is actually good at killing tanks. There's like a psyop that exists for some reason, where everybody is trying to gaslight everybody else into thinking that Ezreal can't kill tanks, but I swear to fucking God, he can kill tanks.
As he has been in this game where he's been fighting for his life against the Orianna the entire time under his turret, to immediately just shift in, ult back as soon as you see the moment, just speaks to, you know, him not tilting and having a really good presence of mind.
All right, LYON back in the bottom lane now as they want to try to keep this wave, this lane pressure on. There's only 25 seconds left until the next Drake is live. Since Team Liquid have controlled the bottom
lane... He can, but he needs to land skill shots? Okay, but that's just a part of Ezreal's kit, no? He doesn't do any damage if he doesn't land skill shots.
Leads into the other, and you can see Jose already down around this part of the map does believe he has enough time to go ahead and grab the Krugs. So not
like, the reason why, like, you think Ezreal can't kill a Sion is because, like, you watch him Q a Sion, and then the Q doesn't even go through the shield, and then it's, like, looks pathetic, but... The instant that shield disappears and an Ezreal starts pumping on a Sion, the Sion melts. Sion melts really fast.
Around their lanes. You can see big CS advantages all throughout. You know, 116 to 88 in top lane, 111 to 98 in mid, 103 to 90 in bot lane. But because Sentinels have been able to fight back and get 3 kills, we're within 500 gold. So I think the Drake fights are going to be really explosive here if Sentinels can continue to punish this flashless Karma. As Jose
also, calling Varus an on-hit carry is a little bit generous, I think.
You know, everyone reset on Sentinels to be in position.
I don't know if I would agree with that.
Okay, Jose is going to go ahead, start up the Drake here. Junglers both have their Sundered Skies completed. Top laners both have their teleports ready to join the fight if they need to. Stridebreaker is done for Morgan, but because Sion has to build a garage sale of defense, he does not have a first item power spike. Team Liquid.
If you build him like it he is. So, okay, so if you build his weakest build out of the 3 builds you can go, if you build his weakest one, then he can be an on-hit carry, yes sir. Like, then I agree with you, yeah. If you, yeah.
JJ under pressure, but Team Liquid is finding so many kills. Quid knocks down Hanbok. Morgan is ready and waiting with an open maw for impact here in the bottom lane. lane. The Mystic shot can barely not catch up to the
Is Renekton Jarvan anti-synergy with Ezreal Karma? Yes, it is. But it doesn't matter, because the lane wins too hard, in my opinion.
Last game, chat. Once you have both teams handshake for
Ezreal usually doesn't build anti-tank. Sure they do. All you need is Serylda's. That's it.
Wow from LYON and Jose. I also said wow, so I'm wondering what they're wowing here. For me, it was that I couldn't follow the fight very well because it was too fast, but I wonder what happened there, because they kind of just blew the game open once again. You can see they're very
also another really common misconception I see about items all the time is that I think that people think that there are items that do more damage than Manamune. There is not a single item in the game that does more damage than Manamune. Manamune is the highest damage item in the game.
I mean, Jose gets the smite steal.
The reason why people don't like to build it is because buying a tier sucks. Buying a tier early and stacking it sucks. Alright, nice comms.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm on the Team Liquid side, that's about how I
But like, I've done numerous damage tests on a bunch of different champions. There is no lethality item that outdamages Manamune at any stage of the game, and there's no armor pen item that, like in general, like percent armor pen items do not outdamage Manamune either.
For him now, tier stacking up even further. Rahel is about to get that cash in on the call that you mentioned earlier that's going to equalize
Death cap, yeah, sure. Sure, yeah.
Lead of one of the 5 roles, and honestly, everybody that's not support has a meaningful gold lead 13 minutes into the game.
Team Liquid's looking pretty strong these last 2 weeks.
But like, for example, there's something that Dom said
the 2 games here.
that I like that he was saying about Jace that I think is just not true. So he was saying, he said the reason why Jace jungle is OP is because you don't have to build a mana item, and you can instead build full damage by going full lethality. And it's like,
this is frequent.
The sentiment is true, but the words that he's saying aren't. So, like, Jace jungle is good because he doesn't have to go mana item. Because Manamune takes a really long time to scale. And so if you can skip it, it's good, because you have, like, way more power on one items than on your second item completion. But then, like he said, he was implying that Manamune does less damage than a second lethality item, and that's not true. There is no breakpoint at any point in the game where a second lethality item does more damage than Manamune. That's just untrue. Also, no, LDR does not outdamage Manamune. There's a breakpoint. It's like 150 armor or something, but it's like a brutal breakpoint. But it's yeah.
He knows if LYON's positioning like this, they've probably got the squad nearby to try to.
That'd be not true on auto attackers. Nope. Manamune deals bonus damage on auto attacks also.
Immediately eats a Dragon Strike plus Mantra Inner Flame combo to lose 30-40% of his HP, something around there. Darkwing's ready to join up though.
You've got the shock passive and the awe passive.
It is and how close the goal still is, despite it looking like Team Liquid has just been running the whole server. I mean, Rahel's gonna get
it would do less damage on auto attackers because it doesn't give you attack speed. Sure, like building an attack speed gives you more damage, but that's not what we're talking about right now.
I ran into Spooks before the game talking about tempo, and he said any scrim where Hex Gates are up end up being this like 80 kill game, because not only do you have home guards, you also have the Hex.
We're talking about like if you're reasonably like alternating ability damage and like leaving auto attacks and stuff. Manamune damage test will always outdamage a lethality item in its spot, and most of the time will outdamage Lord Dom's.
Impact wants to be the front line here for the team. Does not have the ult ready to go. Hambach goes in for the play onto Quid, but he flashes away from the pop. Rahel into the back line here with the Killer Instinct. Finishes the job, and the Team Liquid mid laner is down. However, they do accomplish what they came for. They get themselves the Herald. They should be able to pick up that eye hose that Iodo does secure it. So Quid traded for the Herald here on the top side.
This is a Rahel carry angle.
The highest damage Ryze build is Rod of Ages, Ceres to Actualizer, and Manamune. Are you sure? I feel like Ryze gets a lot of damage out of Death Cap because it gives him so much mana. Like if you go Death Cap on Ryze, it gives you like thousands of mana. I would have thought that would be in his highest damage build somewhere.
And now actually have a decent chance to win this game, in my opinion, as Darkwings, with Impact, just poking, decides.
Ryze mains item test. Let's see.
Because Drake is up, so Team Liquid probably going to get Soul Point here, you would imagine.
Yeah, considering, okay, the Azir's just now making his recall, but he does have teleport. to try to join up with the rest of Sentinels. Quid putting the pressure onto the tier 1 here in the bottom lane, has a big wave crashing into that one. Darkwings has already arrived. Jose Diodo.
Alright, I should like watch what's going on in this game.
Just yet. Quid's now going to be in massive danger. Goes golden, but he'll die as soon as he gets out of that statue form. They kill Rahel in trade though. There's that Kaisa, there's that win condition you were talking about out of the picture now as Hambach is down to 50 HP. Team Liquid trying to get out of the enemy jungle now as both top laners have arrived for the fight.
Okay.
Morgan
Seems like
sure that his team can get control over this Scuttle Crab now, as you're going to see Jose Diodo summon up the Rift Herald over in mid lane, then go ahead and take his recall, look for the reset. Herald secures the tier 1 turret.
Oh no, I think TL's probably gonna get this dragon.
We just have a
based on just like what I'm looking at.
But critically, one of those is Rahel, that very powerful Kaisa on the Sentinel side.
Also, power spike there from Darkwings with his Gnasher's Tooth, making play after play. 2-0-2 now. Does a nice little tempo gank in the top
Okay,
lane
yeah,
to
Man
then
Immune is
teleport
apparently a
the
higher
bot
4th
lane
damage item
to
than
get
Death
the
Cap.
scoop
Okay.
onto Quid, now turning
Interesting.
towards this
I mean, like, how do you ever build
Isn't
that? Also, looks like
necessarily
Sentinels are getting
free.
dragon, so I was just wrong. Nice. How do you,
So
like, get
point
Man Immune
denied by
4th?
Sentinels.
Because I don't think
They look to make
you
a play bottom now.
have time to finish 2 tier items in most games. Like on the 4 item power spike at least.
Still lock him up, and Sentinels should have enough damage here. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Morgan gets away with 100 HP on the Renekton.
Lord Morgan, but yes, absolutely anyone's game, and Sentinels.
Like, I think you'll finish your 4th item before you finish the 2nd tier.
In games, when you have 3 losing lanes, the team is going to say it
Because
feels like it's
Man
a
Immune
win.
is a very cheap item. Man Immune and Archangels are both very cheap items. So if that's your 4th item instead of Death Cap, you'll be like really accelerated.
Being too exposed. If you're pushing all 3 lanes at once, you can never really protect all 3 lanes at once, so you're always vulnerable to things like Vi ganks, and I feel like that's what's happened.
Yeah, do you guys remember back when I made the Zillion Top video? Anybody here watch the Zillion Top guide?
While proxying, and then Quid dies to a gank, and suddenly you're in this mid-game state where it's even again.
1 HP. It was
in the Zillion Top guide, I said that his highest damage build had Man Immune in it. I was like, I went in the build section of the video, I had Man Immune in the build, and I just said, trust me, I did the math.
And you can see the whole roller coaster of emotions there on Golden Glue's face as he thought, yeah, we have the pick here. This is great. Good job, guys. And then the Renekton just barely walks away from it. Sentinels now looking to put on some pressure of their own. They've got Darkwings back up here in this top lane looking for the tier 1 turret that he was seeking after earlier. This time should be able to find it considering he has teammates in the neighborhood. As Morgan will take the chance to now trade for the tier 2.
Can you help me build a Nivea top? No idea.
They have had more control over
I feel like a Nivea top is awkward because I don't know how you side lane on that champion into most top laners.
Before it falls down. And it looks like right as we're about at the end here, there we
People
go.
underestimate the amount of damage Man Immune does. Yeah, because they classify it in their head as similar to Archangels. Where it's like, oh, it's just an item that gives you a shit ton of mana. And like some damage. It's like a damage item that trades off some of the damage for the mana. It's like, nope. It's actually the highest damage item, and it has a shit ton of mana, and the trade-off is that it takes forever to finish it. I did a Azir delay to kill the turret so he could deny minions.
This was one of the points that Spawn was actually bringing up with Morgan in their VOD review. When he's this strong of a Renekton, like, stop doing cardio running back and forth between lanes and, like, go find fights. So right now, it's really hard to do much to this Scion. So I imagine after he pushes this lane, Morgan might go click on Baron and try and make something happen in River here.
Speaking of Baron,
you need a good lane, but you can side lane with good vision. Yeah, but the only way that you can have good vision is if you have a winning bot matchup.
Team Liquid going to step up and try to
because like your bot lane will be mid and they'll be pushing out, so it's like you need like a lot of conditions to be met to get away with it.
Full tier 1 for tier 2 trade across the map when Darkwings took that tier 1, and you were seeing Morgan try to respond in the bottom lane against the Sentinels tier 2. Core JJ placing some control wards.
I was assuming you were talking about solo queue. Like if you're gonna play Nivea top in solo queue, and like
Darkwings now with an individual gold lead
most of the time, even if your comp is good for it, your team just like won't know how to play around it anyway, and you'll just like find no value. Because like players never sync up their timers in solo queue.
They're chilling at this point. Impact completely neutralizing Morgan. Morgan on a ward as well with a potential Nico gank, which wouldn't have done much. Now recalling on a control ward. Interesting choice.
Okay. Is this
Very interesting.
No.
choice.
Okay.
Was he was just outside the bush. He didn't see it.
Oh, that is actually a big problem
Ruh-roh.
potentially.
Wait, TL might actually lose the game.
Storms in right over top of his bottom lane combo, and they take Morgan out.
Their comp is
He
worse
was inside
5v5.
the bush when he was recalling. I thought it was super strange that he'd be on a control ward. It's also
I just
weird
kind
that
of
he didn't
assumed
step in the
TL would know
bush.
how to play around winning
just
lanes.
a misclick, I'd imagine, on that recall, but with that big of a lead, not being able to make anything happen and actually being the one that gets picked really hurts Team Liquid's momentum.
It's not a Guardian
Unironically,
Aatrox, but it's a very
that
impactful
Hombach
mistake
bot gank
that
on
could
Dragon
have
Pit
some serious
saved the
ramifications.
entire
Impact
game for them.
now has all the pressure in
Because
the
if he
world
didn't
from
do
the
that,
bottom lane.
this
He's
Kai'Sa
made
would
his
not
way
have a
onto the
lead
tier
right
2
now.
turret. The wave is crashing into that one. Sentinels is looking to secure even more gold for their side. Yeah, you got that cannon minion alive, but look at this massive minion wave that's now going to be eaten up by Quid, who does need to use his TP to go answer impact down here.
Sentinels might win this game. Rahel just keeps getting gold. 5 kills now. Looks like Dusk and Dawn is on the way. Kai'Sa has a new build every single patch. You do so much
She's
damage.
one of those types of champs.
You have so much damage with Dusk and Dawn, like pseudo AP attack speed Kai'Sa. No way to build resists against it. You proc your passive constantly, have great poke. So he's going to be very strong. And there's not great ways for Team Liquid to actually get on top of Kai'Sa. With next Drake coming up in a fight, surely going to happen around it.
Yeah, people think about
Okay, if they can do like good damage to Sion here, then it'll be
Do the
nice.
same and immediately rethinks that decision.
Yeah.
So yeah, all right. Both top laners throw themselves into a 1v4. Sion's pretty much always going to outperform in that situation.
Getting value out of the
Why
TP
does
shield.
every
They just
ADC have
really
AP
wanted to
scaling
be
on their
make
E?
sure they were maxing it.
So that way they don't do... If you want like the actual answer, it's that way they don't do too much damage.
Keep your eyes on Rahel, on that Kai'Sa.
Because ADCs already do a lot of damage. If you make all of their abilities scale with AD, it'll skew the balance too much.
As the shockwave counterattack seals the fate of Huhi. One dead on either side, but considering it's the jungler for TL, it means Sentinel secures the Drake.
Damage to Sion, nice joke. Yeah, but okay, so the structure of their front to back is really bad. That's why they can't kill the Sion. But Ezreal can fucking damage the Sion. Like that. Sion was in front of Ezreal's face for 4 seconds and he lost 60% of his health.
Now commanding a 1,000 gold lead and a tied Drake game.
Perfect fight for them. Both kills went to the Kai'Sa.
Also, Ezreal doesn't even have a tank killing item yet. He has Trinity and Manamune. He doesn't have Sorotas. If he has Sorotas, and the Sion is in front of him for like more than maybe 3 seconds, he's going to start taking a shit ton of damage.
A bunch of damage onto Jose so that when Jose tries to go back in, they can kill him. And then just nice discipline here. Everyone turning for Morgan, who was...
But the problem is that like when you draft a comp like this, the implication is that you should be up like 4,000 or 5,000 gold by this stage of the game, and then that's what evens out the 5v5. But Sentinels is literally even, so of course their 5v5 is going to be better with Azir Sion. Why Grudge not LDR? Ability haste.
A super low cooldown, so you're always getting those Dusk and Dawn procs off of the
Ability
shield
haste
we're
is a lot of
talking about.
damage.
So let's see, Team Liquid, how do you stabilize now that Sentinels are the ones putting on
And besides, Ezreal's Qs can't crit anyway, so it's not like you're going to get value off of that. Like it's just it's 20 ability haste versus 5% armor pen.
I mean, look at that. Impact not really taking damage.
And the Giant Slayer passive, I guess, but
Not
like...
yet level 16. Only 500 gold ahead of Impact. Waiting for Huhi to try and find another engage. He's really been the one that starts things.
More likely you just get more value out of Sorotas over the course of the entire game. Like the LDR will kill Sion faster, but the Sorotas will kill everybody else faster. And you still have enough damage to kill Sion, I think. If they gave Ezreal Q crit scaling, we would have so many fun builds. If they gave Ezreal Q crit scaling, then we would just go back to like the... Do you guys remember when there was like the Kraken Slayer Essence Reaver build that you could go on Ezreal? Like the one that Deft invented back when Kraken Slayer was a crit item? It's like Kraken Slayer Essence Reaver and then like a third crit item that I can't remember what it was. Maybe like Kraken Slayer Essence Reaver Lord Doms or something. But like you probably just go back to that and it would just be OP.
That is a potentially game-losing mistake for the jungler to be caught in a position like that. As Darkwings retreats back up here to the top side. But now, jungler dead, no Emperor's Divide, 4v5 for Sentinels.
I think Sentinels look for a fight here. I mean, Darkwings had to burn ultimate already as a disengage, but Impact can still ult in to create space.
Okay, there's no ulti on Morgan, there's no ulti on Quid. Sentinels stepping
gotta
up.
keep hitting Baron so they can smite it.
Jose can tank this forever with Karma.
Still DPSing the Baron.
No smite
So,
on the enemy team to
yeah,
try to
it's
steal
free.
away. Baron secured. Hombok's greedy recall.
Hex
is the
Optics Ezreal would be
deadliest of
wild.
sins. And for
Is Hex
all
Optics
Morgan
Ezreal
Sentinels
ever
done
better
finding their way back into this game,
than Horizon
Team
Focus?
Liquid has once again taken control.
I mean, I'm impressed with Team Liquid's
Because, like, Hex Optics has the AD, right? But that's the only useful stat. And Ezreal has AP scaling, and both items give you 10% more damage. And
how they took this space. So YON
Horizon Focus gives you 25 ability haste. So I feel like there might be a chance that Horizon Focus is actually just better.
overall by Team Liquid to have that control ward there, and Hombok would have needed to recall next to Impact.
What's Ezreal's attack range? Well, his Q range is more than enough.
They've just been pushed out of that space. I do think that's just a mistake by Hombok.
Especially since you know we didn't clear the control ward they had in the bush.
Exactly.
You know the control ward is there. You know it only dropped to 2 HP. So Hombok, a mistake on that one, a bit of a blunder, does get punished, and now Team Liquid are back in control. But again, getting those past 2 Drakes, this is so much less frightening for Sentinels than it otherwise could have been, because Team Liquid now could be in some trouble. YON with the flash over the wall, but immediately Rahel's ready to follow.
YON was caught out. That's really bad.
Killer indeed. Who he ends up taking the kill credit, as now you've got
Oh,
Quid
the Shockwave
and
didn't do anything either.
back into Sentinels. They found a
Morgan
couple
has to,
kills.
like,
Dark
1v9 this,
going after
basically.
Quid as Jose and Morgan are trying to scrap with Rahel and Impact. Core JJ makes his way into
Wait,
the fight
why
with
is Morgan, like, low-key 1v9 the fight?
Impact stunned up with the enchanted Ruthless Predator, loses his shield on that one. Jose Diodo looking for Rahel, he knows that's the target. Dead bodies on the floor in both jerseys, chat. It's 1 dead for TL, 2 dead for Sentinels.
And we're going again in 30 seconds. That was a really cool
What are your thoughts
play.
on
So
Nora
that's
from
the
Wild
type of
Rift?
threat that Kai'Sa can have on Ezreal at any
Her
stage of
ultimate
the game.
seems fun.
Someone just lands the CC to apply the first Kai'Sa mark, and then Rahel's going to be able to fly in and finish off the execution.
I
But
have
what
no
was
other
really
opinions on
impressed
it.
with was Team Liquid's confidence to re-engage, because usually if your AD carry gets one shot, you think maybe
Reminds
the
me of,
game's
like,
over, but they burned so much just to
Snake
get on.
from Smash Bros. Brawl.
Morgan at level 16 with Renekton, and me with my Conqueror, not first strike Jarvan, are still going to be able to win this fight later.
Lord Morgan, greatest LCK top laner ever? Yeah.
With the redeploy by Sentinels just being towards
World's
base.
quarterfinalist
Team Liquid
Morgan.
secure this one for themselves. There's no Baron on the other side of the map to worry about Sentinels taking. So finally, 28, nearly 29 minutes into the game.
If you think about it, that's really all the series comes down to. You have World's quarterfinalist Morgan versus World's champion Impact, and then nobody else matters.
Try to put some pressure onto the Emperor. Core and YON moving in to try to help Jose here. The tether will lock up Darkwing, but they need to have the extra damage on top, and Jose Diodo guarantees it. Another individual mistake.
Oh yeah,
on the
Core, that's
Sentinel
right.
side.
Yeah,
Being
Core
in
also is
position that
champion.
could
My
be
bad.
punished is going to open up
Well, then that's the
another
difference.
Team
Impact and
Liquid
Core
avenue
cancel each other
to
out, and then
find
Morgan
more
is the
afterwards.
quarterfinalist,
This is a
so
45
that's why
second
TL are winning.
timer on your late game Azir. This is pressure onto the tier 3 turret coming out from Team Liquid as Impact moves in to try to stop the push. Morgan is maintaining a split push threat over in the mid lane, but now he's going to get jumped on. Hombok and Rahel immediately pull both triggers on the ultimates and take out the enemy top laner. Problem is, now those tools are no longer available, and Team Liquid is already in your base. Sentinels are thinking about how are we going to make this play? How do we try to wrap around and punish? But it's still a 4v4 because you
Also, I don't know what you guys are talking about with Chovy on HLE.
We'll see if they can use that.
Aren't you guys listening to the narratives? Chovy is a world's choker, so that means that everybody on HLE was actually held back by Chovy.
Quid's gonna be tagged, but nobody else is caught. Who he goes for some burst. Impact wants to lock up the rest of the team. Hombok trying to put the Vault Breaker into Quid, and they've got the kill in the mid laner. Nicely picked up there on the side of Sentinels to get Quid and Core JJ together. YON and Jose Diodo trying to make sure they can both escape.
Wasn't Piglet high-key a terrorist? Not in 2013. In 2013, he was arguably T1's second best player.
Tier 1 turret. Now the focus of their aggression. They will take the gold lead back with this, but critically, Baron is still 2 minutes away.
-1
so there won't
for
be
YON.
a major reward for the picks.
Absolutely insane game we have here. This is the stage equivalent of that 80 kill scrim game. The Hex gates are open.
Piglet was your favorite ADC in 2015.
Like
Why?
Just never wants to stop. Like they're just going forward at every single moment, and it's leading
No other comment,
to
just
some big
why?
plays and some misplays. On one hand, they got the pick onto Darkwings at the beginning. On the other hand, once Renekton died in mid lane, they probably shouldn't have pushed all the way through for that inhibitor, because there was going to be no
Yo, I'm
way
not going
out
stupid
after
Endless
the
Hunger
fact. You
4th.
can see
Endless
there
Hunger 4th
who
is
he
good.
gets.
My problem is with
The
Endless Hunger
original
3rd.
engage,
I think
he
Endless Hunger
does
3rd
end
is
up
bad. The
falling,
4th,
but the
I'm okay with it.
overall counter punch was still there in a big way for Sentinels.
All right,
But it looks like he's going, is that Shojin 4th?
At the Baron Pit part of the map. 60 seconds until it spawns means now is the time to fight for vision and positioning around that objective. Team Liquid moving into the enemy jungle, and if you're Sentinels, particularly if you're Hambach, you've got to be aware of what happened last time. Team Liquid vision in the Sentinels jungle is what led to the previous Baron, so Sentinels must be very mindful as they move
First
back
LCS
into
game
what
was when he
should
was
be
on
their
Corti and
territory,
stole
and
Baron
retake
without
these
vision.
rushes,
Alright,
sweep out
yeah,
these
valid,
wards,
valid.
and be prepared to fight for a Baron, because the gold lead, Jet, really isn't that big. It's 3 dragons to 2. This can very easily go either way based on positioning and execution.
Yeah, where does the shockwave land? Death cap on the Orianna, big one-shot potential. There are 2 stopwatches available, soon to be 3 if Huhi gets a little bit more gold, which is just a huge number of like ways to dodge the shockwave for Sentinels. So I'd like their chances here as long as they don't get picked off, especially with Rahel's gold lead being 3,000 gold up against his counterpart LYON, not to mention Impact with his ever-increasing health bar. Looks like he got about 6,000 health at this point.
1,336 HP from Soul Furnace. Woo. That's a lot of health.
And it's not like Ezreal, Ori, Jarvan, Renekton is good at shredding it, right? There's no
Who
like...
said it back in draft? Yeah, man.
See, like Jat right now, he's spreading the anti-Ezreal propaganda.
Late game Scion, but now Baron's health bar down to below 10,000. Team Liquid doing very slow DPS though, as Huhi is a Riverside minion trying to find his way around from behind the fight. Hambach wants to lead the charge. Shockwave right back onto the enemy jungler.
Huhi's been finding good flanks this game, by the way. That's multiple team fights now where Huhi's found. It's like the 3rd time this game that Huhi's had a turbo flank to catch out the Ezreal.
Jose over the wall, but Rahel's ready to follow him as Team Liquid continue fighting here in a 3v4. Morgan goes back over the wall. Rahel under pressure. They need to try to kill the Kai'Sa, but they can't find the damage. Core JJ gonna be your target here next. Double kill into a Kathian Rain, and Quid is down.
Sion is taking damage? Yeah, because Ezreal did not touch him that entire fight. Like, Huhi's been doing a really good job of making sure that Ezreal can't actually hit people.
By Rahel, but it all started with a suicidal-looking Vi engage. He knew what he needed to do. His job was to set up the Kai'Sa.
Like, this is literally Huhi's 3rd Nico flank this game, behind the Ezreal. That's wild. And LYON also fail flashes.
After getting ulted by Jarvan, ults over the wall, in range to hit LYON, but range of safety, plus he has...
Average Rahel game when Loopy isn't there to sniff glue all game. You do know that Rahel and Loopy were the best LCK CL bot lane, right?
Quid and Morgan is to try and one-shot him. No,
like, that's not saying that Loopy wasn't bad
even more kills
in LEC, but
they also get another Drake to deny Soul, and this is
Rahel and Loopy were like literally the GOATs. Before
get my
that.
Man Golden Glue some water. His face is looking red. He has to be just losing his mind right now at his team pulling off that play. They get the Drake right after, so no soul for TL yet again. Sentinels equalizing that at 3-3. The next one has to be a soul one way or the other.
But yeah, they were part of the best LCK CL team of all time, the DK Academy roster.
Hero moment, man. I criticized him very heavily.
The Thanatos Lucid, and then I think it was Saint was their mid laner.
Absolutely the reason that they got this second one here. So redemption for the Sentinels jungler around the Baron Pit. The gold is essentially dead even all over the place, not even 1,000 in any individual role, except with one very big exception, the bottom lane. 5,000 individual gold lead for Rahel on the Kai'Sa, nearly full build. You can see the itemization here in his inventory. Nashor's, Ginsu's, Dust Dawn, critically the Zonias as well for the aggro drop alongside the
LEC playoffs looks like Big Armageddon is about to happen. Los Ratones beat SK today, right? So SK is definitely out of playoffs, and Los Ratones is definitely in, or...
power spike you have on every stage of this Kai'Sa build.
Because I didn't watch the game, I just...
item seems to give him a new...
Yeah, KCB and SK are out? Okay.
It's a Kai'Sa comp. When he's this fed, it's really, really nice to play.
Is there a world where Heretics and Shifters are the other 2 teams who are out? Because I would appreciate that, I think. I'd be down for that.
It's just really hard to get him gold because their laning is not that dominant. So the fact that they were able to win so many skirmishes is really setting him up for a lot of success.
I mean, it's kind of what you said back at the beginning of the game, right? Like Team Liquid, they were playing super
like, I think if we get playoffs where Heretics, Shifters, and KCB don't make it, that's like the most fun playoffs timeline possible. And then after that, I didn't really care if it was going to be SK or Los Ratones, but I just wanted those 3 teams out.
For Rahel to start hitting back, for Dark Wings to start hitting back. We have 3 minutes until what.
So who are the other teams that aren't auto-qualified then?
Once we get there, must be a Dragon Soul.
Yes, it will be a Dragon
G2,
Soul.
alright.
And also, what a vintage Impact game.
G2, Fnatic, Emport, alright.
None of the deaths have been Impact.
Yeah.
1-0-11, an absolute brick wall, level 20 Scion in this game.
This guy is crazy. You give him the right rune and look what he can do. Impact is one of the most veteran players.
Alright, so what I'm hearing is that viewership on my Prime League game might be low.
The guy is an absolute
Might be low because everybody's going to be paying attention to the banger LEC final day, or whatever. So you want to go to the bathroom, can you ask them to pause the game? Why don't you just watch the game in the bathroom? Why aren't you abusing the phone on toilet tech?
With vision for now, it doesn't look like they'll be able to push much further as the Baron has expired. So that just means it's a 2-minute countdown, my friend. It's time for a soul.
Death cap on the Kaisa as well, so he is
banger and best of ones in the same sentence as Mad.
Ahead of Yon's Ezreal.
Actually, it's not. I don't know if you heard, but Mad got replaced by Mkoi. So
AP hybrid Super Kaisa will just one-shot the world, assuming he doesn't get one-shot himself.
Observers, if we can, could you pull up the tooltip for Kai'Sa's passive specifically
1 AP
right now so the viewers can see how much damage the passive will do? Okay, so this is Plasma dealing 48% missing health magic damage on a single Plasma proc. I knew it was going to be high. I didn't know it was going to be 48% of your missing health.
And he does that in like half a second once he's autoing.
Are you going to get the Poro banner from ARAM Mayhem? Probably not. I haven't touched a single game of ARAM Mayhem. How much do I need to play in order to get it?
Will take away one of the 2 remaining quarters of your health.
That doesn't seem very fair.
Well, it is a 7-item marksman, so at this point, if he's not doing damage, something is broken. But that damage seems like it might be a little bit high.
Then I probably just don't have the time. How much time do I have left to get it?
We want to see if Sentinels can close this one out. I feel like for many situations, if you play this next situation 10 times, a lot of those times, this is the game ender.
I agree. And
a lot of times. Oh, okay. Maybe I will then. Because I fucking hate ARAM, but I like Poros, so.
Or Team Liquid win this in a weird way. The game's late enough with no turrets on the bottom side that they could run and end the series. It's likely we see a game 3, but Sentinels need to close the deal here. They've done such a good job fighting their way back in this game. They've hit the 7-item power spike. It's time to get this soul and convert the advantage.
Whenever we get into these late game moments, I always want to count who has the 1-fight, 1-game items. Guardian Angel on both junglers, Zhonya's on both mid laners, but then critically, you've got Zhonya's on both bottom laners for the side of Sentinels as well. The only person without a no you can't kill me item on Sentinels is the 7,000 HP Scion.
So I think he's a no, he doesn't need the item.
15 hours of ARAM Mayhem.
Kind of. Like when you
it's a lot of hours. By the dislike of ARAM, because it's not Summoner's Rift, that's why.
It's insane. They just get the soul for free. So we could still be in this for a little while longer with Baron up. They're just going to collect the buffs that are available on the map.
Like every single time I'm playing any game that's not Summoner's Rift,
he's trying to make a funny play happen.
I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, if I was spending this time on Summoner's Rift, would I be more satisfied? And the answer is almost always yes.
Do something silly and they can make something happen.
But again, when it's 3 Zhonya's Hourglasses and a Guardian Angel and a guy that has 8,000 health, who actually cares about walking into a lone Jarvan?
But with friends, it's way better than solo.
There's nobody that's instantly burstable unless they are like not looking at their screen and they get hit by a shot.
Why would I?
You can always press the stopwatch on the.
Why would I just distract myself with something as
better DPS? They just need to make
insignificant as friends when I could be focusing on LP instead.
It's an EQ to get away. Core JJ just took a massive thunderbolt of damage because also all the Void Seekers from Rahel now have the Hex Soul Lightning Bolt Chain Lightning Slow attached to them. So, yeah, those Void Seekers, I feel like the Void Seeker with the Hex Soul proccing on
also, people who say Twisted Tree Line over Summoner's Rift don't remember how toxic the Twisted Tree Line meta was.
If the Lounge is listening.
I really want one of those to hit just so I can see the chunk of damage. As all right, let's go ahead and begin the Baron. It's Hambach and Rahel. That's DPS from just the 3 of them. Like, this thing is shredding. Team Liquid, if they want to try to challenge this, they're going to have to go yesterday. Nope, Hambach's already got it secured.
All right, that's game-winning team fight flank number 4 for Huhi. Alright, so Huhi absolutely gets player of the game, right? Like, surely nobody will be contesting that.
Trying to cut waves, and Sentinels fought it exactly how they needed to.
They are farming Team Liquid right now. They might not have the
Him or
minions in
Rahel.
the right spot to be able to end, but
Rahel ain't do shit this game.
I think it's far enough along. Jose tried to cut the wave, couldn't
He
completely
just
do it.
right-clicks
They
people.
probably on this push.
Yeah, they've got a cannon minion.
You think Nico mid would work in this meta? I think you can go Nico mid if Nico is really good for the game and the enemy team counterpicks Karma, and you still haven't picked your mid laner yet, you can flex Nico mid. And then pick like Nautilus or something. Or like, I don't know, yeah.
As Sentinels continues their push towards the Nexus turrets, 15 seconds on Yawn and Morgan for the Team Liquid side.
Let's go top gap, true.
DPS, Rahel flies into the back line, looking for the killer instinct, but nobody's dead here just yet. He one-shot him! Rahel gets the one-shot at a core. JJ Hambach following up towards Quid. As Sentinels is
Wait, Rahel killed himself. Wait, hold up. Rahel killed him. Rahel went like into the enemy team's face and died. Hold up, hold on. Wait a second. Wait a second. No way.
No way, right? Hambach and Impact are alive, but a TP's coming into the bottom lane now.
Who was saying Rahel should get player of the game? Who said that shit? Say it again. Say it again right now.
I think the Baron buff and the Sign is enough to stop it, but this wave is pretty deep, and there are super minions for Team Liquid. It would be a 3v2, but this is the last-ditch effort. It's just a Scion and a Vi.
Yeah, they're full syndicate.
Alright, they have one wave to do this.
Both teleports. They've already got Yawn here. Hambach and Impact trying to hold the line. Yawn's gonna make sure he hits every single bit of his DPS, but Morgan's about to die. He dies before he can get
Okay,
away.
Yawn is missing all of his Qs. Yawn, you gotta hit a Q, brother.
And Team Liquid recognizes,
okay, that's tough. He literally just missed all of his Qs. It is what it is. It's fine.
This will not be the end of the game. The Elder spawns in less than 2 minutes.
Morgan is having a rough go. Just about 3 seconds ahead of the play there, gets CC chained under the turret. I do think it was overly ambitious for them to try for that.
Scion shields are annoying. Yeah, Scion shields are significantly more useful if he's also not taking damage, you know?
But my God, as you said, there's no way, right, that doesn't end. But when Rahel flies in without his stopwatch, doesn't get a clean one-shot onto Quid, it did give that small glimmer for Team Liquid on their way back, and it mainly just confirms that we're going to be going to an Elder, which now, so the fact that Rahel's been on 7 items for like 6 minutes, he's getting weaker the later this game goes, and Yawn is now close to the 7 items as well. He's got the Endless Hunger on the Ezreal. We're very close to getting a max item Orianna as well, so it's likely not to cost them the game.
But like, look at Yawn queuing this super minion. Are you telling me if that's not a Scion, Scion doesn't die in like 10 seconds?
This is wild. 44 minutes on the clock. 7 elemental drakes claimed, the largest number that can possibly
If he just lands his Qs.
Now we're finally getting our Elder. 45 seconds from now, Hambach steals away the enemy red buff as the rest of his team steps forward to keep Team Liquid guessing. Only inhibitors down in the game. Bottom inhibitor gone for Sentinels, mid inhibitor gone.
Like, I don't remember which LCP game it was, but there was an LCP game that we watched where there was an Ezreal versus a super tank, and we watched the Ezreal. It was like another Ezreal versus Scion game. We watched Ezreal like one-shot Scion in like every team fight as solo damage. I don't remember which game it was though. Just realized it was LCS Drake. True, yeah.
This space, not to mention Impact just stands.
Look, every Sentinels game is like a 50-minute banger. We just have to accept it at this point.
So Team Liquid just trying to go through mid, and Elder is up. So the instant Rahel starts hitting it, it's gonna.
Shouldn't Rahel sell Kraken for Bork? You know, I was thinking about him selling Kraken, but the item I was thinking of was Void Staff.
Yeah, it honestly looks like
already 10,000 damage.
Kai'Sa's dancing with how fast she shoots. This has got to be a new feature for the KDA skin, as now immediately they try to go in. Dogfish is going to be your target. Yawn's already killed him, but the Elder Drake has been claimed by the side of Sentinels. Hambach going into the back line, looking to try to find himself a target.
Ezreal didn't flash anything.
And there
Man, I feel like Jan's played these fights not great. Like, he had... I mean, like, for one, TL did a terrible job of tracking Huhi, so it was hard for Jan to play, like, 3 of those team fights, but there was one team fight where he flashed into a wall and didn't flash over the Nico ult, and right there he flashed into nothing, so it's like, it's tough.
My friend, but Sentinels are not gonna go quietly here in this best of 3. They bounce back.
And then he also missed all of his cues when, like, during the window where they could maybe end.
This dude is my player of the game.
Well, honestly, well played to Sentinels for the most part. That comp was really hard for them to endure early game, I thought, but Hanbok found a really creative gank to get his bot lane back into the game on a timer where his bot lane was about to be shut out. And then, yeah, I swear to God, if this player of the game goes to Rahel, I'm actually going to be tilted, by the way.
We also didn't vote Rahel, but I feel they're always trying to game the system as we look through.
Genuinely, if Rahel gets player of the game for his team carrying him, I'm gonna be sad.
Pretty immediately. Impact is such a beefy frontliner for this team, and then this play from Rahel is just sick.
Literally just the idea of having to walk past the wall of...
They're gonna pick Rahel, aren't they, based on the way they're talking.
Stopping you at all points. So I thought we were getting something...
What? Okay.
Added a little bit of extra, but no, I got the... I got the Impact is a brick. He is a brick wall. That's supposed to be him.
That's beautiful.
Is that how many stacks
I had initial engager, usually Huhi or Hanbok dies, until they don't. By the end, they weren't dying. But then Sen wins because there were so many fights where it felt like they were making space and then Impact was just such a beefy wall, as Raz already pointed out.
And we saw echoes of the previous Sentinels where they go for these aggressive early game plays and they don't have that same synergy, that same execution, but they cleaned it up later on. Like the first 2 Huhi engages, I was like, ooh, that's not great. But then it started to come online for
And a lot of it, I mean, you think about the draft and what it's trying to encapsulate for the team. The one thing we were first saying was like, ooh, they're just going to get pushed in on every lane. And that's true. But if you get to this kind of gameplay where you're getting pretty late, you have Sion, Kaisa Nico with an Azir, scaling is absolutely in your favor. And with how Renekton was playing out the
Look at
game,
this.
getting picked out constantly,
I don't know if you guys saw this. Vulcan tweeted.
from that point on.
He said, I speak for everyone when I say that it's better to remake the game and give Aatrox a real rune so the game isn't a Mickey Mouse game that ends up with a team with real runes winning. If I were on the enemy team, I would rather let them remake than have an asterisk win. And this person says, the rune would have made 0 difference. Vulcan just hits him with the fucking thumbs up.
And this is not the first overreach Morgan is going to have in this game, but it does set Impact into an even better spot than he was earlier. This was followed up by a play on the bot side with Hanbok. It was followed up by a play.
Yeah, this was a phenomenal gank from Hanbok. He skirted the vision perfectly, and like, okay, you know, I'll just like, we can look at the game.
These plays early on, similar to
like, if you look at the timer on this game, right? So let's see first what happens. So let's look at every single time Yon and Core crash a wave under tower.
On the receiving end.
Okay, so
take the top side crab because he knows.
So this is the first time they're crashing. This is what the first crash looks like. Kaisa had to recall to conserve her health bar, and she's getting like giga denied minions, right?
That is going to be able to interrupt this recall if they want. Core blocks it for him.
So that's what the first crash looks like in favor of Ezreal.
Nice.
Both in still feel like.
Then they're gonna push back. Ezreal's gonna catch this wave. He actually fucks up the CS somehow. I don't know how it went like this. 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. Okay, so he should have 38 farm after this wave. So why does he only have 32? What happened?
That's one of the differences that I still feel you're going to see.
Oh, he went for a trade. Oh.
Solo queue is the junglers successfully being able to have a large impact on.
I mean, I guess it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's okay. But okay. Here we're building up the second crash. What do we do with the second crash? Keep in mind, Team Liquid have the option to zone Rahel off again if they want. And then Rahel would be down like maybe like 600, 700 gold. But instead they decided to use their tempo to take Drake. So this is fine. You can do this if you want. This is alright.
Goes for the ulti to stun him up here near the wall. Morgan about to.
But turbo push bot. We used the push to get Drake. All good. So that was their second crash. Okay. So their first crash, they got a gold advantage. Their second crash, they chose Drake over the gold advantage, which is okay. But maybe I would have denied Kai'Sa again anyway. And now look at their third crash.
Eternal his route. It went from he done
for
for so right over Team Liquid would be happy.
Okay, well I guess this is more like their fourth crash, but either way. The point is that the two crashes that Ezreal Karma had where Jarvan was on the correct side of the map to like play around the Ezreal Karma, the first time they denied gold and they went up about 300 to 400 gold off of it, which is good. The second time they decided to not do that and they took Dragon. So the third time, so Ezreal Karma are going to be in a position where they can pressure the Kai'Sa and the Neeko again. So this is a really important timer. Because if Jarvan is here, like to play around bot side if he wants, you can again make a play on the Kai'Sa where she ends up dropping an entire wave and Ezreal gets more plates. Look at Hanbok's pathing here. Look at the vision. There's a ward here. No, there's not. There's a Jarvan here. There was like a ward here. Ward here.
Would be happy with. So I think you've got all the more motivation to try to get back to
barely slips in. Like he scoots around the vision. So this is really good. And the reason why Hanbok is trying to look for this angle where he has to like go crazy to look for this angle is because if he doesn't kill these people right here, his bot lane loses. This is the timer where Rahel loses the game. In my opinion, Jose should not be on Grubs. I think this is like... I personally don't prio Grubs nearly as highly as making sure that my bot lane is comfortable. I think if Jarvan is here, like if Jarvan is bot side right now, then Hanbok can't do anything here, and then we're going to be in the situation where Ezreal Karma gets to deny the wave. But because Jarvan decides to go Grubs, this play is available to Hanbok, and Hanbok finds a good angle to get in. And TL don't have an option to back up because if they do, this wave will freeze on them and they'll lose their advantage anyway.
I just wonder if Huhi and Rahel have enough health to follow up. So Rahel will have.
So basically, what I'm saying is that is jungle gap.
Hanbok will look to see who he engages on. All summoners there for Team Liquid. This has got to be clean.
Huhi has a minion. They got to count the minions on the Team Liquid side. Flash away from Core JJ. Huhi already tried to use the Tangle Barbs, and they're going to send their attention over to LYON.
That right there, already, just that alone, completely evens out the game for Sentinels. They're still down 1k, they're still down a Drake, they're going to be down Grubs. But as far as Sentinels is concerned, they are now even. Also, yes, sure, Ezreal should have reacted and dodged shit. But still, even if Ezreal like flashes here, at least that gives pressure for the Kai'Sa Neeko to play the game more. So like at least it's something. But as soon as you get this kill on Ezreal, the game is officially even. If you are Sentinels and this happens, you are happy with the game state. Because your comp mega outscales. Like you have, like Sion is going to be really strong this game because TL's teamfight structure is really bad. The Azir is going to scale forever. The Kai'Sa is going to scale forever if she can get through the lane phase. So this is like the first moment where I thought that I thought that Hanbok like saved the game. So if you want to give player of the game to Hanbok for just that, you can. I would give player of the game to Huhi because if we if we go to the team fights, I don't know if this is one of them. I don't think this is one of them. I think it's later. Yeah, okay. So TL win a team fight. Game is back in their control.
You lose the stops him. You wanted to trying to make some got the heck of it.
I mean, we're on the map that you as they're gonna fight over this Rift Herald. This challenge
goes in. Impact wants to be the front line here for the team. Does not have the
okay. Huhi goes in. Ezreal can't do any damage because of the Neeko, and then they win that team fight.
Azir's just now making his recall, but he does bottom lane target out of that stat.
None of this really matters. This is all whatever.
Which is
none of this matters. This is whatever.
Vi ganks, and I feel like that's what's happened here. Guys in state.
But then what happens from here on out is that every team fight from here on out, he finds like giga position somehow. I didn't even see how he got it in half of these team fights, but he has like insane position in all of these team fights.
After he pushes.
King of Baron, we do. They'll have some vision. Then trade a bottom lane against the Sentinels.
Like, let's see what's the Nico doing right now. She's resetting. Okay.
Ooh, that is actually up.
They're catching Renekton.
Pressure in.
Those now looks very Sion.
About hold on now. Impact going into the middle of everybody as Morgan tries to do this. Both top situation.
Getting value out of the TP shield. They just
your eyes on Rahel. Finds it, but it's only on to Odo as the shockwave counterattack sees from the sun. Now
tries to go back.
I was gonna say, you think of like always getting those dusk and dawn. That Sentinels are the ones putting on the pressure.
Okay, how does Huhi find his angle here?
Damage and more.
Where does he go?
Waiting for Huhi to
connected one on
so Huhi's wrapping around. He's currently here. He's resetting. No, he's not resetting.
Vision Scuttle Crab vision for
a little bit of farming into.
Now jungler dead. No improve.
I mean, just create.
I mean, TL just get this Baron.
Like.
Yeah, I keep on forgetting that this game was like 50 minutes long. So like a lot of stuff happened in it.
Now Team Liquid are back in control. But immediately could have been because Team Liquid now could be in some trouble.
Okay, so this is a really good ult from Huhi, for example. Flash follows. Ezreal can't play the game. Bam, one team fight.
Looking for one dead for TS.
The type either what I was. They said Jar 2.
Things a sun disc the end. Other T's punished. Sentinels are thinking about how still got
this game's not slowing down. Hambach is on.
He has wait, look at who he's flanked here.
But it's still a 4v4.
Holy, he's like.
Who's Pop Blossom? Keep your eyes on it. Quid's gonna be tagged, but nobody else.
It's actually this one isn't that good, I don't think. Well, I mean, this one turns into a one fight. Actually, look. Yeah, so he's like looking for flank.
But it's still a 4v4 because you've still got Darkwing's dead. Now, once Darkwing's responds, he has TP. We'll see if they can use that.
I'll give you a second to take a breath because this game's not slowing down. Hambach is on the flank, and they will have a numbers advantage before Team Liquid can get out.
Who's Pop Blossom? Keep your eyes on it. Quid's gonna be tagged, but nobody else is.
Yeah, and then this results in the Orianna getting one shot by the Vi. So that's a good team fight.
Moving into the enemy jump. So Sentinel he's brought that base
on a so long as against about 6.
That's
then after let's see how Huhi plays this. So he's wrapping all the way around.
It can be a little bit hard to chew through a late game Scion.
He's a minion. He's going to wrap all the way here, trying to skirt the vision. Sneaks in behind. He's right here. He's right here. He's right here. Flash ult to Ezreal. Bam. Beautiful. Ezreal thinks he's safe, then that he can hit.
As Huhi is a Riverside minion trying to find his way around.
But Huhi's got the flank, so Ezreal can't play. Ezreal this entire time is not damaging Sion. That's the important thing, is that nobody can kill Sion if he's not getting hit by Ezreal. Ezreal couldn't hit Sion, Sion doesn't die. They collapse on him, they kill him. So, bam, Huhi won them another team fight. Slash Rahel, or not Rahel, slash Hambach. Hambach also played that team fight well.
Sentinels. The PlayStation player done.
And we're gonna get another one where Huhi does the exact same thing.
Are the Will soft defending the mid doesn't 2 minutes so he so one cool point of
yeah. The series that they job to get
who mid laners, but the only person so
I think yeah, it's insane collect is
the game.
Always poke they have
so damage as all right, let's go ahead and begin the Baron. It's Hambach.
All right, let's see. Look at Huhi's position here. So he walks in here, then he's gonna go down here, and he's gonna sit in the blue buff bush. They have a control word in it, so he knows that it's not warded.
just so I can
and he's just gonna sit there the entire time. Then he's gonna wrap around on the minimap. You can see him wrap around. And same win con for TL. Yon has to do damage, but he can't because he's behind him. And now Yon can't play the game. And they win the team fight. Again. Like, how is Huhi not player of the game? It's crazy to me. And then the cherry on top is that Rahel almost throws the entire game by hinting into the enemy's fountain. Which was before this, but whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a weird thing, though.
Rahel player of the game is a call that I really don't like.
You do want to have the team that just goes all out, early game, flips things, plays aggressive. But what happens in League
Who was the Pagoda caster of the game? Gotta go Captain Flowers.
Like, if they drop this game,
Chat was the one who was spreading the Rahel propaganda, so I gotta go Captain Flowers.
That they're in a best of one to make top 6 versus being eliminated and have 2 months off.
Right.
So
the 2 months is crazy.
I agree. Like, I actually do fully buy into.
You have 80 days to get the Poro banner. All right, I got this. I can get it.
That's also a good way to beat teams internationally, and you need to practice that in your own domestic region.
Oh my gosh! Wait, impact, based impact, based impact. Picking Ornn into Rumble. I've been saying this shit for weeks now. That I think that the best champion you can play into Rumble is Ornn. Well, it's probably Aurora, but Aurora's banned. Just go Ornn. It's good. Actually, maybe not based impact because Casante's banned as well. Maybe he would have gone Casante if it was open. But whatever. Even if Casante's open, I think if a team blinds Rumble, the best pick you can go is Ornn. So either way, pretty happy.
As we're seeing the Recon hovered here for Sentinels. That is a traditionally weaker laner with some very powerful scaling in his presence in the team fights. Now you've got Ornn alongside Recon.
Okay, ban Nautilus, pick Recon, sure.
And a lot of enchanters are gone. Remember, Nami and Karma are both.
I guess if you like really want to engage with the Yunara, you'd have to go like Leona or something at this point.
Nautilus ban.
But right now, TL's comp again, I really don't like their drafting. They
so they take Alistar.
Like I guess Alistar is like fine into Recon later, but like we're early picking Rumble, and then we have basically no setup for the Rumble. Like Lee Sin does nothing to enable Equalizer. Alistar can like barely enable Equalizer. Like their drafting is just so weird to me.
It didn't have to be blind picked. There's a higher chance. But the fact that it's a full blind pick. I don't think you just slam Yasuo like that.
I mean, that's the confidence play. That's the aggressive play. But yeah, we won't be getting that one here this time around. We'll be the victor. So we've got two very powerful, high damage AP solo laners on the Team Liquid side, which I think makes you feel.
Now on the flip side, I don't know if Sentinels has damage.
In the jungle, because now you always have the differentiated damage.
I guess maybe it's fine because TL doesn't have anybody particularly tanky except for Alistar. Yeah, Sentinels is probably fine on damage.
Supports, you've got a lot of playmaking and engage potential, but your lane
I would rather be the Sentinels comp here.
To a lot of other supports. But if both supports,
like realistically, you can't use Alistar to block Rakan's engage because
it's all equalized.
Rakan is like true follow-up. You have like Ornn is your primary engage, and then Galio is the engage that goes after that.
Makes sense how Sentinels comboed out the rest of their team.
Like Xin Zhao just dies in the enemy team with the Ornn ult, Galio goes on top, and then Rakan is third. So I don't think Alistar into Rakan, I don't think you're getting much value from that.
If he does
and TL's comp is really weird. I don't like how they how they prioed Rumble as the OP pick, and then their entire team comp doesn't play with Rumble. Very scattered. They also have bad lane matchups. Ornn is winning into Rumble in lane. Galio is completely fine into Victor in lane. And then even though Alistar is good against Rakan later, Alistar Yunara is not gonna win lane against Corki Nami. Or not Corki Nami, Corki Rakan. Although I say that, what was the... It was, Feng was playing Corki and Artemis was playing Yunara. And Artemis just gapped the shit out of Feng in lane phase for no reason. So who knows? Maybe Yunara will just randomly get 3 kills on Corki in lane. Doesn't Rumble ult make life hard? But the thing is that there's nothing to set up the Rumble ult. They drafted Rumble ult with borderline 0 CC.
is like 2018.
Like you have like Alistar flash combo.
Just
Alistar can flash combo people to keep them in the equalizer, and that's it.
And he would just power farm.
But like your jungler has no setup with the Rumble. Your mid laner has like only very conditional CC. It just feels very. This feels like a weak equalizer to me.
This with Skarner in the jungle. It was literally like triple AP topside garbage that you could never get away with in today's game. No, man. Like those guys, you're not allowed to pick triple AP or triple AD in your topside in modern League of Legends because teams will just run you. But RNG won MSI doing it. Sorry for the old tangent. Team Liquid trying to get aggressive in lane, burning barrier for an early trade.
Yeah, and now there's the heal burned in response for that trade just to try to keep the health bars nice and high. LYON and Core have been playing both of the previous game's lanes as if the enemy jungler does not exist. You just shove up, you don't care, you keep trading aggressively. It doesn't matter if we have Alistar, you have Rakan, and we are going to shoot you for it. LYON and Core now backing off a little bit further.
Well, they don't have barrier or heal, so or health potions. So I think they actually went a little bit too hard here. He's got to reset.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so LYON is going to go ahead and step back now. Rahel and Huhi, hey,
well, that was
a better lane
a terrible trade for TL.
In either of the previous games.
Be fun to see TL lose. I mean, listen, I would rather be Sentinel's comp.
He did actually have to reset there because the lane was in a bad state, so they took a bad trade. Rahel Huhi with a nice early advantage. That's going to pay itself.
I'm not saying TL's going to lose, but I am saying that I think Sentinels has the team comp I would rather play.
They're going to have to expose themselves to break this freeze.
Jose Dioto's Lee Sin, another point that we talked about in the draft that you brought up. Like, you've got to be confident if you're picking this into the Xinjiao from Hambach. See if he can manage to find
LYON just bled a full wave basically because of a bad trade.
This champion that will likely outduel him, as Darkwings is, you know, you're a melee champion versus a range champion in the first couple of levels. You're going to get traded on pretty heavily, so he'll just go ahead, back away right now. Generally, when I look at these early like range versus melee matchups, I always track, can you hold it together well enough to have your first buy be what you want it to be versus getting chunked out in a bad spot and you go back and you buy some junk like a ruby crystal, right?
Yeah, where is the Spectre's cow is what Galio is going to be trying to rush towards. Taking a decent chunk. I'm really surprised that Hambach didn't go for bot crab. So Jose's going to double crab him.
Why are we surprised that Hambach didn't go for bot crab?
GG to his team at this moment.
When was he going to do that?
Double crab angle, despite LYON being level 2 for most of this. I'm very confused about that, but he'll be back on the map to clean up grubs or to get his grump.
Lee Sin pick stays winning.
Yeah.
I mean, like in the moment that Xin Zhao ran to the top crab and saw that it was gone, he cannot go bot crab. He should be going in first, Xin over Khan. It should be Xin Zhao, and it should be with the Ornal. Like, you press Ornal first.
This guy can provide is so nice, especially with a great early ganker like Xin Zhao. I do want to see if they can
and then Xin Zhao runs forward with the Orin slow, and then if Orin gets a knockup, then that's even better. And then you have the Galio go on top of the Xin Zhao, and then you have the Rakan follow the Galio.
We're far too aggressive.
Yes.
Right? So I feel like this is a guy who you can say from what you saw in the first 2 games, yes, here's an opportunity where we have...
And because Rakan is third on the engage, it's really hard to find value with...
And that's where we can get
like, normally in a vacuum, you can just be like, oh, Alistar, mark the Rakan and cancel his engage, because like your engage is like, takes priority over his when they interact with each other. But this game, I just don't really think that's how it's going to go.
Explosive early game comes through the bottom lane, and for the first game of the 3, Rahel and Huhi won...
I mean, like, Sentinels have to execute their team comp properly. Because at the end of the day, they are a pretty low damage team comp, which means that you have to hit all of the right targets on the right timings or you can't win. So it's not like it's a free win for them or anything. But
exactly. Going up against Rumble,
the Team Liquid comp is pretty squishy, so I think it can be good.
Morgan, yeah, he walks up, he takes a turret. Jose Dioto is shadowing him, though, because they know that they don't want Morgan to end up getting punished right here. So the wave crashes in. Morgan's going to take his recall, should have whatever buy he wants right now, as Impact does purchase the Rejuvenation Beads. And considering Jose Dioto was up on that top side of the map, Hambach is down here near bottom.
Has there ever been a caster who accidentally said anal beads on the cast, like when somebody bought Rejuve bead? Because I feel like that's a mistake I would make.
That's 5 minutes.
Like if I was ever invited to cast.
I talked earlier in the series about how Sentinels fixed their game last week by just playing
Don't question
Drake.
mark me.
They got Dragon Soul in both of their wins last week. Technically today, they also got their win from Dragon Soul, even though it was a 7 Drake Soul in that game.
Come on, it's a perfectly
This team
reasonable
does
question.
need to have the stacking objectives to win so far. They don't necessarily play on the same page a lot of the time, so a way to bring everyone onto the same page is just start Drake stacking early and fight around objectives.
And I feel like this kind of ties in with something you brought up in the previous game. Hold on, we'll talk about that in just a moment, because Sentinels may find themselves
Crab is the objective.
On the receiving end of a pincer attack. Hambach eats the
Okay, flip the entire game over the OP Crab. TL got it. Do they win the entire game? Wait, they got the OP Crab and they're going to lose? But this defies all conventional wisdom. Oh, no, they're going to win. Okay. Well, no, it was tied. Okay, well.
It's a 2-for-2 trade in the bot side river.
And not only that, both kills go to both carries on both teams. So a really even fight there, as normally it's Crab into Drake. This time it's Drake into Crab, and the Crab is the one that ends up seeing the fight. So both junglers level 5 at the start of this one. Jose does win the smite and get a kick on a Hambach, but it's at the expense of getting eaten by the Galio ultimate. So it continues.
Why didn't he pop barrier at any point there?
Continue, both down to 100 HP during the replay.
They're playing barrier chicken as well, so both of them aren't in immediate risk of death.
Ooh, nice knock up.
Still playing barrier chicken. Insane.
Yeah. There's a quick heal from the Gleaming Quill. Kuhi keeping Rahel healthy.
I feel like
Sonic Wave from Jose does not
if you have barrier and you know that you're going to take the full damage worth of the barrier, you just press barrier. No, like get it on cooldown faster.
And so you're going to see Rahel.
Like if you know you can get full value from it, just use it.
Slightly before LYON does, but they are both going back around the same time.
I feel like LYON was sitting on that Tripletronic elixir the whole time. I wonder if he popped that, if he could have actually won, or at least gotten the barrier. We'll still have that for a later fight, whenever he wants it, but I love the spice. I mean, I do really think this game is going to come down to some combination of which AD can carry harder.
Okay.
It's not necessarily like a
He
Kai'Sa
recalled, so
comp
clearly
like
he didn't
we
need
had
to
last
pop
time.
it. But the question is, if he had popped it, could he have stayed another wave?
You really need Rahel to do damage. But then likewise, with the Rumble Victor into the 2 tanks that are all going to be itemizing MR because that's in side lanes, you need a really fed Yunara to cut through that. So we're going to wait until 3 or 4 items on these 80 carries to really start seeing fights have big consequence.
A tale of 2 carries here in game number 3. 2 minutes left on the clock until the next Drake spawns. The Void Grubs have made their way into the top side river. Nobody moving there just yet. It is Morgan with control over top lane, nearly claiming the second plate there as he crashes another wave into the turrets. As CoreJJ is forced to use the Unbreakable Will, finds Huhi and Rahel both waiting inside the tri-brush, considering that means that there's no ultimate on the Alistar. It's far harder for him to get involved in anything much bigger than
is this actually winning matchup top and Impact is just old, or does it go like this? No, Impact is just old.
So Sentinel's pushing bot lane.
Either that, or Lee Sin has been pressuring top more than I've been paying attention to. Because Ornn is supposed to beat Rumble in lane.
When we consider what's actually happening in the lanes, unless Hambach can make a dive happen. They're going to get the notification of the grubs soon.
Yep, okay, so Void Grub secured. Jose Dioto's got that one. Hambach knows there's no ultimate here on the Alistar. Dark Wings is also following up behind to guarantee they're able to take this. CoreJJ drops, and now the target might just be LYON here for the follow-up. Hambach's going forward. Arcane Storm is used.
Really good dive.
It looks like Team Liquid were ready for Hambach to show up because they send LYON back. CoreJJ is the sacrificial lamb, but LYON hanging around there just a little bit too long, right as Dark Wings walks up and says, "Sup, dude?" That is not what they were expecting, clearly, because they end up
once again,
2.
Yeah,
Grubs is complete bait.
Getting some cheeky grubs, but not being around to cover could have big implications on the rest of this game. Look at that CS gap in the bot lane now, 92.
Rahel player of the game again. True, yeah.
The last time you saw LYON on that low CS, 10 minutes into the game. So beautifully done by Sentinels, getting the ult out
TL
early,
Honda over TL Alienware, yep.
I think Team Liquid knew the Galio was around because you can see Quid trying to shadow on the way back, but it's just too big of a numbers advantage. Ultimately, LYON needed to just retreat to his turret, but knows how bad it is for his game to lose that wave. Ends up losing his life as well, which makes it worse.
Yeah, it sucks to lose a wave, don't get me wrong, but then to give up the kill right after, even if you know that the Galio is going to be close and you're sending Victor to follow, Galio's going to have so much
Sentinels can
impact
win.
with two forms of hard CC.
I mean, like, I thought they could win because I like the comp more, but
some delayed CC just feels like that was
Sentinels might actually win. This is like the first time in the series that I'm believing it.
Sentinels now with a 400 gold lead as a team.
Lee Sin is a shit champ.
Gold lead so far
I agree,
game, though, is Morgan up there in
but
the
Jose is like a
but
Lee Sin
like
one trick.
You're pretty okay with that. Again,
That's like the thing that he was really good at.
You know that he's not going to slam his lane. He does almost have the Canic Rookern completed, and I feel like that's the point
this
where
clip?
Rumble
What
really
did we...
stops being able to bully this guy effectively because you just allow the shield to absorb all the barbecue.
Oh! Sentinels team
eventually pushed under the turf.
Extremely hard to play against.
What is this?
If they keep LYON in
and let's see what he can do. No ult available, just trying to clear the wave as much as possible. Pyosik says, I'm just going to... yeah, the Q
there's no way. There's no way!
Down, and Drake's up, so Hombok's in river. That's the game plan.
Okay. Sonic Wave from Jose Diodo finds Hombok. No reason to follow that one up here just yet. Both junglers do have Sundered Sky completed, so that power spike is locked and loaded. Hallowed Radiance done for Darkwings in the mid lane as well, alongside the Blackfire Torch for Quid's Victor. Neither one of our bottom laners that we are talking about being so important in this game have their first items so far, thus far.
Yeah.
As Darkwings wants to make sure Quid doesn't try to rotate over to this bottom side river at all. You could see the Xin Zhao portrait just quickly jump forward a little bit towards the Dragon Pit in the mini-map, and that means that Hombok and the rest of Sentinels have decided
Alright, so
they have
Sentinels are
enough
on 2
control. They will be
dragons
able to
now.
secure this second Drake of the game. And once again, my friend, it's a Hex Rift. Chaos is on the horizon.
I hope so, because this game is a little bit slow, but in a favor of Sentinels, which was not expected. All 3 people on the lounge predicted a 2-0 for Team Liquid today. But again, look at this. LYON can't get back to his turret. Sentinels is just camping them.
Man, does anybody else think that Yunara is just a shit champ, or am I still the only one?
Too aggressive. He does manage to dash back over the wall. Escape before another turret shot finds him. The Arcane Storm is ticking, though. Here comes your heroic entrance. Darkwings arrives, but now he's got to try to get away.
Rush.
Lands the taunt. Phase Rush, giving him that extra distance. That means that Rahel and Huhi both get to keep their flashes, but they had to spend both other defensive summoners.
Is Mundo jungle OP? Mundo jungle is really weak early, so you can kind of get run over in early games.
But there is no
But he does scale very well, and he's a really good answer into certain
A little
champions.
bit too long. Okay, he trusted his sidestep there.
Okay.
The trust pays off.
Flowers Hex Rift is creating chaos already.
I told you.
He's already back in the map. They're still fighting.
He wants the knock up onto Jose, but the grand entrance falls a little bit short. Quid stepping forward here. Remember, no ulti on either one of the mid laners. Core JJ does have Unbreakable Will here on the Alistar as a TP is coming
Like,
in.
I understand the benefit of, like, Yunara's strong mid-game, but I feel like every game that I see Yunara in, the team that has Yunara has to put in so much effort to not just, like, turbo lose early game. Also, Impact just missed his Ornal. Okay, nice.
Impact is not able to send the thing back in where they wanted it, and Team Liquid gets everybody away on blinking health bars.
I feel like Sentinels can actually win that.
Impact got CC'd because I thought that Ornal
team
was
fight.
about to turn things, but as we mentioned, total chaos, and the biggest winner of this is actually LYON. He got a full push bottom lane, takes 2 plates, and then can walk up for this. Wow,
Well, Yunara's back in the game, unfortunate.
Farm, but Hombok actually just all ins on top of a
Sentinels just straight up lost a 4v5.
and a level down. So yes, Impact has his ultimate here and just doesn't click it right. No CC to stop him.
Morgan Aura diff, yeah.
I do think that could have been the fight turner that you were talking about.
Oh my god, Golden Glue is not happy about
You
that.
slam that onto all of those low health bars.
No flash on this guy?
This kill onto Quid without a whole lot of to do about
Give it to the Xin Zhao if you can.
Phase Rush is
Nice.
getting him somewhat away, but no, Hombok will finish the kill. Yeah, the Ornhorn in that previous fight, if you could have found the knockups.
Why do people try to E R2 so often? Because if you get the CC with your E, then they can't CC you when you R2. But if you try to only use your R2, then it's like really telegraphed and people can like try to stun you or something.
bomb connects onto LYON, and Rahel goes in.
I don't even know if they had CC though. They straight up might have not actually had CC to cancel them either way.
With 2 dead on the enemy team, both of those 2 being carries, chat, it looks like Sentinels is ready to start up the Rift Herald.
LYON is somehow also old. I'm having flashbacks to when LYON was playing Yunara against Nongshin, and TL had like a 9k lead, and then LYON solo through the game.
Morgan, but it's still a 4v3 favoring Sentinels. Jose wants to get out, but the heroic entrance goes in. Morgan's still overheated, but he's got another flamethrower ready to go. Morgan finds a kill. Rahel's gonna die to core JJ. Morgan,
man, I don't like that from Rahel. I think if he just played first target, it would have been better.
The grand entrance once more. Quid's trying to show up, mop and bucket. He's got some cleanup duty to do as Impact wants to cover for the escape of Darkwings and Huhi. This is a game, my friend. This is
Psychopathic Poro, first target propagandist. Yeah, I'm a first target farmer.
It's a 3v4, and he goes
like, I think the target is Rumble. You kill Rumble first, and then Lee Sin after. And Rahel took too much damage trying to do all that.
He lives just a second longer. That allows Impact to walk all the way from base. I still think Sentinels come out ahead.
But yeah, the more you guys watch me coach, the more you'll know how much of a first target Andy I am.
Gates have ruined the minds of everyone in this game, and they're just giving them this insane bloodlust because with the Gates, they're always 5 seconds from a fight, and they always want to fight.
Hex Gates is the new Otacon. They're just all over the map instead of at one spot.
Or well, not even like first target Andy, it's more like once like single target Andy. It's like first target in most games, but generally like if somebody makes a play on a backline target, I think that everybody should be trying to hit the backline target, and if everybody can't hit the backline target, then it's probably better for everybody to hit another target.
I feel like the first AD carry to hit, 7 items wins this game, seemingly, with the direction that we're going. But this is kind of part of how League of Legends works now, with home guards being better and with the Hex Rift getting you there. The map shrinks, right? The game speeds up, so it's all about how you outplay the opponent in the constant skirmishing, which is definitely the direction that this game is moving.
You remember Nexus Splits? You remember the Ring of Fire? It's kind of just like that, but a little bit more indirect of a version.
Fighting again.
As Core JJ steps in, headbutt pull only onto Hambach.
TL did not connect Yunara into this fight at all. This Yunara is kind of homeless for a bit.
This Rumble is a huge factor in the team fights. Morgan has been
Yunara is still trying to go through mid. She should wrap around.
The past couple encounters, his equalizer, the placement, the timing on
oh man, TL's getting pushed out. They shouldn't be.
Triumph and stop the soul stack here for Sentinels. Huhi on the recon, just trying to get as much value as he can out of those gleaming quills, those extra heals. Keep
this guy here, how did Sentinels take a game? Huhi and Hambach played game 2 really well.
Morgan has to try to flash away, but Hambach is in hot pursuit. Team Liquid, they only lose 1 man, but that man is the jungler, and Sentinels are going to Soul Point.
And they crucially burn Flash off of both Team Liquid carries for future fights. Clean engage there by Huhi's recon.
Shit, well,
execute the jungler rather than the carry. Morgan was trying to...
Oh man, but there were so many people on Twitter telling me that they thought that TL was going to win the split anyway.
Huhi flies in. You can see no other carries other than Morgan can really do any damage as LYON and Quid both just push completely out of the fight. And Sentinels win the Drake River contest yet again.
Sentinels, man. You could look at Jose Dioto's eyebrows jump up. The damage just exploding this guy before he gets the chance to respond. Okay, so last game, it took us till like post 40 minutes to get a Dragon Soul, or just about 39 or so, right? This time around, we have the chance at a Dragon Soul 24 minutes or so.
I didn't think TL were going to be frauds. I just thought they were going to be third. And then it looks like they might be. So,
but 3-0 Dragon State means that Team Liquid cannot afford any more mistakes when those are about to spawn.
Definitely not. And remember the way this format works. Winner is in playoffs.
TL, no impact, no win. True.
Chance qualifier tomorrow, and based on the preseason expectations of Team Liquid, that would be absolute insanity that they'd be playing the game to decide 6 and 7 in the standings. They could still be 5th. It depends on the way Strength of Victory and
Isn't LYON joining this game? I mean, like, yeah.
Play out. We've got a great Foldy sheet.
The entire game was kind of blown open at level 2 because LYON took a really bad trade.
Could still be eliminated at some point.
Like, LYON and Core took a really bad level 2 trade, and LYON had a base, and he just lost an entire wave, and he was just down XP for the entire early game.
Right? Yeah. With Sentinels
So it was hard to play.
almost being back to their week 2 selves, right? Sentinels loses to DSG, then they demolish Dignitas, and maybe they beat Team Liquid. They're
Look at that. You guys see that shit? Impact never misses an Ornal. You see that? Oh! Oh! Ooh!
He doesn't quite slam himself into the volcanic fissure how he wanted, but it means it only cost them
Impact,
second
no.
to get that kill. And Jat, that was the plus 2,000 gold rumble. That was what has been trying to get Team Liquid through some of these mid-game fights, and that was a free kill on the very same dude.
How much swagger does Impact have right now? He might beat Team Liquid in a series where he played Guardian Aatrox. Like, game 1 was a throwaway, and they're winning games 2 and 3 right now.
Why are people saying 6-7? What was the 6-7?
Mind game. You lock Guardian, you lose game 1 in the most goofball way.
Does you know how Ali ever win that trade? Yeah, they can. It's just they played it too hard. Like, they were playing really well around the Yunara level 1, and then they just kept on playing, and then they lost.
Actually, Impact's gonna just
Jats at 6th or 7th? Oh, okay. Got it.
He's gonna Scion lock game 2, go deathless. They're gonna set up.
What does 6-7 even mean? 6-7 does have a meaning. The fact that people are
they banned,
trying to spread that 6-7 has no meaning is crazy.
Slam Ornn.
Well, sorry, they played it into the Rumble, but still.
Who, by the way, he has Kanik Rookern.
Demolish Ornn? Yeah, he also had Demolish Aatrox as well. He's just a Demolish fan.
Whatever we named the ornaments these days. This thing is absolutely massive against both Quid and Morgan, and Morgan's gold lead has now shrunk. This man who had twice as much of an individual advantage compared to anybody else on the Rift now has less of an individual advantage than, oh, what's this? The mid laner from the enemy team? The bot laner from the enemy team? These champions that are going to be causing a lot of issues? Team Liquid.
What happened to the 6-7 kid? Who knows? Who knows?
Jat, the thing that I said a couple of minutes ago about how, yeah, they're 3-0 on Drakes, but the gold lead itself is at least very modest. Not so modest anymore.
Heard it was originally because Mello is 6'7". No, there was a song where the guy had 6-7 as one of the lyrics because like it means something. And then they just used that as an edit for mellow basketball edit, like mellow basketball montages. Like it was just like an editing trend.
is at least ready to shadow him a little bit.
And then the kid came along and ruined everything.
To secure the top lane tier 1 turret for the Team Liquid side. That is the first turret they've got all game long. Mid and bottom are still at only a single plate, and Quid gets some extra money from that, which they are going to need. 55 seconds until the next Drake
Morgan is doing no damage. I mean, listen, I think this is a shit Rumble game. This is like one of the worst Rumble games you could ever get.
Yeah, that could have been absolute disaster.
We picked Rumble blind just to get counterpicked, and my team has no setup for the equalizer. So yeah, Morgan's probably pretty mad about the draft, I would imagine.
So it's going to prevent Team Liquid's ability to contest early vision, which will
Trust Victor Cage is enough setup, true.
And really set up everything they
the Rumble equalizer slow combined with the Victor Cage slow it's basically a guaranteed stun in the equalizer if you think about it.
So they're ready to go, and Huhi is going to be looking for an engage here. They have great river control right now.
Muramana completed for Rahel. You've also got the extra serrated Dirk on top. Jungler's already fighting.
How do you compare Pryo, Cassante, or Sion to top lane tanks? In my opinion, if a team first picks Rumble, the best champion you can go is Ornn, followed by Sion, followed by Aurora, and then Cassante, in my personal opinion. But pro players are Pryo and Cassante as the most important. But I just think that Ornn and Sion fit way more team comps. And then Aurora is like just like a turbo lane stomp pick. Oh, and then Galio, yeah, Galio is the thing you can do also. I think Cassante's better than Galio, probably. Like, Galio is an option that can be really good, but if they're like blind picking Rumble on 1 and you want to answer top lane on 2, I think Cassante's probably better than Galio.
I can't believe this worked. Core JJ at 50% health, flashes in for the CC on the jungler, and then I think the fact that Hambach went on to Morgan
Oh, by the way, I had a vision, okay? I need you guys to bear with me here. But I had a vision come to me. It was either in a dream, or it was in my League of Legends delusions right before I fell asleep. That you could pick Nautilus into Braum with similar power 80 carries, like similar damage 80 carries, if you took Phase Rush.
However, that
Thoughts?
has fallen by half. Team Liquid has bought themselves at least 5 more minutes before a soul would arrive. Darkwing should be able to pick up just some free gold here. Punch the turret one time, easy peasy, brings the gold lead back.
Because like normally Nautilus hooks into Braum,
But man,
and then the Braum doesn't take any damage because of his shield, and then he Qs the Nautilus, and then when Nautilus tries to run away, the 80 carry procs the stun, and then Nautilus takes a bunch of damage on the way out. But if you go Phase Rush,
I don't know if they definitely don't love the way that they're playing right
then
now
you
because
hook
they
the
might be losing this
Braum,
series,
your 80
but
carry
they
can
go
pump on the
for
Braum
plays.
while the enemy 80 carry is pumping on
Centrals, I feel
you.
like, is generally
But then if
playing the
you
more
hook
control
auto
style,
E,
which is crazy. They're just
you can
trying to set
Phase
up around
Rush,
these
and you
Drakes.
can, even if the Braum hits you with Q,
Still gonna be scaling with this
you
Orange.
just run away from the Q
Rahel really just needs to get more and
before
more
the
items.
stun
I'd say
comes through,
Yawn,
and then it's like an
based
even
on
trade.
items, is
And then
right
you can
there
play
with
it the
them
same way
at
that
the
you would play like a
moment,
Rel lane or
but it
something,
will-
like a Nautilus Rel lane.
It'll scale in the favor of Corki as he completes more and more items.
you still do have Yon's Yunara though with those Fiend Bolts, the new 80 carry item that is
Then you need to
very-
draft
it's
extra
another thing,
engage,
kind
so
of
now doesn't need extra
experimental
tankiness.
hex play where
But I
it's
feel like
really
half the
good on
time I see
champs
Nautilus
that
players
really
going
like it,
Glacial Augment
even if it's
anyway.
kinda useless on the majority of champs
It's not like
overall.
every
Any
it's not like every
marksman
Nautilus
that
player
really
goes
wants to
Aftershock.
turn on their ult for the team fight, Twitch, Yunara, Zeri, all these types of things,
actually.
loves this thing.
And I will actually say, even though the front line is really good against Victor Rumble, the front line's pretty low on armor. Finally,
Phase is so much
Seeker's armor
tankiness
is
because you're
built
hard to
for
hit. I mean, yeah, actually.
You get a little bit of armor from the Jack Show on Ornn, but Yawn will also be able to completely shred.
But yeah, I was just wondering, like, if you had like, I don't know, Corki Nautilus into Yunara Braum or something. Like if you could actually get positive trades with Phase Rush Nautilus.
For Rahel Collector on the Corki, so he'll also be able to shred low armor targets. There is no armor built on Morgan. There is no armor built on Quid. There is, I mean, yeah, you've got Zeke's on Core JJ, but it's not a lot. Obviously, Yawn won't be building armor, so this is going to give you some good value, some good burst here.
Also, for the record, no matter what rune you go on Nautilus and what build you go on Nautilus, Nautilus is not that tanky. Nautilus will never be that tanky in games, in my opinion.
They're just going to start the Baron, accelerate the game a little bit more. Quid was trying to push the side wave. They're likely just looking for an engage here. Impact level 16 on this Ornn.
You're seeing on my wave pings coming out from the Team Liquid side towards the Baron, though. This Baron DPS is not particularly fast.
Huhi's got pretty turbo position right now. Let's see if he can get anything.
And Hombok's ready to create some space for everybody else. Core JJ down to half HP.
Huhi wasn't able to get on Yawn, but
An impact with the sideline kill on Morgan starts it off. Now
maybe it's okay. Can they kill the Yunara? They got, alright, they win.
Rahel flies in. Hombok is down, but so is Yawn. Team Liquid has lost.
They can't do Baron though, because Lee Sin can steal it. They don't have a good way to zone Lee Sin. So it's a winning team fight. But they can't get anything else from it. Also, do my eyes deceive me, or did Impact just miss another ult?
With nobody claiming the Baron, but a decided victory for Sentinels.
Man, Yawn tried so hard in that fight.
He did? Okay.
Gold to be effective. He managed to
Because I heard the Ornn ult, and then I heard Captain Flowers say that he got a kill. And so I was like, maybe my eyes were just playing tricks on me, and he like killed somebody with the Ornn ult, and I just didn't see it. But okay, wait. Let's see the Ornn ult.
Fight away from Yawn are untouchable. Look at what they're able to do to Morgan right here, and then Yawn is distracted, can't hit the Xin, has to deal with Huhi. So Morgan just gets kind of solo.
Oh, he just ults the Rumble. Okay.
And at the end here, look at what
Got
Yawn
it. Okay,
does.
so he did hit the ult. All right.
Doesn't get
It was a
CC'd
bad
by
ult.
that
I think it would have been better if he ulted
at the
into
end
the
of the day,
fight, but
those
it's
are
all
two
good.
4,000 health tanks that he really can't touch, and the Victor is not able to shred through the MR stacking soul laners of Sentinels.
I don't like the fact that Corki's Trinity Force is upgraded. Not a big fan.
Time is once again at their fingertips.
Okay.
You can see they've already got their support units in position around the area.
This might be a long one, Flowers. Take a drink, make sure you're hydrated.
Who do you think will make first stand from each region?
This fight
My
starts
predictions
and
right now
someone
would be
dies, they can keep fighting
C9,
until the Hex Gates come back. So right now, insane vision control from
KC,
Sentinels, who he doesn't have ultimate, but it's up in 5
Los,
seconds. I think that's what they're waiting for. You can see him on the flank.
Yeah.
If Team Liquid try and move
Deep
in,
Cross,
he's going to go for an engage, and we're going to see a fight.
And Jose Dioto has
Gen
always been
GT1
around
ALBLG.
this area for these dragon fights, always ready to jump in over the wall with the Lee Sin. That seems to be who he is marking with his recon. Hambach and Rahel DPSing the Dragon slowly but surely.
It's a flip.
Got it down to about 2,500, and Impact is going in here with the Orn. Orn knocks him up into the air, and they've already claimed the soul, and Morgan's soul as well. Dark Wings drawing the ire of Yawn off to the side, but it's only a distraction, as now Team Liquid's going to lose their second man. A double kill for
JDG has BLG's number? Yeah, but JDG has nobody else's number. JDG can beat BLG, and that's it.
Team Liquid, they lose 2 men, they lose the Dragon Soul, they lose control over the top side of the map, and now the Baron should go the way of Sentinels.
Jose still hoping to pull off a miracle, has the control word inside, has another control word and a trinket to check, but I mean, this is a rather big ask to try and steal the Baron away from this Hextech sold Sentinels team.
Team Liquid fans, spam your Tukis. Jose Dioto's got to go for the miracle here because Sentinels really wants this Baron. Jose Dioto throwing the Q over the wall. He jumps into the pit. The Baron's still at 2,500 HP.
Oh, we missed the Q back in. Tough. Actually, if the Lee Sin hit the Q back in, maybe he can steal it.
Overcommit to chasing Lee Sin and Alistar. The Baron goes over to the Sentinel side.
The Lee Sin is not it. Yeah, I think the Lee Sin is one of the worst picks that they could have gone. Because, again, if you're going to go early Rumble, you would really like to have a jungler that has CC. I don't know what was up. I know it was down. Maybe they could have gone like Kiana or something.
Team Liquid had to go in for the Drake.
But just like literally anything with CC. But he just, yeah, it's Lee Sin. Lee Sin, all Lee Sin can do is kick people out of the equalizer. Like, unironically, you could have gone like fucking... I guess you can't really go Maokai because you didn't have support mid lane counter. Yeah, I don't know. But you can't go Lee Sin for sure. It's probably just Kiana. Because Pantheon was out, Jarvan was out, Vi was out. So it's probably just Kiana if you're going to go Rumble. And if you don't think Kiana's strong enough to go, then you can't go Rumble. And Rumble Prio just should drop. Wukong was also out. You can't go Wukong.
Between the game 1 all the way up through now, if they can manage to turn it around and win the series. CoreJJ is already almost dead.
How do you set up Victor for success in draft? Well, you don't really set up a Victor. Victor is picked because he has a really good lane phase. And you can like splash him into almost any comp. So they just picked it here because it was like the safest blind pick they had. Because they had the blind pick the mid laner. So
they have big time tanks, but it's really just Corki who can
yeah, I think TL should not have prioed the Rumble if they weren't willing to go Kiana. Most likely. I have to take another look at what champions were up, but I think they probably shouldn't have gone Rumble if they weren't willing to prio Kiana, and they should not have picked Yunara that early. I think those are what the main problems were. Because it made it way too easy for Sentinels to pick pretty much whatever they wanted. You could go Skarner. I mean, you could try Skarner. The question is if Skarner is too weak. Like if he would just get run over. Oh my god, Impact just shot a field goal. Did you guys see that, Ornal? He shot a field goal in between 2 targets that weren't moving.
Shots in the air. Quid takes the credit for it, but the first Nexus turret is already about to fall. Morgan wants to hold with the flame spitter, but it's just not hot enough. Rahel and the rest of Sentinels push forward towards the Nexus itself, and Quid and Morgan can't stop them.
Well, all good. Yeah, no Impact, no win. Agreed.
And Sentinels move on to lock in playoffs. An insane.
All right, I'll be back. I'm gonna go. And...
Yeah,
I'll be back.
They sweep
I'm gonna clear my
week
bowl.
2, and then they win the
I'll run ads while I'm gone.
Of this series. Impact. He's wiping the sweat off his brow. If they lose this series because he takes Guardian Aatrox in game 1 against his former team, that's going to be a tough one to live down. But now beating them with that actually even sweetens the victory.
And I said at the start of the day here, this is Sentinel's chance to prove themselves against a team ranked higher on the tier list, against one of the bigger competitors here that they'll have to go up against. They turn the sweep, or they sweep the series with the reverse sweep the series. I'm losing my mind here. It's 2-1, even though they lost the first one.
Impact is going to be on his way for the interview. You guys can see it. They're going to have him on the lounge. Lounge, what the heck did we just see?
We just saw, I would say, a big upset. Sentinels taking the win against Team Liquid.
I don't know. Look, even with my glasses, I can't see. What about your big old glasses, Emily?
Is that just a comment on my glasses? I think we saw a team team that from week 1 to week 2, we talked about minor improvements that they'd made to, again, like focus down all of their opportunity areas to one thing, which was focusing around Drake. I think he still saw that today. And going into it, we were saying, like, my big thing of why I was going TL was that Sentinels just didn't look as coordinated. It felt like every single game in this series, they got more and more in step with each other, and that was such a huge difference maker.
Their comps, I think, very much simplified it. Straightforward, front to back, easy understanding your role if you're Hambak and Rahel, for Huhi as well. Like, and you have the big old Impact coming through.
Woo!
Well done.
Impact.
Let's go.
Well done. Well done. You got the win.
I play bad. The mid ulti one, I like, oh my god.
Oh, no.
That's trauma. You know, after the 8 rocks, I took the wrong run, and they want second trauma. I like, oh my god.
I wanna start with that.
Yeah.
Your perspective. Do you think it was a bug, the runes?
All right, we're back.
I double click. When I scroll, I double click that, and and like, fuck, why not? F-Shock, even F-Shock better.
Yeah,
anything better than Guardian. But I was winning, I was up at lane.
Yeah.
But I kind of hinting after he TP back. If I just stayed, was good, but.
Yeah.
Well, but I was a bit bad, but it's fine.
How hard was it to recover from that? Because mentally, I can imagine that being tough going into game 2 to be like, okay, we gotta keep playing the series even though that happened.
I mean, what I can say, my finger problem too old, you know? I misplayed, so I have to accept, you know?
Yeah.
I say, okay, just next game play better. And I see the Langton die in the proxy and die.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, problem too.
With this team, you're kind of surrounded by a lot of younger teammates, especially Hambak. Everyone was saying, oh my gosh, Hambak is so crazy. He always goes in for the play. What's it been like playing with him? Because he does seem so good to just like immediately dive in.
I thought he good at like decision making to fight. But one thing I think first game he tried to hurry to doesn't understand top condition situation because they can always TP first. So
next up we have Disguised versus LYON.
I say wait, just wait a little bit more. So I think that's what happened all the number game.
Should be a quickie 2-0, no?
We said, we can buy. I said, no, just wait. I mean, I make the call more louder so they can understand, they can hear. But they try more understand my side too. So,
okay, so what's going on with the LEC standings?
About specifically Hambak, but like, what about the team? Because you guys started the split losing to DSG.
Oh, we have
series versus Dig.
We have 5. We have 5 teams who are 5 and 5. Okay, so
I think everyone understand. I think everyone try improve past the West End. I think everyone really try hard. Also, I think we try learning more like detail.
This first match doesn't matter, most likely.
Even you're losing or winning.
This match doesn't matter at all.
Yeah. Even you're losing. You can
then we have
so we focus more
SK versus Shifters. So if Shifters win this, they become 5 and 6. And then both Shifters and Los Ratones will be 5 and 6. And Los Ratones have the head-to-head, so it shouldn't matter. Then Na'Vi versus MKOI. If MKOI lose this, then they're 5 and 6, and they don't have the head-to-head against Los Ratones.
The team also against Team Liquid, because this is your first time going up against them. You were on Team Liquid for such a long time. We talked about it before the game. How many championships you've won with this team? What was it like?
They don't have the head-to-head against Los Ratones. They don't have the head-to-head against Heretics.
Yeah.
They don't have the head-to-head against Shifters. But they do have the head-to-head against G2.
Leaving Team Liquid was like, well, you guys.
And they have it against Fnatic.
That was joking.
Yeah.
For Lizard-wise. But still, I'm cheer for them too. Still, you know.
Yeah.
I don't hate them, you know.
Wait, isn't MKOI in no matter what then? Wait, hold on.
You could use the stick mic.
Thank you, Raz.
I like Yon and Spawn and Core and Dodo. You know, there.
No. If
I don't have bad
MKOI or if Shifters win, MKOI is in no matter what. If I'm looking at this correctly, if Shifters win, MKOI should be in. Because if Shifters are 5 and 6, then
what are you gonna do at that point? I'm hearing that we have an APA tweet. I thought Impact and me
wait.
were the problem.
No, wait. If Shifters lose, MKOI are in.
You co-signing it?
I mean, he can do, but like, no comment. I don't say anything because just once.
Yeah, if Shifters lose, MKOI are in no matter what. Because after that, one of Fnatic or G2 have to lose,
MSI World
And if all of the teams are
so up to results,
5 and 6, then MKOI has head-to-head against
Yeah. Now you may not like this.
whoever loses between Fnatic and G2.
Huh?
Wait, so one of Fnatic and G2 are in a really tough spot, actually, because one of these teams is going to end up being 5 and 6 no matter what. If it's Fnatic, they don't have head-to-head against MKOI. They don't have head-to-head against Shifters.
I don't know. I want to just jump Windows fast.
They don't have head-to-head against Heretics.
I voted you. A lot of it is like they just could not get past you as a tank.
Yeah.
And if G2 loses, then G2 doesn't have head-to-head against MKOI.
Congratulations one more time in the win. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be DSG versus LYON.
They do have it against Shifters. They do have it against Heretics. They don't have it against Los Ratones. Wait, G2's in a pretty good spot, I think, actually. G2's in a decent spot. Los Ratones is in a good spot. If Shifters win, they're actually not in a terrible spot, because they have head-to-head against a lot of the other teams. They have head-to-head against Fnatic, MKOI, and Heretics. So if Shifters win, they have head-to-head against 3 of the other teams if those teams lose. This is really complicated. What is this? Use this to help. Aha, okay. So it's Heretics, Shifters, wait, Los Ratones, Shifters. Wait, what am I looking at here? Wait, hold up. Wait, how do I undo this? I want to undo that. There's no undo button. Can I refresh it? Oh, I can refresh it. Okay. Wait, so Heretics beat Fnatic. Shifters beat KCB. Los Ratones beat SK. Navi beat G2. Vitality beat MKOI. And KC beat GX. Okay. So I'm expecting Shifters to win. I'm expecting Giant X to win. So we can lock those two in. Okay, let me mute this. Then, yeah, KC should win. So, like, if Los Ratones win, then they're in no matter what. And then that puts Fnatic and G2 on the out. And then one of these teams would do it. So if Fnatic wins, then it's yeah, if Fnatic wins, then... Wait, so... Wait, G2 are actually in a really good spot, now that I'm looking at this. Like, there are a lot of different scenarios where Fnatic could win and G2 wouldn't give a fuck. Yeah, G2 would be concerned if Heretics wins, would be really bad for them. Yeah, basically G2 needs Heretics to not win. You could pretty much do any combination of stuff, but even if Heretics does win, If Mkoi, if Na'Vi wins, then they're still good. Yeah, G2, yeah. Yeah, G2's in a pretty good spot. I'm assuming Los Ratones only doesn't make it if, like, G2, Mkoi, yeah, so that's the line. Yeah, Los Ratones doesn't make it if, Fnatic and Shifters lose. Well, no, wait, Shifters doesn't fucking matter. Shifters can do whatever they want. Los Ratones doesn't make it if Fnatic loses and they have the head-to-head and then every other 5-5 team wins. But if you swap out any of these games, then... Oh, wait. Apparently Heretics could lose also. And Los Ratones still wouldn't make it. So if I expect Vitality to win, and Giant X to win, and Shifters to win, then the main lines is... If Na'Vi win, Mkoi is out. No matter what. So Mkoi has to win their match tomorrow. If they don't win, they're probably out. Yeah, if they don't win, there's a very low chance that they get in. So they have to win. Then if Mkoi lose, then it is between Heretics and Fnatic. Both teams really want to win, but if both teams lose, then Fnatic is out. Okay, so what is the best case scenario? What do I want to happen? I would want this to happen. And I don't think this matters. Yeah, so anything can happen in the first game. Anything can happen in the second game, doesn't matter. But then I need wait, anything can happen in the third game also. So I need Mkoi to win, I need KC to win, and I need Fnatic to win. And that'll make it so that way Shifters and Heretics don't make it. Because I think if Shifters or Heretics make it, it'll be really boring. However, I do think it would be hilarious if Mkoi doesn't make it. That would be like the funniest thing ever. So I'm down for that too. Okay.
Pretty damn well. The team looked solid even without their intended starting jungler, even without the guy they were scrimming with. So now Cryo is here, really excited to see how he can perform. He has the opportunity to play against one of his jungle idols in Inspired.
So I will put forward a question here then, since they're all about Kryra, they're talking about, oh, we're going to build around him, it's going to be jungle carry, we're going to funnel him. You, Isaiah, what would you want your carry jungler to be on? Because we got a really good taste. We got Griffin on Ambessa. And
what did that taste like?
That tasted delicious. That
like
was
victory.
That was perfectly cooked steak right there. Griffin on Ambessa, FlyQuest made that carry jungle look really nice.
Why do you feel like there'll be a Disguise 2-0? I would be surprised. Looks like Disguise is still prioing the Jace ban. Azir and Rumble are still up. They're probably going to ban something else and then do a trade. Or they could ban Rumble and trade like Azir Ori. But probably you ban Ori and then you trade Azir Rumble. Yeah, so that's probably what's going to happen. Is I would imagine LYON take Azir and then Disguise take Rumble, or the other way around.
It's my most played champion ever, and I do really enjoy that. So I'm always hoping it's going to come back into the meta. Of course, it is not in there right now. I'd also be interested in seeing some things like Diana, which has been really popular in solo queue, but hasn't really come out in pro. Some of the AP junglers feel very popular in solo queue these days. So I mean, I'm down for it.
So LYON want the Rumble.
Cryo wants to show us. I'm going to kind of just buy in.
All of the junglers that pair with Rumble are up.
Yeah, let's go. On
like
stage
Jarvan, Vi,
he had a lot of
Nocturne, Pantheon, Xin Zhao, literally everything.
We just saw. So we'll see on.
We're seeing Azir, so now I like a jungler that can.
Pans out. Regardless, though, we're going primary picks right now. We are on.
What do we go? I think that like. Oh, Nocturne is out. Maybe like
Azir or Rumble. So that trade should
I think LYON might want to look for like a Pantheon.
With Orianna banned out, they can still go like Talia or Ryze or something.
Would be the first champion I'm thinking about.
But you already have the Rumble. So whenever you have Rumble,
Vi is
I'm already
pretty
thinking,
decent as
ooh,
well.
Don't I want something like a Yone as a other solo laner?
I guess it depends on what Disguise second pick. Okay, so Disguise are going to take the Pantheon, so you probably go Vi here.
We'll see what AD options they can cook up. I would bet almost anything you do not lock in Italy in.
You probably go like Vi Orianna, or Vi Ari, or Vi Akali, something like that.
Obviously a strong AD jungler, but also if you are anticipating Talia, you want to pick up that duo, right? Be able to have that as a takeaway, so it's going to feel pretty nice. Vi Talia would be a pretty common combo as well. That or Wukong.
There's Vi. Okay, so they're going to go the Vi Akali variation, looks like.
It's going to be Vi. Akali would be an exciting counter.
That's like the most aggressive one you can go.
Those answers we see sometimes in
Vi Anivia is not real in my opinion.
I think he's just kind of taking us on a wild ride with the hovers.
I mean, I always like it because it's more
Talia I don't like as much.
And especially if you do
you can, I guess. Alright, that's fine. I don't like the matchup that much. Not nearly as much as the Akali or Orianna. I don't even like the Orianna Zero matchup for the most part, but yeah, I don't really like Talia. Do we have any clue why NA Rumble only has a 17% win rate this split? Well, if last game was any indication, it's because these teams are picking Rumble and not drafting around it, so... Okay, Disguised. They're gonna go the Galio answer into Rumble.
Yeah,
that thing was looking clean last.
I think it makes sense because Galio is also pretty good against Vi generally.
Really fallen off. People are not playing it pretty much at all. There's only 2 pro play picks of Galio so far in this season.
So I'm down for that.
And Rumble has 61 games played. It's the second most played top laner behind only Cassante. So it is interesting that did kind of fall off. We'll see how Castle does do it. I know, having spoken to him before, I got to watch some of their scrims one time, and you know he was really into a lot of these.
Good with Pantheon.
Kind of more niche things, so
it's whatever with Pantheon.
Yeah, he always has looked good with it, and it pairs well with the Pantheon here.
I think you pick it more to deny Vi. Like I think if LYON had gone, I don't know, like Xin Zhao or something instead, then Disguise would have just gone Cassante.
We can't have Bard coming through and blowing Talia's flash as well, because anytime you have Azir mid, it always feels really
good. It's a Galio support? No, it's a Galio top answer into the Rumble.
Blow the enemy mid laner's flash, and Azir's constantly looking for shuffles, so...
I mean, it's a flex, right? You can flex the Galio, but it's most likely top.
Anytime you can create terrain, you know, with a champion like that, going to be really beneficial as well. A couple of enchanters getting banned out here, so trying to defend against, you know, potential Nami Lucian, Nami Corki, Ezreal Karma. Those are kind of really popular pairings we are seeing. Enchanters in general, I think
Kai'Sa's pretty strong in this game.
Have so much gold generation.
I think Disguise is going to go... What? Okay. Yeah, they're going to go Nico. That's what I was going to say. They're going to go Nico on 4. I got stun locked by the Renata hover for a second, but you go Nico on 4 because it gives you a really good angle to get Kai'Sa. If LYON take Kai'Sa, there's not really a lane they can go that can survive against a strong Nico lane. So it almost like protects the Kai'Sa for them. Because if you pick Kai'Sa on 4, then LYON can take the Nico and then play a winning lane into you because there's no Karma answer because it's banned. So when you ban Karma, it says you want to go Nico on 4, so you can go Kai'Sa on 5. So that's what I'm expecting.
Super long Vi Rumble combos, you know, lots to die there. So it definitely does have the possibilities.
LYON are going to go with the Rel. Okay.
To keep people on a Rumble ultimate. You know, Vi is great, but you know, Vi plus some nice AoE for the engage really helps out.
And it feels like they just wanted a little bit more time.
Alright, I'm down for that.
Decide exactly what they're going to go for.
I maybe would have preferred Nautilus Jhin, I think. I would have liked more, but Rel Jhin is fine.
Jhin can be really, really effective. Seems like it's just a debate.
Corki is okay. I think I like the Jhin better. Like you're low damage if you go Jhin, but I actually think it's fine. But yeah, Corki is fine. And then this is probably Kai'Sa. I'd be surprised if it's any. Yep. All right, there we go.
And we get the matchup. All right, the Kai'Sa answer.
So for the most part, the drafts went about how my expected read would be.
He's been playing it really, really well. I think mechanically this guy is super impressive.
I feel like I've pretty much nailed down Game 1 draft, and then it's Game 2 onwards, so it's getting a little bit dicey.
For sure, he's able to really react to these engages, super fast flashes.
Who won draft?
Killer instincts to actually dodge some of these engages, so it'll be exciting to see how he can perform. And a lot of CC, a lot of ways to apply plasma there for the Kai'Sa. You talk about this Galio Pantheon entrance. Well, Kai'Sa can follow up on that very easily with Killer Instinct.
Yeah, just
I think I like Disguised comp a little bit more, but they're both pretty even in my eyes. They're both like winnable drafts.
On the side of LYON. All right, high pressure on this series. Whoever wins gets into playoffs already of the lock-in tournament. Moves on up to a nice and comfortable position.
Yeah, well, a lot of pressure on Kryra as well. Your Tier 1 debut, and it is being made against Inspired over on the other side. It'll be a tough jungle matchup for him, but also a great opportunity to really impress people, to kind of make a name for yourself here right off the rip.
Don't want to gamble now since it's even. Okay, well, I said the drafts are even, not that the teams are even. Listen, I might think that the drafts are like mostly even, slightly disguised favored, but I think that LYON is the significantly favored team. So,
people were questioning,
is Berserker still on the fraud list? That's what we're trying to find out today. That's what we are trying to discover.
You know, are they going to be able to perform? Is Inspired
He was on my fraud list at the start of the split, and last week did not do him any favors. His first 2 weeks did not do him any favors, so we'll see.
Maintain they're not a super team. Pretty much as soon as they got Inspired, the word super team starts getting thrown around. I mean, Kryra, this is his experience. 3 weeks of scrims, not too bad. Let's see what his opponent has as far as some accolades. Well, it's looking pretty damn good. 8 international appearances, 4 times the NA champion. He won the LTA Player of the Year. He's won the NA and LEC MVP 3 times. He's a finals MVP. He has been just crushing it.
And he has a ward on your Raptors, so he's got your Raptor respawn timer too.
Got you there too.
Oh my goodness! All right, we'll see if he does anything with it.
Poll is still open. Yeah, that's Leo's fault.
Necessarily gonna start.
Everybody point and laugh at Leo.
But Vi got some nice buffs on this patch. You know, some little.
Wasn't Berserker good? Yeah, but then he went to the LCK and he played really badly. And the narrative was that he was elo held by his team. But when I watched the games, I thought that he was part of the problem. So I have him on fraud watch. Even though most people think he's going to be fine.
And as you said, Isles and Berserker have been very strong in the 2v2. You know, Lions and Sajed, not as strong in the laning phase, but have had some good moments in the team.
Oh yeah, the poll is closed yet. It's just showing for some reason.
Expecting them to have the advantage, and we'll see how much they can actually make it.
All good though.
Yeah, and especially as you're highlighting on the Kaisa, Sajed has just looked quite comfortable on this champion. He's gotten so many kills in both of his games. Has gotten a very.
To be fair, even if you're ass in LCKs and ADC, you can look fine in the West.
See if they're able to do it again. Get this little chip on the
Me
tower,
personally,
rock the small little bit of crystals that's there, and
I think that the eye test bypasses regional differences, and Berserker was failing my eye test in the LCK, despite being in the LCK.
Really nice because both junglers are pathing down to the bottom side, and you see
was this a good draft for the Rumble? Yes, this is a good draft for the Rumble. My only concern.
They've got the Phalai warded, both junglers pathing down here.
Okay, so first of all, what I'll say is that I think that Azir is stronger than Rumble right now as a first pick. So like if you're trading Azir Rumble, I think you're slightly happier with the Azir than you are with the Rumble, assuming that both teams comp around, like draft around it properly. And then the other thing is that I think that while Rumble Vi is a very good combo, Galio specifically into Rumble Vi is a good answer. I like the answer a lot. Like if we were in a more standard world where Disguised had just gone like Cassante instead of Galio, I think I might like Lion's comp more, because then it's easier for the Rumble for the Vi to set up the Rumble equalizer without just getting one shot. But the existence of the Galio in the game makes Vi's life harder, and if Vi's life is harder, that makes Talia and Rumble's life harder as well.
Around mid lane. I mean, it is in his ear, but gonna spend a couple of seconds here while Pantheon goes back for the early buy.
And generally, I think that Kai'Sa Nico is
Ruby Crystal and long sword,
a good lane into
Meanwhile, Inspired with his
Corki Rel. So
we'll just go on over,
like I would rather be the Kai'Sa Nico side. Kai'Sa specifically benefits a lot from having Pantheon. Kai'Sa Pantheon is a very strong combo.
Clearing potential. Same early fighting tools, and
whereas this Corki's like slightly homeless, to be honest.
On that top side, but of course there was a
because the Rel only exists for the equalizer as well. Like the Rel exists for the equalizer and for the Talia, so for the solo laners. I think Nautilus would have been a bit better here because it's a little bit more playable into Nico. The engage is more guaranteed onto Azir and Kai'Sa because we knew they were going to pick Kai'Sa on 5. I feel like everybody in this draft should have known that Disaster's going to go Kai'Sa on 5. So I think you can go Nautilus knowing that they're going to pick Kai'Sa, and then Nautilus engage is more reliable into Azir Kai'Sa than Rel's engage is, in my opinion. So I would have liked Nautilus a little bit better for the lane and for the 5v5. And then I also liked the Jin a lot. The Jin hover from LYON I thought was good.
That's when you start heavily scrutinizing.
Because I don't actually think you need more damage. When you have a comp that's really good at diving and has like a lot of lockdown, I don't think you need more damage.
Is the real key, because if it spawns on top side,
so you can go Jin to like kind of enable your comp more. So like if LYON had Jin Nautilus and a disguised had Cassante, I would probably like LYON's comp more.
Maybe wanting it to spawn on opposite sides. Inspired feels like they have pushed.
But that's not what happened. So I like Disguised comp a little bit more.
Strong. But of course on the bot side it has been LYONs and Sejed pushing in Berserker base.
Could you pivot Ash Seraphine? You could, yeah.
The area, and DSG should have the advantage if everything stays the same to be able to grab that.
I think only if you're LYON you could have gone it. When they went Nico on 4, you could try Ash Seraphine on 4-5.
See what Inspired moves from here.
And then you would have a winning lane and then like solid engage. But I would be a little bit concerned playing triple immobiles, like triple squishy immobiles into Pantheon Azir. I think could be really scary. And also Nico, like if you don't win lane hard enough, you run the risk of like everybody just like fucking dying together.
But LYON's gonna push Isles back, who did get vision there of Kryra, and Inspired just going top side, realizes, you know what, they have the push, we can't contest. So he's just gonna go back towards that top side, see if he can steal away some camps, or maybe look for a gank angle here.
Yeah, Pantheon early on quite good at dueling as well. And he'll get the early level 6. All right, Kryra with a level lead over Inspired. Oh, okay, we get the flat.
This is really good for Disguised.
Yeah, good to be able to get the flash.
This is exactly what they want. Kryra kind of trolled a bit. Kryra should have kept on walking into lane to protect Azir on the way out. So this actually isn't as good anymore.
Next time Call Me has his ult, Saint could be in a lot of trouble.
It should have been good. I wish Kryra had hovered the entire time.
Yeah, that's the first step. Get your flash.
What's a champion you would like to see reworked the most? Nocturne.
Could come on over. We'll see about
I think that Nocturne sticks out as a champion that needs to be reworked because he's a champion who only has one ability. He has a singular ability, and every other ability in his kit exists only to funnel that one ability. And I think that's like very dated.
Quite yet, and the Gallia ultimate is the extra little bit you have to think about as well for them.
Yeah.
Mountain Dragon, though, as the first dragon, takes a little bit longer to take a little
Whereas,
bit
like, Shyvana, for example, who a lot of people want to get reworked, I think that she has multiple ways she can play. Like, all of her abilities can be played around.
Yeah, it's also going to be a little bit
like, you can build around her Q if you want. Like, you can go, like, AD builds with, like, Sheen stuff if you want to play around her Q. If you want to go tank builds, then you can play around her W. If you want to go, like, AP builds, you can play around her E. So it's like, Shyvana, at the very least, is still a flexible champion.
Targets can get few and far between, you know, as the Vi.
Whereas, like, Nocturne is a champion who, with one ability who does one thing. So, I think Nocturne should have gotten reworked before Shyvana.
It's always one of those things that can make a big difference with so much gold income in the game. We're seeing these items come through a lot faster.
Yeah, stasis and then
Dusk and Dawn Q gives so much damage. Yeah, I can see that.
You can put up when the Vi is coming. You know, the ultimate with the travel time definitely telegraph.
Did you like the quirky rework? No, I did not.
Tricky targets here, so have to be quite sure when you do go for it. Honestly, maybe Inspired just trades again.
I was of the minority that I thought that packaged Corki with like magic damage poke builds was actually really fun to watch. So
give over that first Mountain Dragon anyways.
Yeah, and you could see that Castle
so
was
I liked it.
Down, trying to see if Inspired was already on the grubs. He checked the pit, didn't have a ward for it, so doesn't catch Inspired. Inspired will be here as soon as that scuttle does spawn. And you can see that LYONs is clearing out that dragon,
and honestly, I think,
they're gonna be starting this up. So
like,
DSG
looking
will
back on it,
be trading for the grubs on the top side, very likely, as you predicted.
All right. No spice.
I think that the most toxic part of that setup, like at the time, people were like, "Oh, he pokes too much. Oh, like his package is toxic and stuff." Looking back on it, I actually think, in hindsight, the part that I found the most toxic was Ravenous Hydra. I think that when Ravenous Hydra could proc off of abilities, which I really liked, by the way. I liked it when Ravenous Hydra could proc on abilities, but that was definitely the most toxic part of Corki, specifically Corki's kit, was his rockets having the Rav AoE. So I'm wondering, now that Ravenous Hydra doesn't do that anymore, if Poke Corki came back, if it would feel more manageable.
This is fairly reminiscent where it says everybody calmly farming, everyone, you know, they have confidence, line have confidence in their mid-game play. And
but yeah, I miss Ravenous Hydra. I really enjoyed going Ravenous Hydra on both Wukong and Hecarim.
Has so much confidence in his own play, right? And we've seen that, you know, throughout last year as well as this year. This guy is just such an incredible team fighter. It is very rare to see him.
Oh, imagine old Rav on Mbessa. That would be maybe the most disgusting thing I can think of.
He knows this is the way you have to win the
Honestly, look, I miss that item a lot, but it's probably good that they got rid of it the more that I think about it.
Really, really well. So he can pull back games at times where you think it's doomed.
Yeah. I think he's just looking for like Trinity Force Spike here for Berserker maybe. And then they'll start to really make some plays. Some extra burst damage down there because they have quite a
What changed in Hydra? It used to
still just sitting there.
work on abilities.
As well. Kryra just got his first item completed though.
Like nowadays, it's only auto attacks and inactive. It used to be
that flash looks like it's fully recovered though. So
you would get the AoE whenever you hit an enemy champion with an ability. So like your abilities would splash, you get like way more sustain from it.
Late game they've been good. Late game they have had some problems, right? And Saint has been kind of under fire as far as the criticism is concerned because of some of the issues that have happened to him. I do want to point out, you know, in this, not this one, it was the one from last week where he got caught.
AP Sundered Sky.
Where it was actually a vision bug where he got spotted on ward.
I feel like that would make like Diana broken as shit.
Yeah, sweeping the ward that was already disabled by a control ward. That's a crazy bug, by the way.
Diana's always in a constant flux of either being dog shit or overpowered, depending on how good her numbers are. So I feel like if you give her an item that gives her more stat sticks, she will just become broken.
You know, they were in a pretty good spot. He kind of
Alright, let's flip the entire game over OP Crab. Oh wait, no, this isn't OP Crab. I'm like 5 minutes behind the game, actually. No, this Crab is like not that OP.
It was that one right there where, you know, hits it with the Braum Q, the slow is enough for the seismic shove.
Looks like we might have a fight. Isles is going to flash in there, full sending it. Inspired goes in.
Okay, combo looks good.
With the Q flash. Sajed getting a bunch of damage down. Killer Instincts back in onto Berserker.
Let's see how the back half of the fight goes, though.
Trying to take down Saint. Saint on the run. Call me looking flash forward there from Kryra. DSG win out.
Yeah, they got the combo, but it was only onto the Nico. So the Azir and the Kaiser were able to play the cleanup pretty well.
And that one's gonna have huge ramifications because it is a kill for
like I think if you can get this combo on Kaiser, it's probably good. But only Nico, maybe not.
And then flashes into the pit here though. And Sajed's like, great, I will just follow you here. Killer instinct from Sajed. The Kaisa that has run so
I think Diana Yasuo is playable right now in Pro. I agree.
DSG, getting in there, getting the kill.
I agree with you. Actually, Diana did just get nerfed though, so I don't know. I'd have to take a second look at the Diana changes.
Everything in that fight and trapped inside the pit, so.
But I thought the Diana Yasuo was really strong at the start of the split, at least.
Huge ramifications for the rest of the game, especially considered these compositions and how many ways, as you say, they have for DSG to apply that plasma. I mean, Sajed on Kaisa is becoming quite the story.
That boy's nice on the Kaisa for sure. I really have to wonder if Inspired hits the Q flash, does Lions not die before his Pop Blossom goes off? And I do think the answer is probably yes, because it went off right as he died, right? It would have been close, it's hard to know, but those things can make a very big difference. And you know,
what Azael's saying, I get it, but I don't think it would have made that big of a difference because
they are a dragon ahead. Yes, there was 2 Groves on the other
Talia
side,
wasn't in the Nico ult, so she was like the main damage that you're pairing with the initial burst combo, and she wasn't CC'd, so she was able to get her combo off, so I don't actually think it would have made a difference there. What I will say is that when you draft a Rumble comp, your skirmishes should involve the Rumble. This is a problem that I've seen with a few teams now. Like, there are some teams who will draft Rumble, and then they won't draft around the Rumble, which means that you should not be prying Rumble that high. And then there are other teams, this happened in LCP, I think it was Gam, maybe, drafted a Rumble comp, and then they fought their 4v4 bot side without the Rumble. And it's like, okay, our entire team comp is based around getting max value equalizers, but we're fighting bot side. And to me, that's weird. That's odd.
You know, maybe some sort of counter or something. He's just hiding in the fog of war for now to see if anything presents itself by this Dragon startup.
Yeah, the mid lane quest just completed for Call Me, so he has tier 3 boots right now for this fight. They are ahead as far as those role quests are completed. LYON still needs their mid and support role quests and decide, you know what, we're not going to try to contest. They were looking for a pick on Call Me, but Kryra is right here behind him. They're going to go right now. Inspired starts it off. Seismic Shove is there. The full combo comes in, but now the counter engage.
See, and like this is the same thing. It's just I just fundamentally I don't agree with LYON fighting bot side. Like it's gonna work. It looks like this time, but it shouldn't have. Like that play clearly went wrong for LYON, and then Disguised overplayed their hand.
Got a little bit over ambitious on the chase though.
So yeah, I really just think if you're going to, and this is why I like the Jhin, by the way, just like another extension on the Jhin thing. If you have a Jhin as your champion, then like Jhin is like fine in 5v5 because like he can set up, he can like play with range and then like pair with your CC and stuff. But the other thing Jhin can do is that you can weak side the Jhin and then set up your 4v4s to fight top side instead of bot side, and then you're playing around the Rumble. Whereas if you go Corki, you're like more incentivized to not leave the Corki alone.
I mean, it's a good seismic shove.
Was Alistar banned this game? Because LYON also could have gone Alistar.
Pelting the Pantheon and then seismic shoving over here.
As like an, you'd lose lane, but then you would have an answer to the Nico. Like maybe you could have gone Jhin Alistar. I'm still okay with Jhin Nautilus. I think would have been the best picks. But if Alistar was up, you could consider Jhin Alistar as well. But I think once they hovered Jhin, like I really liked that, and I think they should have locked it in.
Yeah, that is great though for Saint. You know, going to be able to pick up some kills there, get some much needed gold, and keeps it from snowballing out of control. Because when you're already behind and you go for a play like that, and you get like 2 for 0, 3 for 0, and then they're hitting the tower, you kind of know how those games generally are going to go after that. But they're able to get a couple kills back. Yes, Sajed does continue to get paid. He's now 1.5k up individually because he had that first roam. That means he's on 2 items completed already. So that is a problem. But at the very least, we do have 1 item done. As Pantheon ult going to come in, not going to amount to really anything as we have the MasterCard power spike of the game being completed. Sunder Sky there for Kryra.
Yeah, I guess it's in Sajed we trust for DSG. Yet again, he's got his Rage Blade done. So 2 item feeling quite good. As you mentioned, the on hit for Kaisa really can just rip through people. And they have so much CC on this team. But Saint trying to cook something on the top side, and look at the mini map.
How did they decide was the MasterCard power spike? I have no fucking idea.
I mean, it is
couldn't tell you.
The Vi and Talia, and we got to listen in on the comms there. Where ahead of time they're like, all right, I'm going to
Also,
Talia.
wait, did somebody ask me to do the queer poll again?
Seismic shove and try and burst somebody. Unfortunate for LYON that they.
Who won TL versus Sentinels? Sentinels 2-1
so they
TL.
Countered the play initially. But doesn't mean you should stop playing around your Talia.
Yeah, here we can do the queer poll again. Why not?
Looking once again, you know, go up to his side of the map, see if anything presents itself.
It's really interesting because like that is obviously a powerful combo, but also, well, Saint's a pretty appetizing target here. You know, as he has no flash and Pantheon has flash of his own, so he could even be looking for plays. So both junglers really have to be aware of where they are susceptible and also where they can look for those aggressive plays of their own. So Call Me, you know, just
there we go.
to take these.
There's the poll. 3 minutes.
Every single one, respecting the fact that Vi could be in the area. So nothing happens, even though they both do look for it. Gold lead has closed quite a bit, though. It was 1.5k last time we checked in. Now DSG only ahead, a couple hundred gold. So really, it's just a lead for Sajed.
See, now this is defined queer, the funky alphabet. Are you part of the silly alphabet?
I mean, we got fully completed Seraphs for Saint too, so that helps with your, you know, dying concerns that you had with no flash.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, we get the big shield as well, and
I have dying concerns too. It's reasonable.
Are you part of the alphabet mafia?
Fear of death is normal, especially if you don't have flash. Topside.
I don't have flash.
there you go. You should always be worried. Yours is always on cooldown, bro. What happened? Yours is bugged.
Yeah, it's messed up. We can see Call Me can rest sleep a little bit more soundly as he's got.
Squeegee, thanks for the thanks for the gift sub to.
Very quick one. It's just
Ite Mesa, however that's pronounced.
It's really easy to respond to and immune that ulti coming in.
All right, Black Cleaver also. A lot of these second item power spikes coming in for basically everybody, and it's going to be just in time for the Dragon. So timing window is working out pretty nicely here for a lot of them. Inspired has a fully completed Black Cleaver though, while Kryra does not. And he's going to head on over Let's see.
7,
Galio
yes,
would
3
have to start
maybe,
moving pretty early.
and 1 I don't know. So that's basically 11 to 10 if you think about it.
Their reward for it. Call me getting a little bit of poke damage down onto Inspired. TP coming in now from Galio.
If you really
the Herald, can DSG stop this mid? Looks like they will likely be able to defend the turret, but of course not the crash.
use your noggin.
Okay, they got a turret play.
It's looking like an 11 to 10 to
they
me.
get the mid push again. Berserker here, taking priority over the mid
Nobody
wave,
says
trying to
maybe
burst
or I
these
don't know.
minions down. Foss bomb, Dokla helping out as well, so they get their mid
If they're
pile
like not,
first,
you know.
and then they can sweep right into the dragon pit, and the dragon actually there.
Yeah, LCP was like a 1 to 2 ratio. Alright, Saint is just one shot.
Pushing forward, as does Castle and Lions. Nice sweep back onto Inspired. They're going to knock him down. So Jed gets another. He's on a killing spree. And he's into the back with Dokla.
I mean, listen, I would be down for Disguise to win this game because even though I'm cheering for Lion, I think Disguise comp is better. And on top of that, I think that Lion fundamentally did not play their comp correctly. And if that's how they're going to play it, I would rather they just lose so that way they can learn, you know?
Fear of the Galio, too. That is a critical fight win for DSG. Not only do they get to kill Saint, but they immediately followed up. I actually love how Call Me goes directly for enemy jungle. It's like, all right, we did get the Talia. We need to kill Inspired as well. There will be no chance of a smite steal or anything. And they get the objective secured for themselves. So let's take a look at that. Castle walking down towards Saint, starts channeling
This guy seemed more calm than
just
you
on
think
the
they would be.
edge,
Well, apparently, wait,
no,
never mind. That was, Kizno. Yeah, Sajed and Kizno were the ones who play together. I don't really know where Cryro fits in that.
Scoops up the enemy jungle, and Sajed has his red buff. So thank you very much. Even with your flash, Big Dokes, you're going down.
Yeah, I don't know.
buddy.
Maybe
2
Disguised
more
is just
kills
not bad.
For Sajed's Kaisa.
It was tough to see, but I think there was a split second left on Saint's
Majority
flash
of their
when he
players
got
are too
taunted.
prone to
So
tilt.
maybe,
Wait, who
you know,
on their
didn't
team
think they were gonna
tilts?
engage at that moment, thought he would be able to kind of play a bit risky, flash back. But it looked like it was really, really close.
Inspired isn't a tilter, by the way. Like, if people think Inspired's a tilter, Inspired tilts out of game. In game, he's locked the fuck in. As soon as he gets out of game, that's when he tilts.
Strong at this point. DSG already on soul point as well.
But yeah, is Saint a tilter? I wasn't aware of that.
And that is something that Lion are going to have to try to solve for. They have to get to this next dragon and win a fight, and they have just not been able to do that thus far.
Saint is infamous for it in solo queue. Ah, I see. So Saint is just the reincarnation of M&S. Got it.
And the auto attacks that this Kaisa is going to be throwing out, not necessarily the AP variant. Kind of like this version, you know, get in there, we'll do some work with your hands instead of the long distance.
Apparently, he told Breezy to kill himself this week. Oh, okay.
More soft-spoken here for Call Me, not as rich.
He's getting interest. He's saving up.
But he made the big, makes big plays with the Azir ultimate. You know, you have a lot of other capabilities that aren't just pure DPS. With that champ 2 and survivability with the tier 3 boots plus the arm guard that you mentioned. He hasn't had to break that thing yet.
Nope, he's holding on to it for a rainy day. Staying safe, unlike Saint, unfortunately.
Saint, not much of a Saint? Yeah, I guess not.
Definitely going to be the main concern. We'll see if Lion can try to problem solve for that. They have to get to him, try to one-shot him. But again, counter gauge is so strong on DSG. If you full send everything onto Sajed, you're going to get Pop Blossom, you're going to get a Azir sweep, you're going to get Galio ulted. Everything is going to come in.
According to Double Lift. Oh, okay. So our sources are not.
Inspired has been trying to problem solve by.
They're not insano mode sources, you know.
Before these fights, but DSG are playing a smart game. They're not exposing themselves. They're not over pushing. So he's never finding a window. And now Call Me has the fully completed Zonias. So had been saving and does cash in on that.
Double Lift can be known to stretch the truth or misremember at times.
Work and doing one of these sneaky routes to get in position to have a bursty engage, you know, Vi or Rel.
You hate pros like that. You can be a tilter, but don't take it out on other people.
Rumble follow up here. Then that's kind of your hopes for actually getting
I mean,
back into this game, getting some leverage.
But if you're not taking it out on your teammates, then what's the point of tilting? You know,
hang around that top side.
Like, don't you tilt when you're disappointed in your team?
Not pushing forward.
And if you're disappointed in your team, you should tell them.
They're winning.
Or am I
just
missing
have to
something?
Keep doing what they're doing. Keep showing up to Dragons. They're not the ones that need to do anything different. That need to look for any sort of aggressive plays. They are chilling, just how they are right now. And Berserker obviously trying to work quickly towards his collector, but really quirky at this point. The next big spike is your 4th item.
Unless you're talking about solo queue, in which, like, yeah, sure, I think that people who assault their solo queue teammates because they're tilted are, like, stupid.
It'll be a difficult path. They do still
But like when Inspired tilts at his team out of game, like when he tilts at like FlyQuest out of game, I'm completely fine with pretty much every word that comes out of his mouth. I'm okay with all of that.
1 minute on this very early Dragon
Which is maybe a hot
Solo
take because I feel like people don't like that generally, but
Azir's gonna go back. Azir's gonna get
I feel like when Inspired tilts, he's doing it because he's trying to accomplish something productive for the team.
Try and take advantage of positioning.
Are you surprised that we are seeing the Fiend Hunter bolt
So I'm okay with it.
as opposed to AP, given that we talked about how effective Zhonya's is versus Vi and Talia, this combo?
I've learned to never be surprised by any Kai'Sa builds because Kai'Sa can go whatever she feels like on hit, full AD, AP, lethality, whatever you feel like. And
that's true. Uh-oh, taunted over the wall. Saint could be in some trouble. Is going to lose half his health, even more.
Man, Saint has not been it so far this split.
Seconds before this does spawn. He does have TP though.
And it could show confidence in your teammates for peeling. He's got a Galio on his team. He's got a Nico on his team. He's got Pantheon with point and click stun. So, he's looking for some very strong autos.
I mean, I think you could have gone traditional on-hit Kai'Sa with his Zhonya's 4th. But he built a BS sword 4th, so I'm assuming that's going into like a GA maybe?
With the teleport, and you can see Inspired's over behind the pit.
All right, wrapping around. Lions as well, though, he's got the benefit of a clone, and they do spot him out into the pit, though.
Oh, in comes Galio, the blast going to the back line. Flashback, though, from Castle.
Wait, Pantheon ulted out. Wait, is Inspired just finishing the Drake, or what's happening? Okay, no, it's all good. Equalizer's pretty solid. How's the fight gonna look?
And it's up to Sajed now to try to win the fight, but he's getting burst down. The barrier gets punched through. Dokla trying to knock him down, but he just can't
looks good for Disguise.
Does fall, but Cryer getting a lot of work done on one side. Castle going
Oh, Castle went too far forward. That's kind of even, but Disguise got the soul, so they're obviously happy.
Pretty damn even, and the soul goes to DSG.
Is Inspire getting jungle gapped by Cryo? I would say that LYON are team gapped across the board this game.
Super blast cone. He had eyeballs on Saint once again, and so he goes in, he does get the Justice Punch, immediately flashes out, avoids the seismic shove, but it seemed like as soon as he had gone in...
Because both teams have very clear team identities, and Disguise played for their identity, and LYON did not, so clearly that's a team-wide issue.
Cryer is able to combo it with Pantheon and does get it, and then in the aftermath here, very scrambled. As you point out, they do take down the Kai'Sa. That is a shutdown for Rumble. However, the Dragon Soul, much bigger reward, does still go over to DSG.
Dude, this motherfucking Disguise coach, bro, I literally, okay, they show Disguised coach's cam, like, every single Disguised game. Straight up, I swear to God, Sajed could get a pentakill against Cloud9 and it could win them the series, and then it would flash over to his coach camera, and he would just be sitting there staring at the screen with a completely monotone expression on his face, showing zero emotions.
Could be in some trouble, does get caught out. Sajed is there.
Like, they've shown his cam like 3 times and after plays, and every single time he's just sitting there staring at the screen, just like looking completely normal. It's the funniest shit ever.
Separated out, tries to rejoin his team. Saint jumps off on the wrong side of the wall there, unfortunately, has to flash back. Saint definitely having some struggles in this one, and they're going to look for
maybe he's a man of little emotions. Maybe he's just nonchalant. Did you ever consider that? He's just a nonchalant king. Yeah, this game is Giga over.
Berserker, call me, can't quite find him. The Valk just barely keeps Berserker safe, but it is not going to defend the Baron. You have Azir, you have Kai'Sa, that thing is dead.
They got what they wanted here. DSG, they take out Saint, they take out Inspired. No jungle smite available.
All right, Disguised.
For a steal, it would have to be a miracle rocket from Berserker, and guess what? He's not leading.
Mid diff and Naka's call me's playing well.
That Hail Mary. So DSG,
no, it's literally a team diff.
Their Baron on top
like here, we'll go over the draft in like the early game again, and like what LYON did wrong in between games.
He's trying to clear out wards. Immediately going for the point click stun. Rumble ultimate getting a lot of value there. Cryo, the floor is lava. He's like, I gotta get out of here. I don't know about this damage. And then looking for the follow-up here, because Saint...
Also, no, I don't think Inspired went to this team because of money. People are saying that. I think Inspired went to this team because on paper the lineup actually doesn't look bad.
Taunts him off the wall. I thought it was just a misclick to the wrong
like,
side.
it looks like a roster that can contend for a title.
Sajed going to be able to kill off Dokla in the side lane there, as he has the Infinity Edge completed as well as a Crit Cloak on top. He is ridiculously fed on this Kai'Sa, 8-1-1. It is Soul, it is a 4,000 gold lead, and it is Kryra who's going to easily claim that red buff to add insult to injury here. Big experience advantages as well. I mean, it's level 17 for
Sure, he had better ones. I don't think he did because
I mean, Sajed is
TL said they didn't want him. G2 said they didn't want him.
So strong.
Well, I think LYON will be happy that
FlyQuest wasn't going to keep him, so like, where was he gonna go?
This is about the time where you start thinking about the series as a whole, as Castle goes in for a nice little combo onto Berserker. Castle, by the way, been doing such
G2 didn't want him. Nope. G2 decided to run it back.
Many, set up positions from Castle.
There was rumors of Inspired and Busio going to G2, and G2 said, no, we're running it back.
Working away on the inhibitor. You get a little bit of like split push for LYON. They're like trying to scrape together anything because they know we can't really defend against this Baron buff Dragon Soul on.
Which is an insane decision to me.
So they try and scrape
absolutely nuts decision making
Yeah,
from
they're going to
G2.
be able to get a little bit of gold there at the very least, but now even more of those luxury items are coming through.
If LYON plays dead last in LCS,
we have GA on Castle,
and G2 went undefeated in LEC and won LEC, I would still disagree with the decision.
So every single one of them has a defensive item up and ready to go now, which that, in addition to the fact that they are tankier with the Chemtech Soul, is going to make it almost impossible, you have to feel, to just one-shot someone, and that's really the only way you have a chance to win a fight.
Yep. So LYON probably still going to go for that, you know. Group up, control ward on a brush. Azale, it's the tale of oldest time. And DSG grouped up though.
Yeah, exactly. Like
any stragglers,
the G2, their roster is trending in the right direction. They just went to quarterfinals. Their players are all pretty good for their region.
Looks like no.
But that said, I still think if you have the option to take Inspired, you fucking take it. Like, you know?
DSG with a very good opening game. They'll go for their pick on Dokla here, but even without a turret, just kind of walk away.
Warning shot. It's my lane now, buddy. Stay out.
You've been warned that we're coming for your Nexus shortly. That's the message. I guess they're going to go buy first, though.
Yeah.
They're feeling kind of rich.
And if that was real life, even though you lived, you did get hit in the butt with a spear. That would hurt.
Because it's like you have to draw the line somewhere, right?
Yeah. That could have some lasting
Like if G2 was like, oh, well, we had the option to get Tarzan and Kaio,
exactly. I mean,
but we decided to stick with the core instead. It's like, okay, well then you're just fucking griefing now. Like, so where do you draw the line, basically?
Physical therapy.
Crutches.
Could be months before you're the same.
That's tough. You could get your cast signed, though. That'd be kind of fun.
That'd be kind of sick.
But maybe not if it's a butt cast. Maybe people don't want to sign that. We'll see if they're going in. Kryra going to look for a fight here. Galio ulti coming in over the top, and there is Sajed, and there is Dokla dying instantly. Inspired flashing forward. They're going to try to take down Sajed.
Well, they're trying to kill this Kaiser. I don't know if it's going to work.
Barrier as well, and he kites to the side from Inspired. Now they're going to go back in.
They tried their best.
Who's trying to survive, trying to get something done, but he just
G2 obviously take Hans Lebrov over Ruler Duro. Yeah, pretty much.
Kryra popping off. He's about to
Relevant by damage smile. Well, there's nothing they can do at this point.
LCS. That's gotta feel good.
So Jed looks actually good. Yeah, we done been saying it.
DSG marching on the Nexus here. Kryra with a very successful first game here for DSG. Sajed,
yeah, so Jed was good in week 1.
Looking good as they secure game number 1.
Oh, you can tell. They are feeling amped. They're feeling good after that one. Really nicely done all around. You know, bottom lane.
Oh, I like Kryra's hair. That's some drippy hair right there.
But then they also had the good dragon fight and Castle making a lot of plays throughout the game. So who will
me personally, I'm just shocked that a team with Call Me and Lions is winning games. But that said, Lions actually has looked better this split than I've ever seen him look before so far. So I may have to reevaluate my opinion of Lions.
Than I thought they would. I mean, we've talked so much about Sajed's Kaisa. It was the thing that he impressed me on the most in their first series win. Yeah. Even when that was the game they
How would you rank all the LCS 80 carries right now?
Impressive in this game as well. Just really great.
You can do that.
From
Yeah.
Kryra. And also, Drake is above all.
This is how you win games.
Literally how you win games.
They were hard committed to those. And I gotta say, this is, I think, a benefit of why a team that is in a situation that DSG was in. You have an E-sub Kisno playing for the first 2 weeks.
Okay, does this have the players on it? What the fuck is this tier list? Okay, never mind.
Jungler, because this is a very well-coordinated team. For a
how about this one? Do you have all the players? Yes, okay.
with nerves. It didn't at least feel like
how would I rank them?
It didn't look like it at all. And I'm gonna go
Sven,
straight to Telestration
FBI.
one more time. I think the biggest wins that
I
we've
think
been
Sajet has
seeing
been
from
better
this
than
team
FBI
is
so
that
far.
they
We'll
just
go
have
like
amazing mechanics within the fights, and also they were able to see things.
Masu's not been
I would say the last DSG
bad
was not
either
able to.
so
Let's
far.
play out the fight here. This is really early on in the game. This is 11 minutes in.
Maybe
and
like
this is
either here or
basically
here.
Trying to find an angle, and if I speed it up just to see, because they're
we'll
hunting
go like
for
there.
anybody. Isles is presenting
Berserker
himself.
will
He's
go
just basically trying to look
here.
for a fight himself. Now I'm gonna pause here because I see
Rahel.
two things. A, I see Berserker, an 80 carry, looking for a flank. I think kind of risky, a little dangerous. Not sure if I agree with it, but all is well because you see basically the
B-Boy
from LYON
like there.
looking and hunting for the fight, so they go for it
And then
immediately.
Yawn maybe
And
here.
let me tell you
This is
right
what I
now,
would say.
if I highlight this, brother,
Like if I'm
he's
purely based off of performance, by the way. This is only based off of performance so far for the first 2.25 weeks.
So that was the first replay. I want to continue to move on to the next view. It is basically the same.
I can also show you what my list looked like before the split start.
Around objectives. And so who is the player that makes the call here?
Let me find my pre-split tier list.
I see him taking off.
Straight manfall as he sees two people that his teammates can straight up come and combine forces on.
Skadoosh!
I just want to say they make a quick kill on towards Saint that's separated and they full on die.
Okay, my pre-split tier list was
you just see Dokla saying,
Yawn, Berserker, Sven, Masu, FBI, Rahel, and B-Boy, and then Sajet. I had no idea. So this is what I had initially. In case people were wondering, like what my pre-split thoughts were.
Dude, this one's crazy.
And then gets a good knockout, flashes away.
We screenshot this, but only with Sven in C tier and posted on Twitter. Hold on, I got you. Let's see if I clip this fast enough.
Straight up the line engage. There are just so many wave of engages here. You have Galio going in, jumping out, Pantheon going
I
in,
didn't. So sad. Unlucky.
When is it gonna stop?
We gotta highlight it at some point.
It was all one at a time, and during the cast, it was so
Poro put everyone on C tier. He hates all LCS ADs.
away from that, so then
Yep.
when it comes time to get into the Dragon Pit, Cry was able to out-execute in the Smite fight with the Pantheon Q Smite over Inspired. Again, you know, a rookie jungler out-smited Inspired.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the other big thing that happens in a lot of these fights that you pointed out, Raz, is that Sajed on the Kaisa already has so many repositioning tools, so when these fights get separated, when an assassination target gets split out,
here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna run ads,
Kaisa ulting on top of them to clean
and
it
then
up.
we're gonna go over this game. Not this one. This one. Okay, so first let's talk about the draft, okay? Because the draft was very, very standard on both sides for the most part. But I thought that LYON made a couple of things. I don't want to say mistakes. They didn't make any like significant mistakes in their drafting, but they did pick some stuff that I personally disagree with. So we go over the draft. We look at the bans right now. Okay, so they decided to ban Jace anyway. Technically, Jace might not actually be prio'd anyway, because it got nerfed. So but the main prios on patch 26.2 are Jace, Varus, Azir, and Rumble. When you're on red side, which Disguised are, we're Disguised have second pick, the idea is that you leave open two of them. You leave open two of the OPs, or 0. So it depends on what LYON bans, but if LYON doesn't ban any of the prio picks, you leave open 2 of them, and then you trade. So Disguised chose to ban Varus and Jace, which means that they're leaving up Azir and Rumble. And so they banned Orianna because Orianna is perceived as having a good lane matchup against Azir. So basically what they're doing here is that they're saying, okay, LYON, you get your pick, we'll pick the other one. So this is all fine. In my opinion, I think that Azir is a stronger first pick than Rumble, but Rumble is still strong enough to first pick if Azir is up, so it's not actually a big deal. I would first pick Rumble here, but it's not a big deal. So they first pick Rumble. Disguised respond with Azir. At this point, these two champions are very strong, but they're also champions that kind of have to dictate your entire comp, because otherwise they're not actually as strong as their first pick would suggest. For Azir, you're looking for some kind of team comp that will allow him to safely farm, not only in lane, but also on side lane. And then you want to scale him up so that way you can have like winning fights later. For Rumble comps, you want to pair him with CC so that way you can facilitate the equalizer and make your equalizers more useful. So my biggest problem with the Rumble comp that we saw last series, the Rumble comp that TL tried to pull, is that they early prioed Rumble and then they picked no fucking CC. So they picked Rumble and then they had a Lee Sin jungle, which does nothing for the equalizer, and they didn't have any other CC other than Alistar, and you're not flash knocking up people to keep them in the equalizer. Like, that's not reliable. What you want are champions that will actually keep champions in the other enemy champions in the equalizer. So we're talking like Jarvan, Vi, you could go like Xin Zhao plus a control mage mid. You can go like Nautilus, Nico, Leona, Bard, like stuff, go buttons that you can click that you can pair with the equalizer and keep them there. So that's what LYON wants, that's what Disguise want. We're hovering over through these. Disguised to go Pantheon. I was thinking, so if Disguised have options here, they can go their top pick here and then save their jungle pick for 3 to see LYON's jungle pick. Or if they think that there's a jungle pick that's strong enough to pick now, they can pick it to deny LYON the ability to have it. So I think that, like, generally with Rumble, the 2 champions that you would like the most are Pantheon and Vi. So Disguised, but I also think that Disguise really wants Pantheon, because if you have Pantheon in your team, it can really help your Azir play side lane. Like, for example, if Disguised go Azir and you go Akali, like if LYON goes Akali, generally Akali has a winning side lane against Azir, but if Azir has a Pantheon on his team and LYON does not have a jungler with a global, then the Azir actually has like an extra line of safety, because he can always guarantee either a 2v1 or a 2v2 if the Pantheon is like soft hovering his side of the map. So it makes Azir's farming life against bad side lane matchups way easier. Pantheon also has the ability to capitalize off of Azir's level 6 plays. So generally I think that Pantheon is very good with Azir, so I'm okay with the Pantheon lock here. LYON, they respond with Vi, which is fairly standard, and then they go Talia. So they passed through a few hovers, and I think that one of their hovers was Akali. In the moment, I actually did like the Akali hover, because like you have a lot of power with Vi Akali. You still have the Vi Rumble combo. Akali beats Azir on side lane, so like I thought it was fine. Alternatively, I think if you wanted to play a similar style, you could also go Ahri here as well, because Ahri is pretty good against Pantheon. Generally, because like Pantheon ult's not good against Ahri. And then like you still have like similar advantages where your mid jungle pairing is really strong. You have a winning lane phase. You have good side lane, stuff like that. You could go Yone here if you wanted. That is another option, but that's like very player specific. So that's not something that like I think is like extremely important. But Yone would do he would play pretty similar to Akali and Ahri as well. They decided to go the other route, which is you just go a mage with CC. So right now they have like a turbo setup comp. You Vi ults in first, you put the equalizer over it, you shove the target, you kill them. That's what they're playing. Disguised have an interesting response here that I actually like quite a lot. So normally if you were AFKing draft, you would go Cassante here, because it's like the Cassante Rumble handshake. Matchup that Cassante is happy with. He gets like some pressure in lane and on side and stuff, and then Cassante is just generally a good champion. But there are other answers you can go into Rumble. So the answers you can go into Rumble, I think there's like 5 answers. There like 5 common answers. You can go Sion, Ornn, Cassante, Aurora, and Galio are your 5 champions. I think Cassante is like the safest blind tech. Like it's the safest when you have no information of what the enemy team wants to do, because Cassante is kind of an all-rounder champion. Sion and Ornn, if you want a frontline, I think Sion and Ornn are better than Cassante. If the enemy team is showing Rumble, you can pick either one of those. You'll get like an easy lane, and then you're more useful for your team later than a Cassante. You can pick Aurora, which will hard win you top lane. So you can just, if you want to hard counterpick the Rumble, you can go Aurora and just play to win the lane. Or you can go Galio, which is a handshake lane, which will go completely 50-50, but it's a lane that Galio can survive in, and you go it if you think it's good for the game. So generally, I think that like the prios are that like Sion and Ornn are the 2 you should think about the most, then Cassante and Aurora, depending on game condition, and then Galio is kind of a lower prio. Disguised to go with Galio here, and I like the pick a lot, because LYON committed to a dive identity to pair with the Rumble. So like there are other things you could go with Rumble, like you could go Jarvan, or if they had gotten their hands on Pantheon where you're not necessarily diving in. But in order for Vi to make use out of the equalizer, she has to dive full in. So I actually like the Galio, because now you have a way to kind of like try to punish the Vi if she really wants to get value equalizers. So Disguised, solid first 3. I have no problems with this. LYON, solid first 3. I have almost no problems with it, other than the fact that maybe they over-indexed into dive. Then we're going to get to the 4-5. We have some bans coming out. Right here, Disguised ban Karma. The reason why they're banning Karma is because they want to go Nico here. Why do they want to go Nico? Because they want Kai'Sa. Why do they want Kai'Sa? Because they have a Pantheon. So Kai'Sa and Pantheon is a really good combo. The strongest support that you can go with Kai'Sa is Nico, but Kai'Sa Nico loses to Karma. So they're banning Karma, so that way they can secure Nico on 4, so that way they can go Kai'Sa on 5. Like, Disguised, in this exact moment, are showing their entire hand. We know exactly what Disguised want to go. Because if Disguised go Nico on 4, and then LYON take Kai'Sa on 5, Disguised now have a strong support into a weak 80 carry, and Disguised can play for a winning lane. So by going Nico on 4 here, it's very, very safe for them. So they're going to lock in the Nico on 4. LYON have a couple of answers now. The answer that I wanted LYON to go with in the moment was Jhin Nautilus. The reason why I like Jhin Nautilus is because Nautilus gives you some way to play out the lane. It gives you more engage that you can pair with the Talia and the Vi. And the Nautilus ult is also good at locking down Azir and Kai'Sa. Nautilus ult is reliable engage against Azir and Kai'Sa. But generally, I think that the main benefit is that it's like an engaged champion that can get you through lane that works with your comp. So I wanted Nautilus here, and then I wanted Jhin here because I don't believe LYON's comp needs more damage. They committed to a dive identity, which means that the targets that they're trying to kill aren't the Galio and the Pantheon. They're trying to kill their backline. They're trying to kill the Azir or the Nico or the Kai'Sa. When you're diving like that, you already have enough damage. Rumble and Talia is more than enough damage to kill the targets you're trying to kill. And then so by going Jhin, what you're doing is you're picking a champion that not only can facilitate that with long range, with his W he can set up stuff, with his R he can play from range and output damage. If he gets like 3-4 items, he can start pumping damage on their front line if you need it, because Galio does not do very well into Jhin generally, like late game. And then he can also neutralize the lane for you, so if you pick Jhin Nautilus, you feel pretty comfortable in the Kai'Sa Nico lane the entire time. Even if you're getting pushed in, you feel comfortable. And then the other benefit of Jhin is that when you go Jhin, you can weak side the Jhin and then play strong side Rumble. And the reason why you want to play strong side Rumble is because the entire team comp that you built is based around Rumble being really, really strong as a first pick. And so you built the entire comp to facilitate the equalizer. And if you go Jhin, then you can fight your 3v3s and your 4v4s topside around the Rumble and play around the Rumble. So LYON hover the Jhin, but they don't lock it in. Instead, they go Rel Corki. Rel is like fine, it's whatever, it's not a big deal. Corki is fine, it's whatever, it's not a big deal, but I do think there were better picks. Last pick, we get the Kai'Sa as expected. And then I'll speed through the game real quick because there's only one thing I really need to show you guys, and that is the fact that in the fight that decided the entire game, which was over the, I believe, the third respawned bot Scuttle Crab, LYON do not do what they're supposed to do with their comp. They, yeah, it would have been this Scuttle Crab. So when does this spawn? LYON's, again, remember LYON's entire comp is based around the Rumble. But if this video will stop buffering for 1 second, then the fight that they take here in the river is a 4v4 that doesn't involve the Rumble. So they are fighting this Scuttle Crab. This 4v4 does not involve the Rumble. The entire point of their team comp, the Rumble is not here. And then they lose. And now when your comp is behind, it's really hard to play. At this point, it's very hard to play this comp into this comp because this guy's comp outscales. I think LYON can win fights if they play with the Rumble. They didn't, so they lost. So yeah, that's why I said team gap, is because I feel like LYON fundamentally misunderstood how their comp was supposed to play.
Be able to do a lot of terrain building themselves.
And I like that they're banning out some of these long-range ADCs, right? The Varus was being banned out phase 1. Kai'Sa was gone from last game, so you can't play Poke Kai'Sa. Ezreal now going to get banned out. So we talked about how Poke can be really effective against this style of composition. Well, they're taking those options away.
All right, game 2 draft.
So we'll see where they want to throw this final ban. It's going to be Lucian, so we're going to deny possibilities of
okay, so this is the final ban, so...
He was gone, which is another one who can kind of poke and prod. So it will be more
LYON were red side, so disguised. First pick the Rise. Answer was Yunara and Nivea. Okay, so disguised pushing their support pick back as late as possible. They're probably planning on picking support. Like they want LYON to show as much as possible, but they really don't need to. Then they go
especially because LYON's
Renekton Wukong.
They're looking to control the fight, have it go slow,
and then LYON have
create these kind of sections of control with the Trundle and the Anivia,
Scion.
and allow Berserker to
Okay.
do his work. Like, this feels like a comp that is built to keep Berserker safe and have these extended fights.
Yeah,
Sure.
on Yunara, hyper carry
I think we just pick a lane stomp lane here if we're disguised, probably.
They've got Pillar of Filth.
Pick a lane that wins no matter what, so that way your Rise has pressure on side lane. That's probably what I would try to do.
Could be.
This is also fine. Like, the Aphelios answer is fine.
In our minds, it is.
Aphelios can be long range with Green Gun.
That's true.
Thresh is okay.
You are on it today.
Yeah,
look at this.
I mean, like, these are not drafts that I would draft ever, I don't think, but
Just 1-0, so I'm locked in today. We're getting going. Now they're gonna
yeah,
have a
I don't
wall.
know.
Another wall.
Usually game 2 drafts are a little bit beyond me at this point. I have like a really good read of what should happen in game 1, but then
It's crazy.
game 2 onwards is kind of just fuck shit.
Have a house, right? Because they got 3 walls.
Yeah, I mean, it's also
It's like the same idea. When you get into game 2, Rise becomes very powerful, but Rise also has a lot of answers that teams can go, and so you just end up drafting around that. So that's kind of basically what happened. I do think it's a little bit weird that Disguised blinded Renekton on 2-3 when the Yunara was showing, and they could have locked in their 80 carry on 2-3 and then counterpicked and then like push their support to late pick.
Trying to engage through Braum. Braum feels like actually a killer last pick here to bring the comp together. When you have Renekton,
And then what you can do is you can force LYON to pick their top support on 4-5 when you haven't picked your top support yet, and then you'll get counterpick in at least one of the roles. Like LYON will show something on 4, and then you can counterpick that. So that's probably what I would have done instead. I don't know.
I guess like the only way it fails is if bot lane gets targeted and Berserker just gets blown out of the water and you just have no money on your Yunara.
Or if you like subbed us in, you'd probably fail then too.
Yeah, we could do that.
How far ahead is C9 of the next best teams? In my personal opinion, I think that C9 has a pretty sizable gap over both LYON and TL.
Well, we'll see if LYON can pull it back, force us to what would be our first
And I would also be surprised if they lose to Fly tomorrow. So I think C9's like definitely the best team. We'll see. Maybe they lose to Fly. Fly seems like a fun team.
Or we could just get clumped in with all the other 4 and 5 game days.
Disguised not mentioned. On God, Disguised is a top team.
Sajed. He had a very good Kaisa game here.
I think if Disguised wins this, it's not that Disguised is a top team, it's that LYON is not a top team, you know?
Bottom lane is it.
We will see, but we
and then your top teams just become...
DSG's head coach Ido.
Well, I guess TL lost today also. Shit, does that mean that NA is just a one-team region? Fuck.
In game 1. Was that something you expected, especially with Cryo's debut?
Yeah, I hope I never expect to lose. That would suck. Yeah.
Wait, he's smiling. Wait, the coach, Disguised coach can smile. This is insane. I didn't know this.
Pantheon ults, but he's working it out in real time. A little bit of stage nerves, but I think he'll be fine.
When the team is built, and of course you guys have been scrimming.
It's a fake smile. He's tricking everybody. Inside, he feels nothing right now.
Yeah, I think the way that I view jungle is jungle can be just as much of a carry as AD carry or mid lane. So you should let them eat as much as they want. You should play off of their timers. I think that's the best way to play the game. So helping him embody that, helping him learn it's okay to eat camp, slow down the game, make sure that he's strong. And last game that worked out pretty well too, aside from like some team.
God, what is this guy's name? Ido?
Yeah,
is that his name?
Good job doing that.
He has the same view of the game that I do.
It's a little weird, honestly, for game 2. They don't really have too much engages.
I also agree that the entire game should center around your 80 carries timers.
I had a word with them before that, you know, they don't really have engage. The only way that we lose is like we go way too deep, way too fast. Just hit front, play on Aphelios' screen, and it should be pretty good.
Sweet, thanks a lot for the interview. Gonna send it straight back to the casters.
Okay, I mean, if they walk up and they start stacking dragons, like if they get the dragons early, and they've got, you know, Braum and Trundle and Scion in front, we'll see how those ones do go. I like the confidence here. And the last final words, you know, calming words.
Oh, I guess the last thing that I'll mention for the game 1 draft is that I think that the only screwball Lion could throw into the draft to try to skew it is by going Ashe Seraphine bot on 4 or 5, because you know they're going Kaiser Nico and Ashe Seraphine's a winning bot lane. But then the only problem is that you're playing Talia Ashe Seraphine into like Pantheon Nico Azir, which can be hard to navigate later on.
Inject gold into the jungler. The jungler shouldn't just be sacrificing and making themselves weak because of the reason he was saying. He thinks they can be just a strong carry.
I tell my flex queue team that every single night. Every night.
But that's it. I think other than that, there wasn't really much else that could have happened in that game 1 draft
Easy peasy for Inspired.
without one or both teams trolling something.
Side for Kryra as well. Nice delay on the back. It cost Lion it cost him a little more. The flash has to be used because of the pillar and the collapse here. So he gets an interrupt onto Trundle, which, I mean, look at Wukong right now. You know the Grump is respawning, and so you're going to have a ward watching it. But because your first clears are done so quickly and the second clears, you know, like instantly start, junglers have a couple extra seconds anyway. So that interrupt is not really going to deter Inspired at all. Like, basically, Grump is spawned now, so I lost 1,000, 2, 1,000. It was alive. Like, that Gromp could be thanking him maybe, hey, thanks for my extra 2 seconds of life.
Yeah, these drafts are a little bit weird to me.
Before Kryra anyway, because Kryra spent that time walking across the map to get the ward. So, regardless, you know, it's not going to be delayed.
I think I'd rather be Lions comp a little bit more.
Matchup. You know, because the accolades were looking a little bit uneven last time around, but Kryra has been able to add to it. He now has beat the reigning MVP Inspired in his LCS debut. That's a pretty good accolade.
Also, you got a thumbs up from production right there. That's the biggest one.
You don't even get a thumbs up for being a 4-time champion, for being a 3-time MVP. That's kind of crazy. Look at the producer bias on this one.
Yeah, actually, I mean, you got trophies and blah, blah, blah. Don't care, but
you beat the guy with the trophies. Thumbs up.
Pillar and wall seem hard for disguise carry. Yeah, I think that's generally. I think that the Wukong and the Ryze are kind of homeless this game a little bit.
Very big if they lose.
And so disguise are really banking on Aphelios just 1v9ing.
Tournament, bringing in such star power as we keep on going over the story here with Inspired, as well as Berserker. Some pretty high-powered pickups for this squad. And if they were to go, you know,
context question, do you think Vikings is making it to playoffs?
DSG here. I think very few people would have predicted.
Wait, did Hawks beat DFM yesterday though? After I went to bed? Yeah, they did. They 2-0. Wait, so
it's not determined yet because of tiebreakers and so on and so forth. But I mean, TL is 1-2 as well, right? Like that is super.
Wait, how can
surprising.
Vikings make it? I'm
TL
confused.
was kind of the de facto #1 team as far as the power rankings. People had Lion
Scrim rumors.
I'm really confused. If Hawks, if Vikings win today, even if they 2-0, both teams will be 3 and 4, and Hawks have the head-to-head. How can Vikings make it?
Of course, Lion could still
that doesn't make sense to me.
And win, and then that changes the story a little bit, but. Yeah, not having the start, I think it's
because Hawks 2-1 Vikings, so they have the head-to-head.
All right, well, let's see about this bottom fight. They did have vision over the entry from Inspired. And that ward is going to die in Tribrush.
And if the answer is game score, then the LCP format is a fucking joke.
They're going to try to look for this fight here. Kryra has 6, can't quite get in range. Nice attempt, though, with the realm warp right as Wukong hits 6.
Honestly, I love that the whole talk of, like, every single game. Where
game score overhead. Yeah, that's the dumbest fucking format ever, by the way. Why is game score ever over head-to-head? That's so stupid.
No longer
in my opinion.
has it, like, determined the whole game. We haven't had people dying over it, but bottom side for the level 6 grab means you also get priority into the dragon, and so the rewards are like quadrupled for winning that little push and shove around the bottom side of the map.
And you're talking about where is everybody. I think Lion was wondering where is Saint, because he was the one that wasn't there. He was, you know, late to actually arrive to the play. He was trying to run over there, but I think had taken a base. And Call Me was that difference maker.
Honestly, you know what?
Lion does have
I would love to coach Disguise.
He's gonna be able to back up. Nice hook.
Like I would love to be like an assistant coach for Disguise. This seems like the type of team that aligns with like my view of the game.
Okay. Kind of.
Hit up Ido, yeah. Somebody go do that for me. Somebody with connections, hit up Ido and tell him I want to be an assistant coach for Split 2.
Is losing NCS. Castle has been able to get 1 turret plate. I don't know what your metric is for how far you feel okay with a sign getting.
Tell him that depending on what the salary is, I would be willing to move across the country to make it happen.
Amount, you know, 400 gold lead for himself, and 7.5 minutes feels like a pretty good pace for the extra advantage here.
I agree. I think he's doing really, really well. I kind of think if you can like. This is really good for Castle now, but if Dokla can keep it dead even, I feel like if you stay within 2 waves and you can kind of defend your tower, then you're usually doing okay, right? You know, that at this point in the game is significant. That in 15 minutes.
Or wait, would I have to hit up Ido, or would I have to hit up Disguised Toast? Who do I have to get in touch with?
A couple waves of CS, then you're going to be really happy later on.
Want to see too how much side lane pressure DSG can get out of that, because that's one of the big things here is that they do have Ryze and Renekton for side lane pressure for later, and Castle's going to use his ultimate pretty early here on Dokla.
Any other teams you would consider? I mean, like, I'm not in a position to consider any team. Like, if we're if we're being dead ass,
so that's why he's going for the extra pressure. You know, he had some distance there from the mid lane. You could walk him down. The damage over time is.
I have no resume.
Ultimate. That was the area that they kept buffing when they.
I've coached a Division 4 team for like a month,
especially your early
closer to maybe like 2 months, a month and a half or 2 months.
Get some good time while they're actually. You know,
and I make YouTube videos. That's it. So that's all of my credentials.
Trying to keep Dokla a little bit concerned, and if you can keep your pressure up as the Renekton, get access to popping more tower plates by the crystal pop mechanism.
If you had to coach an LEC team, which would it be?
Have no TP, but he ulted back to lane. You know, last time he actually based. I should have that TP back up pretty soon as well as the ulti. So as long as Dokla doesn't get dove or anything weird.
And look at that. I'm pretty sure he got the second
low key, maybe SK.
I can see on the mini map. So bottom side, they're getting turret plates. Top side.
But you know, a team that I would actually like.
So both sides for
that I could fuck with would be
grabbing some
Vitality.
Plates here. Still gold lead for Berserker though.
I like their current roster.
As he returns.
Yeah, and you could see.
How did you get your coaching gig anyway? I got cold called.
Coming down for a potential dive. They didn't have any eyes on him. They saw that he had walked down to their bot
The
side
team's
jungle,
top laner just reached out to me on Discord and asked.
Kryra, of course, just based and he's farming top side, but that does earn DSG's bot lane a little bit of reprieve. It's allowed them to catch up a bit here.
I think I would also be down for Na'Vi. Na'Vi seems like a very coachable team.
Down towards bottom once again.
Oh, nice hook comes in. And this is
like SK is kind of a meme pick.
Is just trying to back it up here as Isles blocking some damage.
And Vitality, I don't know how much influence a coach would have since they've got like veterans and volatile players and stuff. But Na'Vi seems like a very
I mean, you heard Ido
very coachable team with like a good mindset.
You know, has some space to work with, and you got some good Thresh Lanterns for mobility here. Then get some extra money. Maybe they can work away on that other turret plate as well. Then that would be the biggest area for them to start. Kryra, though, exiting.
Coaching humanoid Kryza can't be easy. Yeah, if you were coaching Vitality, it would be more like a.
And Berserker now does get back. He will catch some of this.
It would be like more of like a you provide suggestions to the team, you know?
Get some help from that. Implied threat that Kryra had, and then they win a trade. They push him back. He's also a little bit ahead on the call, so gonna be pretty happy about how things go, despite the fact.
But like my thing with coaching is that I want to. I don't want to coach a team unless they trust me and like believe in my vision of the game and think that I have something to like genuinely offer them.
And the return here, Aphelios will get there just in time. Lion's gonna pull the wave a little bit. How many does he get? Every single one. Nice. He should be able to clean up all these pretty effortlessly. Meanwhile, the Trundle and the Wukong, same Trinity Force timers here. Both these Trinity Force.
And when I say vision of the game, I don't mean draft. I don't need teams to fucking draft Ash Seraphine every game. That's not. I don't really care. Like I'm willing to accommodate for player champion pools or like what players are actually good at, but just
defensively. But you
generally
can still pull off some really good flash engages onto a Yunara. Wukong is one of these jungle champs that can put a lot of pressure onto Yunara. Let's see. It might even occur here at this dragon fight. Approaching from 2 angles.
Yeah, Call Me does get walled off, but the stun does not connect there from Saint. Isles and Berserker down below, and the TPs are going to be coming in here. Sion going to arrive with the rest of the team. Castle had already TP'd in early, forces the flash there from Saint, but they are split up. Who are they going to engage on? LYON does get that big hook on a Berserker, but he cleanses the way on a Cryro, trying to get it. He does slay the dragon, flashes back in, knocks up Berserker.
Not bad from Cryro. That was actually like kind of clean movement.
Dancing around the team fight, Dokla's locked up. He's going to be knocked down, and Call Me once more. Trying to chase in onto Saint. Won't be able to find him, but it's two.
Wait, Disguised are clapping them. Wait, Disguised just stomped LYON 2-0 potentially.
Beautiful. I also love the DSG prep so well. They get to the dragon first. So
because this Disguise comp are not supposed to be winning on this timer, by the way. They're supposed to be behind right now. Even or behind right now. But they're just up 3k, up 2 Drakes, like, okay.
So when LYON approached from
I've seen enough Disguise top 2, yeah.
Coming up the river and topside, Saint and Inspired, that's not real.
Yeah, they're gonna be top 2 unless they sign Psychopathic Poro as assistant coach, in which they'll immediately shoot back down to like 6th.
And then he goes back in, and we're gonna get you know, the dragon picked up for him because Inspired's been rooted all the way over there, so it's an easy dragon smite. But the cool thing is he has
this is clean. Flash E the Yunara and then, or flash ult the Yunara and then E the Braum to get out and get a kill.
You're able to chase them out, and LYON,
I've seen enough Disguised wins worlds, yeah.
Like I said, you can't engage, and so if you're approaching from 2 different sides, it makes it very.
And to think that this team in the promotion relegation series had bad game states in every game.
I think played out that fight quite nicely. You focus one side of the fight, force away their resources, go back on the objective. No chance of a smite steal. Inspired too far away, and they get more than they came for.
Yeah, imagine Disguised wins worlds.
I love, you know, that flash from Cryro.
And then they play against Conviction and just lose a best of 5 and then they're out.
You know, so he's able to dodge the sign ult too. It's just really, really well played. But I gotta say, LYON in a lot of moments in this game just don't look like they're on the same page, right? You know, like you're saying, they're so split up. How is Anivia really?
I wonder what Riot would do about that.
How is Trundle supposed to walk into that fight?
Like if that actually happened, I wonder what the response would be.
You know, Inspired never even got on the same screen as the Dragon. He was never going to have
Tactical Insanity shit on World Champions. Call Me and Jed, yeah. Yeah, World Champion Call Me versus Insanity.
They are now way behind.
Which, by the way, I still think Insanity is more than good enough to be on an LCS team. I'm a big Insanity believer.
Sion with the ultimate is the, you know, primary engage. You're hoping maybe like
all he has to do is stop eating low-key, and then he'll be the GOAT.
Make it hard for enemies to move. But I think the biggest thing is if they get behind too early with this, and you're not able to have a very big effect while you're grouped, it's also going to be hard to attend to your side lanes. Ryze and Renekton side lanes here are going to constantly have pressure, and so, you know, theoretically, DSG can keep on gaining resource advantages.
By the way, what do we think is going to happen with Los Ratones? Because
moving in, getting jungle vision super deep, and then you get to see the next.
They qualified for well, they didn't qualify for playoffs yet, but they will probably qualify for playoffs.
Placing some fairly deep vision.
And their games are all the highest viewership games in the region.
About, you know, being first to the Dragon, because to me, it's
like the Los Ratones viewership is consistently beating the MKOI viewership, the KC viewership, and the G2 viewership. So do we like? I'm thinking that Riot's gonna cave. I think Riot's gonna find some way to keep Los Ratones around.
But because they showed up late, they're now way behind. And when you were playing a team that is great at
like I think Riot was low key hoping the team would maybe pick up like 2 or 3 wins and then place 9th or 10th or something, and then they could disappear forever. But the team is actually like, at this point, they're like not bad.
But Castle could look for a redive. Saint trying to keep him away, trying to stay safe here, but he has overstayed his welcome. He needs to leave. He's back into the egg. Will Castle go back in and try to finish him off? I don't think so. I think he's going to be happy with popping that passive. As Inspired is going to come down here now and try to look for the play onto Castle. Does he have the slice?
Losing Herald right now.
The wall. Flash followed there from Inspired, and Castle I don't think is going to have anywhere to go now. Looking like he's out of luck. They want to give it to Berserker, and they're going to be able to. That is nice. LYON not only get the kill, but they're able to give it to their most important.
If Los Ratones stays when they have less viewers on other splits, yeah, but we don't know that.
Need Berserker to have enough money to carry these team fights. That Yunara definitely has the capabilities of putting out the damage if they can fund her. So very nice luxury.
They would, but would they? Because nobody really cares about Split 1. Like, you have to also factor in that Split 2 and Split 3 are viewed as much more important splits by the League community.
Pop up there from him as well. And Berserker gets a little bit more money. It's still not going to make up fully the gap that they had. And Sajet as well, going to be able to tap a turret plate.
Yep, and is looking strong, moving towards that IE. No
okay, Inspired just got hooked and he's one shot. All right, nice. That's the Western. That's the best Western jungler right there.
On the side, gonna threat.
Just got deleted. Red, white, good night, Inspired. He just gets deleted off the map.
Getting a snack. How is Disguised winning? They're winning because they're unironically just a better team. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm watching these games. I'm watching how Disguised is winning. They are just a better team right now.
Right before the objective even came up, and you're sitting there, hands empty.
Like, I wouldn't have thought so before today, but genuinely, I think if these two teams ran it back, I think Disguised would win the run back.
And pretty early on, like you said, realized nothing we can do here, so he just runs up towards that top side. Again, we are faced with a really quick soul from DSG. Last game, it was about 20 minutes when they got their third dragon. This time it's not even 18, and they're on soul point. And that is going to be really difficult to deal with. Call me going forward here onto Saint as Lion's going to flash in, finds the follow-up hook. And remember, he has no passive, so there may be a punish back the other way. Good flash out, though, from Saint. And now the stun coming down on Lions. He's got no flash because he used it aggressively.
I don't even like hate this play, by the way. It's fine.
Lions. Just barely Saint survives. Comes up with a pretty important play, but did he overextend? Oh, my God.
Oh, if that hook landed, Saint was going to die. Oh, man. Saint would have had, like, the most disastrous first 3 weeks if that had happened.
For the recall, but will they go for the play? Isles now in the area.
Oh my God, Saint. All right, it is what it is.
Nicely done as Saint does fall. You can see Renekton down towards that bot lane working on the tier 2 tower, so he is farming up some plates. Sajed could be in a bit of trouble as Dokla trying to threaten him.
Yeah, maybe this team is just
and respect the threat there. So
maybe the Koreans are just not it.
At the end of the day, the gold swing stays pretty even, and Inspired has hit his MasterCard power spike there with the Trinity Force.
Nivea supposedly counters Rise.
Oh,
yeah. Which, by the way, I don't know. I said this a couple of times on the LCP broadcast, but I don't think I've said it in the LCS broadcast. I don't actually think Nivea counters Rise. I think Nivea is an answer into Rise, where you give up early push in your lane in exchange for a strong thematic counter in 5v5 situations later.
I feel that.
I got mine. What else is
like? I think it's an exchange that both teams are fine with, but I don't view it as like, oh my God, they picked Rise, we picked Nivea, we win now.
You get one kill. I got mine. Why did we lose the fight?
Well, we'll see if anything happens with him not having flash later, but we'll see. Honestly, he still should be able to have some pressure split pushing. I mean, Realm Warp is very, very useful in those endeavors, and bottom side.
But yeah, generally it's like
lane for them.
Anivia is really good against lower range champions, and Rise is a lower range champion, so it's awkward for Rise to fight in team fights against Anivia. That's the advantage that Anivia has. But like, Rise is still the one with kill pressure on side lane. Rise is still the one that has like a semi-global to make more plays. Rise is still the one that's going to have early push in lane phase, levels 1 through 6 and stuff. So it's a trade-off.
All right, this Herald here going to finish up the mid tower. Now we've got bot and mid taken care of from DSG. Methodical gameplay. Bottom side minion wave does need to be attended to, as at least Dokla was able to push that one out. But I have to say, DSG have been very good at progressing the game. Yeah. They have not wasted a lot of time. They have been very calculated in all of their objectives. You know, arriving early, arriving on time. And everybody kind of doing their part. So next step on the checklist is going to be getting your vision for the Dragon Soul. Just make that approach to the fight so insanely hard for this Lion team that the only thing you possibly have to worry about is a Scion ultimate. And that's not even that hard to deal with.
Wukong clone that even.
Yeah, you can Wukong clone it. You got plenty of options here. So as long as they can go get some extra control wards there, like they can make it so difficult for Lion to approach. And Lion themselves trying to carve out an area of the map to work with at least.
Yep, and it's going to be tough for Lion, but Yeah, have to be there first, have to find some way to get pushed, but they just can't really
Did Jed just switch to late game rotation? Is he a knower? Was he on green-blue for the start of the game?
Moving too far forward.
I wasn't even really paying attention.
No for now. But as long as DSG don't see anyone, your side lanes are pushing.
He was? Oh, okay. Yeah, so Jed is a ball knower then. Fuck yeah.
Show up because otherwise you're gonna get a free tier 2 bot.
See, I want to coach this team so fucking badly, man. You have no idea. Like,
and call me, his ghost is almost backed up. Even without your flash, your ghost is so much.
This team speaks to me. Honestly, you know how I was saying that I don't know which LCS team I want to cheer for? Fuck it, I'm cheering for Disguise.
And so they get them both pushed. They get the
screw Fly, screw C9.
Yeah, Inspired was trying to move forward there. Was spotted by Castle. Was camping out on the blast cones. They were considering an engage. DSG definitely in the area if Inspired goes too far.
20 seconds on the Mountain Soul. Pretty big durability boost, and call me.
Rest in peace, Griffin. Well, unfortunately, Griffin has quad on his team, so. It's all good. It's all good, Call me. It's fine. It's fine.
MVP play with the pillar from Inspired. Castle is behind them though. Kryra gonna disengage. Will that be enough to grab them the dragon?
That was clean timing right there from Inspired.
Can Lion even win this? I mean, if they get a pillar like that, they can.
This guy is clutch. They purchased themselves an MVP. Maybe it was just in time here as far as the play for Lion. Now
we're not throwing the game. I mean, it's hard to even call that a throw. It's like, I mean, he was positioned badly, but it's a pretty. That's not like a horribly disgusting mistake to make, I don't think.
The flashes, they were really overstaying. The dragon, I think, was pretty gone once Call Me died, but they said, you know, maybe we can fight for it, do something, you know, catch someone out. But Kryra does end up losing that Wukong flash, which is extremely valuable.
Yeah, it really kind of throws.
They have good guns to hit this, by the way.
Baron is dark though, and there's a white gun of Felios inside that Baron pit.
Yeah, and Call Me's going to realm warp right over into the pit, so they are on this. Dokla going to be able to scout this out. Inspired.
This is not a bad start, maybe.
It's down to 5K. It's getting low now.
I mean, it's a true flip, but the idea of the start wasn't terrible, I don't think. Oh shit, yeah, it's good. Alright, I like it.
Castle on the side, trying to slice and dice to safety. He's alive for now. Call Me's going to get lanterned out. He's still alive. DSG on the run, but how long can they stay up? Dokla going to get hooked over the wall. Castle still somehow surviving. As Dokla, against all odds, is the first one to
fall. Oh, a Nivea Scion passive? Alright, that's tough.
Jed goes down. Isles and Dokla try to chase Inspired here as well. They want to push the wave. They're going to try to cancel the base here. Surely, Isles does go forward, cancels it onto Kryra. Call Me now caught out into a weird spot here. He's going to get interrupted on the lantern play. Inspired cutting back. Lion's not able to connect on the hook. Berserker pushes it up, but they can't get more.
But yeah, like, unironically, the thing with Disguise that made me not want to root for them before is that, like,
Berserker had pushed the wave into the top tower, so Lion will be able to get the tower at the very least.
They were historically, like, at least for, like, I say historically, even though it was like only very recently, but they were a pretty weak team, consistently placed low. They signed some new players, but it never actually looked super promising. And then they like lost their entire roster, so I thought they were going to be dead last again because I didn't know anything about their new players. Then they signed Call Me, who I think is like not actually an amazing player or anything. And then they had like Lion, so I didn't think it was an amazing player. And then they have two rookies that I don't know anything about. So
I mean, the terrain creation that we kind of...
There were a lot of reasons for me not to care about them. But now I'm looking at this team. I really like how they play the game. I like how they draft. I like how what their prios are.
But you can see why
like I generally like the way that they try to progress games. Sajed and Kryra are both way better than I thought they would be right out of the gate. Call Me is actually not running it down. Like, Call Me has been solid. And Lions has also somehow been solid, even though I've watched Lions play for like 4 years now, and he's never been good. He's actually playing well this split.
The problem is, Call Me,
and I've always kind of liked Castle. Castle's a pretty fun player, so there's not actually a reason for me to not like them, you know? So I might as well.
Do they actually find a pillar here? Lion's gonna have to flash out immediately. Is Call Me trying to get some damage down, but did he overstay? Are they going to look for the Realm Warp to re-engage here? So Jed, take that lantern back. Nice hook there onto Dokla. Does interrupt him as Call Me has to flash over
the walls. That wasn't a great ult from Big Dokes.
No one going to go down. Just a trade of summoners there.
We needed an Ido reaction emote, yeah. I'm down. Somebody make one and put it on 7TV and we'll add it. Wait, somebody no, go back to the thing of Ido smiling. Somebody go back to the interview where he was smiling. where it's like the only time that he's ever smiled, and screenshot that and put it on 7TV. And we'll add it. Do you follow other sports? I follow the NBA very loosely.
Stop the recall on Big Dokes. Nice smite there, does interrupt the recall. Sajed trying to get the damage down over the wall.
Let's see if this is anything. Cryro might have gone too far.
Down by Berserker. Saint goes into the egg. He's alive for now. Castle arrives with the TP as Lion surely want more. The ghost was popped there by Call Me. Now expires. Berserker threatening forward.
I don't know. This is scary. There's a timer right now where Lions, or not Lions, where Lion can actually win fights, but
yeah, sounds pretty beefy, and
the Rise finished. The Rise has Actualizer. The Aphelios is getting to his 4th item. I think that's kind of like we're getting to the point where Disguise comp just outscales. Is the Lion team just bad, or is Disguise overperforming? Well, Disguise is definitely overperforming, no matter how you look at it. But I think Lion does not quite know how they want to play the game yet, or they have some kind of like funky meta read. One or both of those, in my opinion. But I don't think they're a bad team. I just think they're
that would be massive. You can see Saint now
not as good as they should be.
Off the back of that, so he's on
but Disguise is definitely overperforming, no matter how you look at it. They're actually playing well.
Just the pickaxe on top of his 3 items. Whereas
but yeah, I follow NBA when League stuff isn't happening. But if League is happening, I usually like stop watching NBA entirely because I just don't have time for it. I loosely follow tennis, and I guess the only other thing that I try to keep tabs on is track and field, but specifically the track events. And specifically within the track events, I care more about long distance. So like 800 meters all the way up to the marathon, I like to watch a lot and like keep tabs on. Alright, Sajed is in there. He's trying to one-shot. Ooh! Yeah, it's not enough. It's just hard because Rise's Actualizer is not actually up, so they don't really have a lot of damage. Who do you think is going to win MVP?
Yeah, you can see it. DSG know, all right, well, we can't get through all this, you know, Scion.
I think it depends on regular season placements.
Lions is getting burned down, then the Promo is like too hard to get there. So they're trying to all flash on Berserker. Sajed even flashes over onto Berserker. Berserker flashes up, and that causes everybody to expend so much in their
I'm still down for
that they do in the end, but it costs
like, okay, I think that either Jokic or SGA should win it based on what we've been seeing so far. So it'll be more about like what the
feeling some stress, safe to say,
what the Nuggets record ends up looking like near the end of the season.
Expectations
like if they can actually turn Jokic's insane stat lines into
with that comes the expectation
like a crazy amount of wins where they can get like the 2nd seed or something.
Reignover definitely knowing, hey, if things are going bad, that's going to be some pressure on me.
And I only follow football when the World Cup comes around, and that's it. I don't actually watch anything else. So yeah, as far as football is concerned, since the last time I watched it was the last World Cup, as far as I'm concerned, Mbappe is still the GOAT, you know? Mbappe is still the best player in the world. No idea if it's true, but as far as I'm concerned, as far as my knowledge allows me, that's the opinion. Mbappe's griefing Real Madrid. Yeah. See, but I wouldn't know that because I haven't watched it. So next World Cup, he's still best player in the world in my mind.
DSG know from this spot they kind of have to try to find clever angles, but they're just getting picked off as they move forward.
Actually, I feel like I saw something randomly on Twitter about like Dembele won like an MVP or something. Does that mean that that Team France just has like a really cracked offense, or
can Sajed and Castle and Lions pull out a miracle?
Castle popping the ulti, knows he can't waste too much time. They're trying to trim out
you're confused, that's soccer. What the fuck is soccer, bro?
Some damage onto Inspired. Gets chunked a bit himself. Castle on the run from Berserker. The towers are being focused down. The last tower is gone. Sajed tries to make a big play. Knocks down the Anivia, but only into the passive.
Well, this is sad. I mean, like, I did say before the game started that I like Lions comp more. But I think Disguise played that game well, for the most part. And they just had like 1 or 2 bad throws, but I think that they navigated that game pretty decently.
Banger here too, as we go to a deciding game coming up right after this. All right, Lounge, how you feeling now?
I'm feeling like we're in for the long haul here. 6 games, the max we could have, and they have been bangers.
What champ actually counters Rise? Right now, I don't think there is a single champion that counters Rise. I think that there are champions that can answer Rise, but nothing that counters it. Who's winning the Super Bowl? Who's even left? Isn't it like the Patriots are still there, but they're expected to lose, and then like the Seahawks are supposed to be really good? I've heard that the Seahawks are supposed to be monsters. I've heard like Seahawks are supposed to stomp everybody, so I'll just go with that.
And be like, all they have to do is just, you know, not go too far forward, not extend themselves.
Stay on Sajed's screen,
and
I think is what he said.
I do feel like there were enough moments of slight overextension where, like, when you look at this comp from LYON, the Trundle, the Anivia wall, right? Like, there's a specific fight.
Also, I like the Seahawks more than the Patriots in general, so
and then ends up,
I will also cheer for the Seahawks. Although I doubt I will watch a single minute of the Super Bowl because I really just don't care that much.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think that the fact that we saw LYON...
It's really tragic that there are preschoolers in Boston who have never seen a sports team win a title. Probably the worst drought in sports history. I think the Patriots deserve to win. Truth nuke.
Stopping people from calling me, like getting away with the lantern, stuff like that. Raz, you're back over here. What were you doing back there?
I was fan-dangling with that machine there. I was getting it ready for Emily. You wanted to talk
There
about
are
something
babies
in the game, right?
Yeah, so I wanted to go
that were
over one of
born
those fights I just
that have not seen
mentioned.
T1 win Worlds.
After there have been a few
Think about that.
catches, right? So we do have the big thing you do not want to do with this composition is end up funneling into a choke point where
there are blind kids who have not seen that either. Yeah, but they've heard it. They know of it.
So much damage.
They existed when it happened.
DSG in this, right? Because as we play this out,
especially since the carries don't have flash from DSG's side.
So then they have Castle is headed up here. He's going to be looking for a potential.
I mean, yeah, this guy's probably should have gone through bot here.
Already over here. When Isles gets caught, kind of.
They should like refunnel around and go through here, most likely.
This is all of that damage just kind of cycling through. Castle's too late. They're already on to call me. And again, this is after a few other picks.
Did you see the madness going on over in LEC? Yup. We had the LEC playoffs calculator out earlier on stream.
Setup. So then it's up to DSG to try to potentially find some answers. And in here, it was just, again, so easy to set up, so easy to funnel them in, even with the flanks that Castle was looking for on that Renekton. And it felt like every single fight that even was like, okay, it looks kind of even, lose 2-1, something like that. LYON was just clawing their way back in.
And for a team as young as DSG, I think
what's going on over on
they don't have
YouTube?
as much experience to lean back on players like Sajed.
What do you think of the phase rush nerfs? To be honest, I haven't fucking looked at them yet. I'm like not fully caught up on patch 26.3. Let's see what the phase rush nerfs are specifically. Like I've only read through like half of these because I only read the ones that concerned what my team was going to be playing.
The interview that we had prior to the game talking about how they don't have engage,
system
changes. Don't have
changes.
clear engage. I guess you can talk about the sign, but a lot of it is like difficult for them to start a fight and force a fight. But
rush.
if you're walking into them, it's hell walking into a team comp like Braum.
You think phase rush, blah blah blah, ranged effectiveness, 75% to 50%.
You kind of highlighted is the fact that you're walking into that.
All right, so basically what this means is that my theory that phase rush Nautilus can match into Braum is untouched because it's only a ranged modifier. So that's awesome.
They had another one topside where Sajed then didn't have flash, gets caught by the
what else?
wall,
What else?
after they go back in,
Poro, fart live on the camera.
Thing,
Okay,
right?
nice.
Where you just get trapped, get absolutely cooked by Anivia. I am curious to see who player of the game was.
Let's get player of the game. While we're doing that, I'm going to take a look at the tool as well because there's a lot of playoff implications for this next game. Boom,
Yeah, nothing else really on YouTube.
What did the fans think?
Most normal YouTube message. Yeah, this is why we care more about Twitch, guys.
Because Berserker, we talked about how in game one I did bring up those stats where I was like, okay, it was tied. I'll out myself here. I actually voted.
Do you follow any other esports? No, I don't.
So I'm sure it was a split vote.
Oh
Berserker
shit!
also
Wait,
played
that's a
really well.
lie.
I think Berserker
occasionally I will watch the Brawl Stars World Championship because one of my IRL best friends is a huge like Brawl Stars fan, and he like constantly sends me. He like tells me about it all the time.
The rest of the game.
Yeah.
Here we see
Because back when I played Brawl Stars, I was a BB one trick.
He's able to pay them
Like I would just play BB in every single game mode.
Yeah, they had a lot of control.
And then so I played a lot with him, and he's actually like pretty good at the game. And so every single time he watches a BB play in the World Championships, he's always messaging me. He's like, "Dude, you need to watch this game that had BB in it. They're unironically playing it worse than you do." It's like,
so right now we have 3 teams locked for playoffs, 100% between Cloud9, FlyQuest, Sentinels. Well, we're gonna see who's first seed between Cloud9 and FlyQuest later.
you were a Brawl Stars coach for lower tier leagues in 2021.
Because we're 1-1, we
Dude, I wonder if I dug around a bit, if I could find some of my old Brawl Stars clips. Hold on.
So then there's gonna be a lot on the line here. So let's imagine what.
See, this is what really matters, is if I can find my Brawl Stars clips. This is what everybody on the stream is here for.
2-1. Okay, so if we're thinking like this, if DSG win, they're in. Team Liquid would be in as that 5th seed that auto qualifies. LYON and Shopify would have to play the next kind of best of 1. But if we switch it around, huge difference. LYON are obviously in. Disguise make it in, and then Team Liquid and Shopify would have to play. Let's see what happens if like Dig win it instead. Yeah, it's still TL over here. Yeah, so
maybe
if
not.
LYON win, TL looks like they're gonna be in that
Maybe not
tiebreaker
that
best of
account.
1. Crazy world to think about. But with that being said, that's all that we have for this post game. We're gonna throw it to a short break before we are back with.
Did I run ads yet? Or did I forget? No, I didn't. Alright, we gotta do that. Oh, it's been so long since I've signed in this email that I need to verify with my phone number. Okay.
Just fight there. Yep. I ulted the Renekton, I fight him. Just fashion, 80 fashion. 80 fashion, 80 fashion. Renekton no ease.
Upper left, no flash.
Wukong tag. Yeah. Wukong use double. Chase. His lantern might be up soon. I have ward for it. Can you get one more kill or not?
And it's LYON running over the fight here. This time, they get the best of DSG.
Not this account either. Where are my Brawl Stars clips? I know that I have an email that has a bunch of Brawl Stars clips in it. I just don't know which one it is. Oh, I found 2 clips, guys. I found 2 Brawl Stars clips. Hold up, lock in. I have 2 BB clips. One of them is called BB 1v3 goal, and the other one is called Monster BB outplay. These must be from like 5 years ago. So I have no idea what the quality of gameplay is, because I played in high school. I played Brawl Stars in high school. Alright, let's see. What's this one? Alright, we got the replay file out. Yep, that was my name back then in high school, was Edgy BB Main. Let's fucking go. Alright, let's see it. How do I play this? Their Brawl Stars comp sucks. This is like the worst not Brawl Stars. This is like the worst whatever this game mode is called, the soccer one. This is like the worst team comp you could ever have for it. Brawl Ball, that's what it's called. Yeah, this is like the worst Brawl Ball comp I've ever seen. Okay, I'm gaming right now. Okay, perfectly timed passive. Holy fuck, I was the GOAT. Oh my god. Wait, I just 3v1'd them. Look at this shit. Genuine 3v1. Shoot the ball, kill the Tara, ult the Rico. I know my passive timer perfectly. Bam, knock her away, score. Holy shit. Holy shit. Alright, what's the other clip? Monster BB outplay, what's this? Oh, this is also Brawl Ball. Oh my god, I remember this one. I know exactly what play this is. Alright, here we go. Yeah, I remember goating it up in this one. Y'all are not ready. Y'all are not ready. First, perfect combo. I've seen pro players fuck up this combo before, by the way. Knock them into my super, so that way she takes 2 hits of damage from it. Then it's gonna bounce, hit the Frank. Then I'm gonna get it back perfectly. Oh, dude, I'm so cracked. I'm so cracked. Holy shit. Oh my god, I fucked them. Jesus. Holy shit. Wait, maybe I should play Brawl Stars again. Maybe I was just the Brawl Stars GOAT. Should we ditch League of Legends for Brawl Stars? Wait, where's the Brawl Stars coach? What do we think of that? Tell me that my BB is like phenomenal.
That was their first 3 on Blue Side Game 1, I believe.
Keep that one. I mean, yeah, Nocturne does lose some value when Oriana's permaban, but they were before too.
Anyway.
So
You trolled an auto attack is like a C tier clip. Ah, shut up. You're just jealous.
You're
You're just jealous that I threw 2 perfect supers.
What was shown as that third ban earlier, but hey, maybe they're saying, oh, we don't care about just the Ori Nocturne pairing. Maybe there's another pairing that's now been played, so they could drop that ban, and we'll see if they want to go for that, as it will in fact be Nautilus going to get banned out here.
Some people just hate playing.
Also, wait, did I even troll an auto attack? Are you sure?
Annoying.
Hold on, let me go. Alright, we're
maybe
fact checking
we will
this.
see time around. We'll see since it does get through. DSG.
Which auto attack did I was bad?
When we get to game 3s, I usually get most excited for mid lane because mid lane gets a little bit more spicy, a little bit more diverse here. So I want to see, you know, Saint was covering other stuff like Akali, you know, previously, and now you get some time to.
So this is the one where I hit the perfect ult. So that auto attack is good. I used an extra one there, I guess. You could argue is bad, but that one's fine. This one is fine as well. Yeah, it's only the one like I just randomly auto attack here, but that's it.
Has been quietly very good. I think you know he is a big part of DSG's success thus far.
Pog, 69, 420, 4,200. Thanks for the sub.
Meta AD junglers. Zinzao obviously got a little bit of a buff in the patch, so that one is rising in priority. But there's still things like Jarvan is still up and available. We've seen Kiana, we've seen some Lee Sin, so there are obviously other AD junglers that you can go to.
Yeah, and we get.
By the way, for the record, do not re-download Brawl Stars. I'm completely joking. Brawl Stars is maybe my least favorite game of all time. Okay. I would not consider myself to be a toxic League player. Like, I think that I do a pretty good job at managing my emotions during League games for the most part. Like, I never type at my teammates first, and I rarely respond to when typed at.
Worth noting though that even though DSG is locked for playoffs,
I feel like I keep pretty cool and calm. I always try to win. I never give up. But when I play Brawl Stars, holy fucking shit. If one thing goes wrong in Brawl Stars, like if I make one misplay, or if one of my teammates does something stupid in Brawl Stars, I get so angry. Like I get unbelievably angry.
And honestly, I love
when something goes wrong in Brawl Stars.
So yeah, there's this line opening set for
like you guys have not seen me rage over a Brawl Stars loss before.
I feel like if I'm lying, I really would like to ban out Jarvan, because not only is Jarvan an AD jungler, but it's also a form of engage, right? And you are a bit.
If Brawl Stars had a chat, there'd be at least 5 slurs slung every game. Unfortunately, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. Dude, if Brawl Stars had voice chat and I could yell at my randoms, I would have done so much yelling. You have no idea. I would have opened up my phone, my team would be like 2 8-year-olds. I would be like screaming bloody murder at the 8-year-olds.
It looks like the first ban probably wasn't Berserker saying, "Get Gwen out of my face." That was probably Dokla.
Maybe it was. You know, the Shroud's pretty annoying.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm trying to get a pentakill, buddy. What's up with this Shroud?
Yeah, immune? Hell no.
No. Not in my book. Get that thing out of here. So a couple mid lane bans getting thrown down towards Saint. So going to be taking away some of these control mages. Of course, Aurora could be top, could be mid. You know, really could go either way for Call Me or Castle. But the mid
One of your
lane
players are
options
so
are
tilted
gonna
the
be
ones you
narrowed
refuse
down
to play.
quite a bit.
That's insane.
I like it, and the bans are pushing.
Wait, were
them
you like
forward
actually a
towards
Brawl
some
Stars coach?
exciting
Like for what
assassin.
tier? Can
You
I
can
find
have
your
dirty types
coaching
of picks.
profile on a
And
wiki
couple of these
somewhere?
Control mages. All right, raise that priority. All right, Jarvan still does get banned.
Yeah.
Because if you can,
Even if you
like
can't go
if you
Berserk,
coached a
I
team that was like well known in any capacity, I can send it to my friend and see if he knows who you are. Because he follows Brawl Stars esports pretty closely.
So Jed is, we're finding out his hover. His hover is Renata, so we got to find out the lore on the Renata hover, but usually it's a shout out to a girlfriend or something like that. So we'll see what they are going to consider locking. Mundo could be kind of fun as both a potential flex. Again, it could be jungle or top, but of course in pro play it's mostly just been jungle. I do think Mundo top can work quite well though, so there are some potential flexes here. The Aurora could be moved around potentially, the Mundo could be moved around potentially, but we are kind of assuming that they're going to go more standard spots.
Okay, so gonna have to get the reveal on both solo laners here, regardless of
this
who
Totem
will go against
Esports.
Aurora. Gotta pick something that could take either of the matchups. And they feel fine with Cassio. Wow, this team, I mean, Cassio pumps, Zeri pumps. I mean...
So you played against them one time is what you're
I was gonna
saying.
say, Zen even kind of pumps when you got Lulu
When was
backing
it?
you up too,
How long ago?
Surprise, surprise, Cassante probably going to be the option here. As I said, yeah, it just kind of fits in everything. And there is very little engaged, though, honestly, on both teams thus far. Like,
Because we've got their
you can
matches
have
all the way
Aurora
through,
throw
looks
down
like
an ult, kind of start a
July
fight, non-wave,
8th.
one non-culling, sure. Zin can jump in and kind of start a fight out, but there's not like pick tools really per se, right? So we'll see where they are going to go and if this is going to be Mundo top or not. I think Mundo into tank matchups is super strong because you generally outscale them all and they usually can't punish you enough in the early lane. So if there were a game to go Mundo top, I think this could be a pretty good one. We'll see though. Oh, Jace, so it's still flex. It could be Jace jungle, could be Jace top, could be all kinds of stuff. We're going to find out where they are going to end up going.
This is probably Jace top if I had to guess. Wait, is it Jace mid? No way. Wait, we're getting Aurora top counterpick into Cassante, and then Jace mid is going to try to survive Cassio. Wait. We're cooking.
That's going to be going mid.
Holy shit.
Okie dokie, yeah. Taking down some monster damage, but also taking some of the regular damage.
This guy's burnt
too,
that
so
shit.
We'll see how much that does affect.
I mean, I do think you could just go Aurora into Cassio, and the lane is fine, and you could go Jace into Cassante and fuck the Jace, or like and fuck the Cassante, but
walk them down. See if you
I'm
can
down
get,
for this.
Your farming going, scale up nicely, become nice and beefy. I mean, a lot of poke, too, because Lucian Nami provides you poke on your team. Jace provides you huge poke on your team coming from mid lane here. And so there is a lot of potential on even some early power spikes for this team to poke you out. I mean, mid control seems really good there. When
I am so down for Jace mid to be back in the meta, by the way.
You know, that's 30% of your HP.
So I need Disguise to win, so that way we have a Jace mid win on the board, so that way more teams will want to pick it.
It'll be enough.
He's got some swords, he slapped them together.
Because if Jace mid comes back, and Yone mid just got buffed,
you do have to be worried about
and Tristana mid is only slightly out of the realm of being viable, then we could see AP junglers again, and that's the world I want to live in. Is Jace good in the Cassio? I cannot imagine it is.
So we'll see.
Later into the game, yes, Jace poke is good against Cassio, but in lane, I can't imagine this is good. I really feel like Jace top, Aurora mid would have just been better. But we'll see. We'll see.
I think is totally true. So if you're saying I'm not going to get grass procs throughout the lane, Aftershock is going to do more in an all-in, right? You know, you go all out, you proc it, you hit a Pathmaker, you proc it. So I think that actually does make some sense, given that a good Aurora player will just not allow you to be autoing them.
Yeah, keep that distance, play the distance. Honestly, looking at the distance here too, both first early Qs from Saint hit. 2 for 2 on the Noxious Blasts, harassing the Jace while CSing.
Yeah, that really is kind of what Cassio lanes come down to. If you don't hit the Qs, you don't deal any damage.
Every blast counts.
Yep, yeah, exactly. Don't minimize any of these blasts. They're each important, and we'll see how he's going to be able to perform. As Calmy does backstep that one. He's going to be playing Phase Rush, of course. Helps a lot to be able to get out of Miasma. And when you're not playing against any team that has like true hard CC, hard engage, Phase Rush is just insane value all the time.
Yeah, people are wondering, all right, are the nerfs, you know, people still going to use this thing, still going to have value on range champs?
Every game.
Yep.
Turns out.
Yep, pretty good still.
Going fast, being immune
Watching
to,
first game of LCS this year, what teams are good right now? The teams that are
good
good right now are
Saint is dictating the laning phase thus far.
C9.
Conqueror
That's it.
up. Speaking of which, for Saint and Saint aggressively popping.
C9 is good. Disguised is unironically not bad, but I don't know if I would call them good.
Calmy getting way too greedy there. I mean, he walked in. That was a freebie that he gave him. Saint is already standing on the minion that you're trying to walk up and hit for that last hit, and allows you to just kind of pre-queue it. And now he could look for a potential all-in. If he hits one more Q, he will go forward.
I like that. Stand in front of the cannon. He knows you can't CS the cannon.
Fly seems not bad.
Try and shock blast it, and Saint has enough HP.
And then TL and LYON both seem really shaky.
Yeah,
So I don't know.
Calmy right now. The minions are kind of getting
Like
into
it
that
seems
weird
like
spot.
only
He's
C9
missing
is
all of
actually
the
good.
melees because they were kind of weird health amounts there. And this matchup going to be pretty important. Has been pretty important.
I think we got an answer for the
throughout,
Cassio Jace
the
matchup.
series so far. Saint obviously someone who's
I
getting a
mean-
lot of criticism, to be clear, and Calmy someone who has been kind of I think a big standout for his team.
Yeah, definitely has been true.
We don't know. Maybe Calmy's just playing it like shit, but as mentioned, I can't imagine this matchup is supposed to be Jace favored. You're gonna look silly when Fly beats C9. If Fly beats C9, then I'll have no idea what the fuck is going on in this region.
Food pyramid.
Mundo, you should just get back
No,
in here
I'm,
next
you know,
week.
I'm down for that.
There you go.
I'm
He
down
was
to have
pushing
no
for
idea
an
what's going
easy
on.
recall interrupt, but if he doesn't see Cassio immediately, it's like, I tried, buddy. No interrupt on the recall for you.
Only going to find Inspired here. Inspired does have a
Shock
smite,
blast
so
steal it?
is he going to try to get it last second? Doesn't quite get it, as Inspired reacts with the smite. And also, I think he had it body blocked enough. I don't think the splash
TL could be good.
reached
Did they have a
that,
lot of
but
problems? Well, they
nice
lost to
little attempt from
Sentinels
Calmy.
today.
And Inspired could go around behind him. Even if you just get a bit of damage down, it would be pretty annoying, but going to be able to spot the Mundo over on his Krugs.
The corporate, wait a second.
What was this?
Wait a
Isles is just
second.
walking up and might end up dying. That was really close as the heal had to come through from Isles. We didn't see what kind of
I mean,
prompted that,
based
but
on what I
guess they
just
were
saw
low
bot,
mana.
I'm going to
Maybe
assume
wanna
Isles
walk
actually
across
probably
some bases
smurfed
and
because
try to get an advantage
I
that
think
way.
Sajed probably
Berserker
tried to
go back
recall
base,
because
so
of
I
his
think
mana
that's
bar,
tough.
and
Isles just
Isles
try
probably
to go
walked up
forward,
under tower and
try to
canceled him,
harass
which
them,
is like
make them
insanely good
locked
for
in lane,
LYON.
'cause Sajed now is and has no buy, so now he can put no pressure on Berserker. Berserker can walk up no problem and farm a plate here.
Honestly, since Isles didn't die, just spending your heal for that,
That's
and
good.
the Lucian is out of mana here, honestly, good. He just gets to go for his base anyway, and Berserker alone at the tower able to work off first turret plate.
It was a risky bet, but it paid off. You know, it's like when you just close your eyes, buy some Bitcoin back in 2005.
TL lost? Yeah,
you know?
TL lost.
Back then, it was looking pretty risky.
PSA, we don't give financial advice here.
I give financial advice to people in 2005.
Sajed is a knower
Buy some
for
Bitcoin.
first strike on
give
Lucian
time
Nami.
travel financial
Well,
advice.
no, it's not that
Yeah,
Sajed is a
I'm
knower.
quite confident.
It's that everybody is a knower
When
except for
changes,
Yon,
then Bitcoin's not worth
apparently.
anything, and then they
Everybody except for
travel
Yon
out
knows
time
that
and
Lucian
kill
Nami, you
us
go
as,
first strike.
You know, little people or something.
Who caused that wrinkle?
Yeah.
That branch in the timeline?
Who knows?
Unfortunate
So
for
never
us.
mind. Don't buy it. Time travel.
Well, Lucian's not getting any sort of money because walking back right now, some minions are dying to the
Shopify
old
versus
tower
Dig is going to be
there,
such a funny
so
shit show.
Carrera
Really? I think
just
Shopify should
spend
just
some
win.
More FaceTime here in mid lane.
Yeah, he's got nothing to.
Shopify
farm right
has
now, so
only
just kinda
lost
waiting for
to
that boss fight
perceived
settle
top
to come up
teams.
and Saint gonna be able to
But they were
chase him
projected
out.
to be a middle of the pack
Calmy getting
team.
pressured pretty
I
heavily.
think they will
There
just
is
win.
more minions for him to farm there, but he will, of course, still be down in some CS. And will equalize a little bit, but not a big deal as long as things
You
don't
didn't play
go from bad to
reply for
worse.
some
So
reason.
if
You
he
confuse
doesn't
him
die
for
without
Team
this flash
Laser.
pickup,
Can't find any records, but you
I
got
do think
cooked.
this has been quite good for Saint.
Played in
to,
2021 in the
talking about some
qualifiers
you know,
of the
some
Queso
the-
Cup,
some
so
of
it's
the
impossible to
errors
find
that have
anything.
been-
Unlucky.
that we've seen. This one has been very good. The pressure early. I love denying the cannon. You know, getting some good chunks out of him. And
Time to brawl.
Wait a second.
Grab
Oh my gosh, Asael just said time to brawl. Brawl Stars reference?
Kryra's kind of sectioned off from the rest of his team. He's going to have to flash, you have to think. Instead, just trying to walk it out, but Saint is coming in, has the ghost pop. Kryra very low. The ulti not going to connect onto anyone. Nice slow, though, onto Kryra as he flashes out. I don't think Inspired wants to take that back in. Calmy maybe just going to get chased down, missing
Man,
that flash.
this game
Miles
is not a
punches
great
in.
look for
Can they get
Calmy, I don't
back?
think,
Yes,
so
they
far.
can. First blood, though, goes to Berserker.
OP crowd
And
fight.
that season,
Yeah, I do
from
like.
last season didn't give you any bonus gold.
I
This
do
time, it
genuinely
is quite
think
a
that
nice chunk
third
of
Scuttle
change
Crab
there
is
for
one of the
Berserker.
most important
That was
objectives in the
such
game.
a
So
worthwhile flash and sacrifice
I think that
for
teams fighting
Miles,
over this Scuttle Crab
to
is like
get the
completely
last
reasonable.
hit for Berserker on the kill, and yeah, so Crab's taking a lot of damage. Look at
That was
Saint
good for
goes
Disguised,
down.
was
So
it? They
Saint
lost the
wrapping
crab.
around here on the Casio, flash miasma into the ultimate to slow, and they force the flash out of Crybra, and Call Me gets kind of stuck here. But then as the bubble lands, the peel is there, and Isle says, I'm gonna send for it. Call Me goes back in, and it actually ends up perfectly for
And gained a
Lion.
kill. It was 1 for 1. It was
Allowing
1 for 1, and they got the
Berserker to
crab.
Get that last hit. And influx of gold, and it is terrifying. You know, you said you had memories of Berserker on Zeri when this champ was first released, and it was mega busted, going for pentakills all over the place. You know, it's always his comfort zone here. It's Zeri plus a Lulu. He's got early money. We have seen this recipe result in lots of team fight victories later on in games for Berserker. It was when he was wearing Cloud9 blue, but still could be true here.
Absolutely could. And Call Me, as a result of that lane pressure, you can kind of thank Saint for that kill, honestly, because he forced the flash, and the flash was not back up when he went down. So that lane pressure in the 1v1, you know, I thought, hey, maybe it's not going to matter too much. Ends up getting in a fight right around that scuttle, wasn't up, and thanks to Saint's 1v1 prowess early on, Berserker is able to cash in on that first blood.
All right, thanks all around then. Good effort, good hustle,
everybody.
out
there, team.
Isles, you know, flash over, sacrifice.
Throw up the in-game fist bump, you know?
Yeah,
Are you a fist bumper?
Being there was shit. I mean,
I am. I always answer.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll instantly answer. Anybody fist bumps.
I think the only logic is that maybe you think that Lucian Nami can outpump Zeri Lulu in an all-in.
Okay, yeah. You're like, it's maybe you're doing a little too much, but you're going to go on.
The only one I spam, I only spam one, and it's a
Water now? Okay.
That's a good
regardless of good or bad plays.
Yeah, it does fit. It's an all-arounder for sure. I will say, my success rate in games where I press the fist bump and all my random teammates respond to the fist bump at the very start, like if you get a penta bump to start off the game,
you're feeling confident.
You're feeling confident. It's going to be a dub.
They're coming to help you on Dragon. You know, they're going to objectives.
Yeah.
They got you.
Penta bump is definitely where it's at. But when you go in and you get like no responses and it just turns to thumbs up.
Do you deafen?
That's depression. Yeah, that's.
As soon as you get no fist bumps, all right, I'll mute deafen. I'm out of here.
Tab out, get a movie going. You already know how this game's going to turn out.
Well, Castle's getting good value out of the top matchup at least, but I don't know. I just think
and Kryra, the businessman, is on the way as well. See who can get the Phalanx
if you swapped
first.
the lanes around,
Get it.
the Aurora would have been dead even with the Casio the entire time, probably.
Call Me does have first
And the
move,
Jace
but
would
Saint
be
is
up
behind
even
him.
more.
They could try to collapse onto Call Me. They do. Forces the flash there. Inspired fighting against Kryra. Nice little use of the passive. Going to be able to stay alive for now, but Inspired with the ulti is just sustaining through Kryra's damage. Kryra trying to heal up as fast as he can with this ulti, but he is going down in a hurry. Barely.
Okay, Kryra didn't die. Hold up. No way.
Well.
Wait, no way. How did they win this situation? What the fuck?
Through now for the Aurora as everyone's getting taken out.
What the fuck? Okay, you know what? It's you know what?
Castle and Kryra,
yep.
who looked like he was gonna go down at the very start of the fight, stays alive, and Castle gets paid.
That is insane. Okay, look minimap right now. Aurora is basing for a purchase. Castle right now.
I thought Kryra was like inting here for sure.
Straight from base with a fresh purchase. So even though Kryra's getting so low here, and Saint goes for one more, it's not enough. Look at that healing. Mundo barely keeping it up. And he's able to walk out too because the Aurora creates so much space on arriving here. Castle, fresh purchase, Aurora.
See, but like, was he actually inting?
That one hurts.
Because LYON landed everything. LYON landed literally everything. The only thing they didn't land on him was Casio ult. But if they Casio ulted the Mundo, Jace wouldn't have been stunned. And Jace would have been able to like output more damage. So was it even bad?
He thought he was good.
Like, was there any way for that to go bad for Disguised if they play it right?
I take back my earlier advice. If you're Mundo, then you can eat as much poison as you want, I guess.
Turns out, just bait. Well, Mundo, it does kind of make sense.
Yeah. He like does that for fun.
Yeah, exactly. He went down to 1 HP, apparently. Literal number 1.
Oh my god, that was crazy.
That's tough. That is a tough one to take for sure. Because when he was taking the poison, he threw a cleaver, which cost health, right? And he went down, I think, right there probably to 1.
You know what's more tough,
Just
though?
click better, honestly, yeah.
Castle's Aurora, that is post 3 kills.
Yes.
You're going to get a triple kill here for Castle's Aurora off of a really good buy already.
Abandogla.
Holy! Leandri's is already done.
Big Dokes is like, please give me every little bit of magic resist I can possibly get my hands on.
Yeah, this is
this Disguise team is punching
like,
way above their weight.
Cassante build from last week, all the changes.
Again,
this is just gonna be close.
Based on me watching their games and watching how they play, I genuinely think they are just playing well. I don't think there's like any asterisks you can put on it. I just think that they are playing well. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. They're just a good team. Well, good is an overstep, but like they're just like a you know what I'm trying to say.
Not to be able to kill him.
Another round, another round. Oh, minions.
Oh, got him. Bends the bullet.
In the butt again.
Yep, and has the MasterCard power spike to boot. As he does
Oh wait,
wait,
no, that's not. Who's the person on my Patreon who was the Disguised fan? There was somebody on my Patreon who was
coming out here. Kryra moving down as well, just keeping it moving. Call Me is behind him. Will they go for the dive? Mundo does have
it was
to
Muffin.
take it up if they want to push this in, but the minions are very far away. This is going to take too long, I think. So Call Me.
This guy is absolutely fucking eating right now, by the way. This guy right here, Muffin, he's an AL Disguised fan. AL is first in LPL, and Disguised is not bad. So he is fucking...
So only a minute till
he is
Kryra's gonna grab
absolutely chilling right now.
His topside camps are up. So you've got 50 seconds to work with here. You definitely want to get the Raptors and red buff, and then we'll see DSG if they want to get down there.
AL over BLG? Yeah, AL just 2-1 BLG, and they're first in the standings. So
without the top laners having teleports to join, yeah, it's great for Castle up there in the 1v1. But it does mean Berserker.
So you can't not call them the #1 team in LPL, you know?
Got early money and has finished the Stormrazor himself. So Berserker Zeri down here at the Dragon fight.
You need Shanks to leave AL so you can cheer for them again. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Barrier, he's got his flash.
But the problem is, how harshly do you judge the other 4 players on AL for actively wanting to run it back with him?
Going back to base, and there's only 10 seconds left on this.
Because that's the question I always have to ask myself.
Resetting, so it won't be any sort of an early timer on this one.
Like, for example, it's like people will be like, oh, I want to cheer for BDD again, but he's on a team with aiming, and it's like, yes, but this is also the second time that he's on a team with aiming. So does that mean that he wants to play with aiming? And if so, does that change people's opinion of BDD?
So it's like you can throw down an auto, get the bonus move speed, use that with your culling.
I think you're fine to sack this Drake as Disguised, because Aurora's collecting top right now. Dokla TP'd into this, so Castle can get a lot.
Dokla said, I'm not going in that lane again. I had enough of the Aurora up there. I'll come play for team. I'm playing for you guys. I'm going to come down to the bottom side.
That's smart. By the way, you can blame your team too.
Because, like, for example,
I'm roaming for that dragon.
I generally have a positive opinion of Viper, but he signed to HLE, which is an org that I really don't like.
I like that.
Fair.
And then after that, when he left HLE, he was like, I'm only gonna leave if I get to play with Knight, and I also don't like Knight. So what is my opinion of Viper supposed to be, you know?
The first
like, as a person, I mean.
Bonus gold back in effect again, by the way. So this Aurora, Castle is actually a monster. Castle is a truly frightening bunny.
Ooh, gonna be flash forced as Isles does get away, but that hurts, and it is tough to check brushes and play for vision when you are Lulu.
I think the logic of being like, it's a job. Like, for me, it just means that your morals have a price tag.
It's one of those things where you just show up to another lane and you ping assist to that lane.
Yo, somebody deal with that.
Come on, bros, learn your macro. I can't beat that guy.
Don't think BDD asked for aiming? Yeah, but BDD's played on multiple teams with aiming.
Working on it here. We got Rift Herald. Rift Herald's getting cooked up, and it's on his side of the map. So
Castle's just getting greedy at this point. I mean, how many maps?
And low key, it is BDD's team. So I feel like all of the roster changes would go through him, no?
Masks is truly unappreciated.
True. One for the front of your head, one for the back of your head.
What's the aiming hate besides the fan incident? Nah, it's just that.
I was thinking, like, you know, never catch him.
Also, wait, no, it's not a fan incident. He was in a relationship. He was confirmed in a relationship.
But it's going to be secured there by Kryra. Lions flashing out. Inspired taking some damage, but the ulti is buying him a lot of time. Kryra going to pop his ulti now. Call Me coming in from the side, looking for Saint. Saint hits a 3-man petrifying gaze, but he's going to get knocked down.
Nice. Disguised are kind of... They're kind of gaming right now.
Going to get summoned up. I mean, they tried to go in on this fight, but there's no TP on Dokla, and he's bot, so it didn't really make any sense to me. Once the response is coming through from
Call Me, the 15 incident was not a fan. It was, they were like actively a couple.
That's like a 5.5 on 4.
To my
With
knowledge.
the extra money bags being half of a person. Riptail gonna get a lot of money down mid too. They took out first tower.
Aiming was dating a 15-year-old? Yeah, when he was 19.
That is problematic to say the least here. I wasn't getting too excited about this.
And he admitted to it, so it's not even alleged. Like, he just straight up admitted to it.
Mark the TP.
Yeah, they went straight for it. Inspired here, so he ults and actually creates a lot of time. I
think that was the call. Is Douglas like, I can cancel TP, you can 4v4.
Yeah, I'm pretty close. Not close enough though. Calmy got there in time, and Calmy's flank meant a lot. He's on Saint, and you know, Saint gets flanked there.
Why is
So
right-wing topic saying in my chat trying to advertise? That's crazy. That's a crazy Twitch name right there.
From the miasma, gonna be able to sidestep. The wind becomes lightning there from Inspired. And Kryra, we know how well Mundo scales. He's 1k up as well, so very far ahead. Calmy's up 1k now. It is the full Thornmail as the second item, which is kind of interesting here. But you know, I guess maybe he's thinking that Saint isn't going to be that big of a threat.
Guys, I love right-wingers. Any right-wingers in chat?
Well, a lot of healing from Zin. You know, there for Berserker as well. Decent amount since they've got a Lulu over here. Maybe he has to worry. I mean, they've got the power to walk wherever they want.
Me, says the person whose Twitch name is in Extremo transgender flag colors. Yeah, I believe you.
Pushing forward there onto Saint. Inspired gonna dash in onto Kryra, but he takes a shock blast to the face. He's low already. The Nami bubble gonna get flashed away from by Inspired. Survives for now, but again, Lion retreat here as Castle maybe just gonna burn down Saint, and he does. I thought he would have been able to walk away, but the dot damage there finishes him off, and they lose out on both sides of the map. It's now nearly, I mean, it's 5,500 gold.
Poro Maga grift arc incoming. Speaking of grifting, did you guys see the stuff about Brody Fox? Was actually a left-wing grifter the entire time?
Feeling the power. And that is just going to be DSG ballooning their gold across the map. They have full control. Here's another look at the beginning of it. So Saint went in and took a tower, two tower shots.
Yeah, Brody Fox went like full mask off.
2 tower shots.
And now he's like running like a crypto scam.
And it's still enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when someone's that fed, but like you can't be going aggressive on the super fed guy under his tower. That's just a really bad death. You know, dying like that when you're already that far behind is really, really tough. Calmy gonna be able to farm plates on the bot side, and I think Lion's hopes in this game are.
And yes, that's the Yo Mama guy.
People were ready to be like, he was in the fed lane, but
oh, Castle gonna get dove here. Dokla trying to start it off. Berserker focusing him down as Tokla does tank up the tower, and they got the shutdown. Goes on to Berserker. Hey,
okay, good shutdown for the Zeri. They've got something to play for now.
Go. And they want to leave them for Berserker, especially because
the exceptionally rare left-wing grift. Yep.
Everybody just vacate the area. Let Berserker farm. This is the plan for Lion. Funnel as much as you can into the Zeri. It's got a Lulu to supercharge.
The only left-wing grifters you support are the Da Vinci brothers.
He needs a lot of
Did you see the stuff about the Da Vinci brothers like actively stole content though?
Around into that alcove. If Calmy pushes forward, could be in trouble. Doesn't
from that there's like this one creator specifically
maybe you can make
who they continue to just actively steal one-to-one footage from. Like they use her backgrounds and her skits and stuff.
DSG, at least thankfully for them, didn't stack early dragons, so that does buy them more time, right? You know, you can afford to give up the next one in 4 minutes, try to play for the one after that. So you have like, you know, 9-10 minutes before maybe you absolutely have to fight. And I think the idea
like it's like videos that she took in her house with skits that she came up with, and the Da Vinci twins will do the exact same script, like the exact same joke with the exact same script, with the footage that she took in her own house. Like, is that not weird as fuck? You know?
Let's solve one problem at a time here,
like on top of the whole entire just like stealing other people's content thing, is that not like extremely
I'm trying to work on this
fucked up?
ankle. You don't have to remind me that my arm is broken, okay?
True.
We're gonna focus on small problems here.
Only what is immediately bleeding right now.
Yeah. That's everything.
It is good.
Are there any good left-wing grifters remaining? Yeah, me. I'm a left-wing grifter for sure.
He's gonna do that. Side lanes here for Castle.
I love grifting. I'm getting paid so much.
Dokla, though, actually doing quite well for himself.
I've gotten at least 10 Twitch subs because of my political opinions. So
extra shield to
That's
go
like enough
in
for
and push a minion wave during the timer, back off, and
like
get the
5 breakfast sandwiches.
Funny enough, Dokla was ever so slightly ahead
Potentially
in XP as
BB
well,
knows. Oh yeah,
of
that is
Castle, which
true.
actually pretty surprising to me.
As
And
much
just
as
a little bit,
people
he's
like
way
blindly
ahead
hate
of
BB
experience,
knows
but I would've
because
thought he'd be
they
pretty behind
accuse
in
him of
this
being a
situation. DSG
grifter,
starting off the Baron.
he technically hasn't
Really
done
don't
anything
look
wrong
like
yet,
once he
other
gets
than make
spotted,
bad
they are
music.
just gonna back it up. That would be one of the ways they could potentially throw. Call me up a couple levels here onto Saint though. Castle, nice chunk onto Isles. Will send him packing, and that's some of the poke that you were talking about.
And pronounce his own name wrong. Those are the two things he's done wrong, is make bad music and pronounce his own name wrong, but it's all good.
Because all of your outer towers dropping really early on in the game just gives so many options to DSG. They need to move their ward line up a little bit. Everybody online trying to retake vision.
His music ain't terrible, but it ain't great. I don't think his music is terrible, but I do think his music is bad. I think there's a difference between bad and terrible. I would not classify him as terrible. I think terrible, you gotta go like Tom McDonald is like terrible music.
Get your bottom leverage going early. Kryra.
It could be slapping
Friendly
him up.
tank slap.
But that one goes in the favor of Mudo because you get a heart seal.
Exactly. I was gonna say, you hear that noise?
That sound is just crazy dopamine. I'm not gonna lie. Riot cooked with that one. That's a good sound for sure. Lion gonna bully their way in though. We'll see how many kills they can get.
How do you feel about Welcome to the Madhouse? That's a yep. That is a terrible album. Oh my God! Wait, Call Me kinda. That was interesting. I am surprised that Call Me got away with that. That seemed like he played. That felt like he played that way too fast. Holy shit.
Place. Sajed wants to chase for more. Kryra trying to get the slowdown. Saint trying to turn here. Are they going to be able to knock him down? Great turn from Saint, and Berserker does get them the kill. But can Berserker make the magic happen? He has got to run. Castle's coming. Call Me's coming. He slides over the wall, but falls to the burn from Castle. And now that is going to give them the Baron.
They are cooked.
Thoughts on Kendrick?
The Mundo all the way
To Pimp a Butterfly is one of my 3 favorite albums of all time, so
they go for the flash engage onto Call Me, onto the
that
Jace,
probably is enough of a
the
Kendrick
rest of
opinion.
DSG have arrived, and so after that win, free Baron
Poro tried to focus on the game challenge.
Already 7.5K before
But I did. I focused on the game for the important part. And now the game is over. So I don't have to lock in unless the game becomes not over.
So they can all be matching when they go and they march on the Lion base. But yeah, Lion, they're feeling pretty desperate, going for this chase here. The teleport you see channeled from Aurora, and then they're kind of backing out. They go for the flash play over here. They do not.
What are we saying about Perfect?
Like a good angle on,
my professional opinion of Perfect is that he stepped up a lot at Worlds and played really well at Worlds. But domestically, he was never any better than like the 7th best top laner, and there were plenty of moments where he was 9th or 10th. So
you see the little Nami healing. They're trying to keep him pouring everything into him, and
apparently J. Cole released an album recently. Apparently, I don't give a shit.
Do you see that no one bumped him back?
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
sad.
they were all dead too. They had plenty of time.
They had plenty of time. They considered it, and they decided no.
They're
I'm not
like,
going to fist bump him.
It's not funny. Yeah, we got 1 kill. All right.
Who the fuck listens to J. Cole? Yeah. Look,
Look,
at the very least, you can't say that about Drake. It's like, people listen to Drake, but people will be like, Drake, Kendrick, Kanye, and J. Cole. And it's like, and who? What?
For DSG now, as it looks like they are just running away with this one. I think Lion have very few hopes, if any, at this point.
Yeah, the base is crumbling around them, so maybe try and make a play towards the like Call Me or something with no flash, but I guess
yeah, fucking
pressure too heavily on
Drake,
both sides.
Kendrick,
This
Kanye,
just looks like there's nothing you do here.
and Lil Yachty. It's like, all right, nice.
Front line. He's level 16 now, so you get giga tankiness out of your ultimate, but they can't do much mid either. The Jace and the Aurora finish up that inhibitor, and they're coming for number 2.
Another shock blast going to connect there onto Inspire. Still threatening, just hopping forward. And Saint trying
Thoughts on Kanye music, not the guy? I mean, I find it really hard to separate the art from the artist. I usually don't do that.
You can get to an IE, hope they can make some mistakes, and maybe you can make something happen as a result, but it is going to be incredibly hard. I like the Serpent's Fang picked up there.
That said, what was the one that I thought was... I enjoyed College Dropout when I listened to it.
The sole point here, so Lion, if they weren't already on the clock, they definitely are now. Going to have to be ready to fight here.
I enjoyed College Dropout. I thought My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy was good but not great.
All right.
And I thought that Donda was mediocre, and those are the only albums of his that I've bothered to listen to.
Baron's a little earlier than that, so maybe it's only 3 minutes on the clock, and DSG just goes
Like,
straight
fully
to the
through.
next
I've listened to,
one,
like,
the
plenty of
next
his
Baron,
individual
probably gets
songs throughout my childhood, but the only 3 albums that I've listened to from start to finish are those 3.
So the question really is, can LYON hold out until DSG and force them to attempt Baron and then go for like an ace when they're in the Baron pit or something?
Yeah, we'll find out. Berserker basing from that bot side. And little update. So if LYON do in fact lose this, they are hoping for a dig win, which would put them in 5th and get them into playoffs. If Shopify win, then LYON has to play a tiebreaker against them to even get into playoffs. So they become fans of Dignitas if they do in fact lose this game, as we are expecting. And the Super Minions pushing in through bot, but a couple waves that they do have until those arrive, and that's going to be where they do look, as Castle trying to go aggressive on a Saint, can't quite find it. Kryra at level 16 now, massive spike for Mundo.
Didn't Kanye recently drop like a
He's just moving on
massive, eloquent apology on Twitter where he like explained that he was diagnosed for like bipolar disorder?
They can't do it.
Oh man, and we're gonna get to hear from him after this.
How do we feel about that? What's the
lands
community
again.
sentiment on that one?
Getting knocked low. Kryra's just running straight past the tower. Throws a cleaver and tags Berserker. He is feeling himself right now. We'll see if they can punish anything.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the side that like,
Wild growth has to come out as there is the culling used. They're trying to knock down
if he was going to write an apology, I think he wrote it about the best he possibly could, but it doesn't mean anything unless he proves that he's actually going to change, you know?
Trying to survive as Inspired's in the backline looking for Sajed. He can't quite get him. Sajed barely survives. Kryra's under the tower. He's looking to do it all himself, but he gets thrown into the polymorph. Berserker has to find an angle to try to kill off Sajed, but Call Me has arrived.
But also, even if he does become a randomly good person for some reason, I'm still never gonna like him.
That's the exclamation point on an incredible series from DSG. They're going to playoffs. They're knocking down LYON, and Kryra is taking out Inspired in his LCS debut.
Good shit from Disguise, though. They are actually a good team.
Playoff team right here. DSG have qualified. Who is your player of the game from that game? Huge stuff coming up here from DSG, taking down LYON.
That was incredible. Lounge, who's the Pog?
Pog is up for debate, but congratulations, DSG.
You've recovered the Poro points. Alright. Well, it's great that this happened. However, it went 6 games, and I have LCP in 4 hours. No, less than that. I have LCP in 3.5 hours, so I should really go to bed. No? Is it an active detriment to my health if I stay up for this interview, or?
Just saying something. But no, that's incredible. By the way, this was the team that we had questions about coordination because A, they didn't have.
Because again, reminder, I'm gonna sleep 3 hours. Not even. I'm gonna eat and then sleep for maybe like 2.5 hours or 2 hours, and then wake up for LCP. And then I have to, after LCP ends, I have to sleep again and then wake up at like 10 in the morning for Prime League. Which I still don't know when the Prime League match is, by the way. I don't know if it's supposed to be at 11 or 1 because the enemy team hasn't decided yet. Let me check the schedule. Let me see if they decided anything yet.
I mean, I guess so.
Okay, I think they decided. I think they decided 1. Okay, so I get a little bit more sleep, but still not very much. And then I have to wake up for Prime League and do that, and then I have to go straight from Prime League into LCS again. So I'm gonna be really, really fucking tired tomorrow.
Inspired is like I've watched him for 3 years, and he's really like my big model, I feel like, role model. And I feel like I did pretty good against him, so I'm really happy.
What's something about Inspired that you've watched and you got the feel now, of course, having the experience about playing against him today?
He's just really efficient. I feel like he does really the smart play every time, compared to other people who are more flip or will try something. I think he's just really efficient, and he knows how to win game, and just clean, like just clean, yeah.
It's a crazy opponent to go up against. Have you had a chance to interact with Inspired before this?
I defeat Vampire.
That was the first time?
I just do it, big fan. Yeah,
That's
no
crazy.
ego, no ego.
In terms of coming onto the team, obviously you've been scrimming with them for a while. The synergy absolutely seems to be there. You guys are incredibly aggressive. So who is making the majority of these calls, or is it just kind of a team effort?
I feel like it's kind of a team effort, but I will shout out really Call Me. Like,
nice.
Anybody want to play some Club Penguin?
He
True.
knows when we should play aggressive and me the jungle. Like, and LYON
Alright,
also
well,
he stepped up really huge today. I mean everyone respect, but more in that aspect I would say Call Me is my goat. Yeah.
What do you feel like? Where do you think the improvement as a team has come from? Because a lot of
Yeah,
expectations
that was cool.
had you guys
I'm really excited for
of course,
tomorrow
you and Sajed coming in from tier 2.
because the C9 versus Fly series. I'm going to. I'm somebody who wants to cheer for C9, so I hit up one of the other league content creators I know who's a big Fly fan.
People who like never watch us. Oh, they're new, so they must be bad. And it's DSG.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
This person,
I mean, that's
who I
how
think I've
people
rated
go
before, so
with
some
it.
of you
I feel like
might
they don't actually
recognize
watch
her.
and-
But she's another VTuber, she's a Fly fan. So I'm inviting her onto the stream tomorrow as to do like a as like a guest, as a co-stream guest. She'll be joining us for the C9 versus Fly series. So that way we can watch C9 2-0 and then I can hang up on her and never talk to her ever again. WC9. Alright, well.
The first time I ever heard your name or saw you play League was running the Rift.
I'm gonna go and
do you remember like the scouting combine?
and eat something real quick so that way I'm not starving, and then I'm gonna sleep, and then I'll wake up for LCP, and for LCP,
Now that you've made it all the way to LCS, I want to hear
CFO versus Secret Whales is a banger, and then Ground Zero versus Vikings technically decides who the last team into playoffs is, but I really don't give a shit, and probably what's gonna happen is I'm gonna watch CFO versus Secret Whales, and then go to bed so that I'm not sleep deprived for Prime League, and then we've got Prime League tomorrow, so yeah, alright,
that you'll be a professional in the future.
yep,
like,
goodbye everybody.
I didn't even know this exists.